Grand rising, grand rising, grand rising. Another episode of Kutty UnKutt Live. Yeah, man, let's warm it up. I see, realize my brother is the first one on the set. Give that nigga some shots. You know what I'm saying? Get that nigga some shots.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Realize, my brother. He say he listening in from work, no doubt. Shout out to everybody at work that can hear my voice. We love you. Aboriginals up right now. Here we go.
I'm a soul survivor. You put I'm a soul survivor. I'm a soul, yeah. I'm a soul survivor.
Salute. Quick walk.
What you put in, baby, let these niggas know. And the problem that you're dealing with, please check them out the door. I ain't victim when you kill. I take the highs with all the lows. If you trust these new niggas, you're a new fool. If you trust these new niggas, you're a new fool. Trust these new niggas, you a new fool. If you trust these new niggas, you a new fool. I don't trust these niggas, what did you expect? All that buddy on the internet. Them niggas claim that they got love for me, yeah. But I ain't put my trust in a nigga, yeah. Mama, I made it out the central side. I could've been denied, cause I did shit I couldn't justify. Feeling sick inside, but when that shit was life or death, what did you expect? Cause now it ain't too many of my niggas left. Them niggas claim that they had love for me, yeah. But I ain't put my trust in a nigga, yeah. Now I ain't got no love in me. Just drum with me, nigga want me, gotta come get me. They coming with me, niggas say they want to smoke with me. But slugs in me, now I'm riding with the snug with me. My trust in it, nigga, I know ain't no love for me, yeah. Cause I ain't feel no love from a nigga, yeah. I know ain't no love for me, yeah. You read what you saw, you get it what you put in, baby.
Yo, I see Jeremiah in the house. Michelle, I see you, sis. I see you, sis.
Trust these new niggas, you know. If you trust these
Stephanie Burke, I see you.
Hey, my mama, she used to say, you can't trust these niggas as far.
Oh shit. The wolf is up in this bitch, boy.
Cause most these niggas don't be living like they say they do. Every time I see a chopper, I get deja vu. Ain't nothing sweet about this game, I really made it through. Now my whole life.
Oh shit, Wolf already had to get at somebody. Wolf, it is going to be a good day, nigga. That is a good day from this point on. You already done hit the hill early. Now it's downhill from there, my brother. No doubt. You already got yours off. Shout out to Wolf.
Life of vacation, getting catered to. When I tip the waiter, he's taking off for a day or two. Say you gotta let it digest, it was motivational. But now I'm in a new school.
I see you, Pierre.
If you ain't got that blicky in your lap, then use a new food. Little mama, put that pussy on.
Chief Serpentine, I see you, my guy, my guy.
Street legend, bury me with the smack 11. They not gonna see me in the club if I don't have a section. She been ready, hopped in, don't ask questions. It feels good, touching money, she manifested. Hard times, I turn them bitches to hard time. I can't be trusting these niggas, I'm peeping all the time. I'm a soul survivor, you reaping what you sow.
We gotta watch everything. We gotta watch everything. Hey. Give the energy to Wolf. Hey, we love you, boy. Hey, don't trust these new niggas. Hey, that's a fact.
If you trust these new niggas, you a
No fool.
You are no fool.
Shout out to my nephew T-Rail. Shout out to my nephew Paniac. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my nephews, man, doing 18. Shout out to everybody out there too, man. You know what I'm saying? We about to get it in. I just got through talking to my brother JT, the bigger figure. I got a proposition. I got a proposition for all Pan Africans. My brother JT in Fillmore, Africa said he'll help you get on out there.
Loving my life is so beautiful, look. All of this ice is so beautiful, look. All of my prices so beautiful. Everything is so nice and so beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Hey, hey, look how I'm living so beautiful, look. Look how I spit it so beautiful, look. All of my kids are so beautiful. Look at my skin, it's so dark and so beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Hey, hey. I spit that gaming with beautiful, look. I whipped the cane with beautiful look. I hit the Notre Dame when I was young, cause they saw that thing with beautiful, beautiful. Bitch, I'm so big and beautiful look. My bitch so big and beautiful look. I'm in the streets every day and we dealing nothing but them good from
broadcasting live on all 3 channels.
Reputation irrefutable. Lifestyle very suitable. Street cred very provable, beautiful.
I don't give a fuck. Sports news and hip hop entertainment. DJ Kutty 1 and Supreme Chief Holiday.
You know what a beautiful bitch in a booty for. Watch how many tricks her booty pull. Titty nipples looking chewable. Heads turning looking screwable. Selling coochie in the can, count cat cornered in a cubicle. Ain't no telling what I do to you. Know that I do to do. Round and round and round and round like a hula hoop. DD, I banging out hits on the fruity loop. Loving my life is so beautiful. Look. All of this ice is so beautiful. Look. All of my prices so beautiful. Everything is so nice and so beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful.
That's right.
Beautiful, beautiful nigga.
That's right.
Beautiful,
That's right.
Beautiful, beautiful nigga. Hey, hey. Look how I'm living so beautiful. Look how I spit it so beautiful. Look. All of my kids are so beautiful. Look at my skin, it's so dark and so beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Hey, hey. Get on a beat and watch me catch a body like they throwing people. Look. Them 10,000 customers in Colorado that we growing is legal. Sewing up the street like a needle. Stack of chips and Pringles, Cheeto, Fritos, and them Dorito. We go the opposite way the police go. She go throw them off, ain't good damn, my little freako. But Pito, watch how the story get deep though. Yes, I'm connected with Chico. It ain't me amigo, but we do nothing illegal. It ain't nothing free but a free throw. A full black Latino, a pico, the guy or burrito. A grande and I know Paquito, but that's how I eat them. My pockets so Danny DeVito. My new bitch, she from Puerto Rico. Canadian chick from Toledo. She get all that medicine Frito. She sell it and give it to me though. That's Frito, that's Frito. I touch down and light up the street though. I'm selling this game by the kilo. I'm balling like I just got chemo. Just holler my name if you need more. I keep people peeping through people. Got A1 for silver for Tito. A king of the ghetto like Zero. A neighborhood hero. Loving my life is so beautiful. Look. All of this ice is so beautiful. Look. All of my prices so beautiful. Everything is so nice and so beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Hey, hey. Look how I'm living so beautiful. Look how I spit it so beautiful. Look. All of my kids are so beautiful. Look at my skin, it's so dark and so beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Bitch, I'm a beautiful, 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 beautiful nigga. Hey, hey.
Hey man, y'all know what we on, man. Y'all know what we on. Shout out to everybody here. You know what I'm saying? It is a great morning already, man. It is a great morning already. Oh, it's a great morning already. I see Jeremiah. I see C. Roberts, man. I see Leonidas in the building. I see For the World, the C Media is in the building. Yeah, man. I appreciate y'all being here. We're going to get into it, man. I tell you, man, it's been a great morning already. I talked to a couple of people, man. I even talked to my brother JT, the bigger figure, you know what I'm saying? Trap Flicks up. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Trap Flicks, you know what I'm saying? JT, Tisha Boo, and the kids, you know what I'm saying? Hey, shout out to everybody. Fillmore, Africa. Fillmore, Atlanta. He got it popping. Fillmore, Bama. You know, he got it popping in all areas, man. So shout out to my brother JT, man, once again. Not talking to him, you know what I'm saying, briefly, you know what I'm saying, got me thinking in my mind. I'm like, hold up, man. I don't know why I'm bullshitting, man. I'm over here, man. I'm hearing all these, you know what I'm saying, Pan-African brothers. Yeah, I got that shit popping on. I got all these Pan-African brothers, right? You know, they, you know, they out here, you know. Let me get into some beats, man. Let me get into some battle acts, man. Let me get into something like that. Yeah, let me get into this. Yeah, while I'm talking. Anyway, And I'm talking to JT, and I'm like, I know JT's efforts. I know what he's been doing for the last years, you know what I'm saying? Just been for a long time. The brother been back and forth from Burkina Faso, Kenya, all in places over in Africa and shit. And I'm like, man, nigga, why you sleeping, nigga? You got a direct line to Africa, nigga. If them niggas up in New York and all them places, them Pan-African brothers really and truly want to get to Africa, nigga, why ain't you been linking them up with JT so they can get on over there and help him, and he can actually help them buy land over there and actually do shit over there? Then that'll be like, you know what I'm saying, it'd be more respected than niggas just sitting up trying to just be like, conscious community travel agents and shit, just trying to usher motherfucker to different places. Nigga, you go first, nigga. Let us see you plant a motherfucking flag some goddamn well. You know what I'm saying? So hey, all you motherfuckers, hey, you talk to a Pan-African and shit like that, and you know what I'm saying, they talking all hard, just tell them get up at Kutty. Get at Kutty, man. I'll link them up with JT. JT will hook them right on up. They'll be able to acquire some land, you know what I'm saying, do all of that stuff, be a part of a tribe and do all of that stuff. So I wasn't thinking about that stuff until I talked to JT. Once again, shout out to JT, the bigger figure, and his wife Tisha Boo too. I see you, Bronze Flat Power. God, the meter is in the building. You know what I'm saying? A.B.Dots is in here, you know what I'm saying? So, hey, like I said, man, these motherfuckers want to go somewhere. Hey, I could be a tribal agent too. You know what I'm saying? I can hook you right up with my brother JT, the bigger figure. You can see all of his works on Fillmore Africa, Trapflix, what's the other one? Trapflix, Fillmore Africa, Fillmore Bama, you know what I'm saying? Trapflix Africa, something like that, you know what I'm saying? Hey, check him out, man. You'll see all his channels. JT the bigger figure, man. That's my guy. Now, hey, I got a slew of things I want to talk about today. Of course, I gotta get on niggas, man. Hey, check it out, man. I gotta get on biters. I gotta get on biters right now. And then I'll play some more here. Let me pause there. Let me put it over here. Yeah, man. Good morning to everybody, man. No doubt, man. Y'all in the motherfucking place to be. You know what I'm talking about? Because you're here with me. You know what I'm talking about? Grand motherfucking rising. Wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Americans. You know what I'm saying? Americans. Yeah, man, I got to get on it, man. Hey, I know y'all know. Hey, this is April, so this is like, my year and second month, something like that. 14th month ever streaming on this shit, right? And since I came in, for real, I mean, I came in with a lot of ideas. I still have a gang of ideas. I'm a producer. That's what I do. I produce on a lot of different things on a lot of levels. My company's called Moke Music and Multimedia. We're producing on a whole lot of different levels. So when I come in, you know what I'm saying, I come in fresh with ideas. Hey, man, let's do this. We can do this. We can do that. You know what I'm saying? Sharing and shit. It got to the point where a nigga couldn't even share in the motherfucking mode, man. Niggas got the motherfucking biting ideas. Next thing you know, niggas is over here with sound effects. Ain't even no motherfucking DJ and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Niggas running around talking about press one. And I was just like watching for that whole year, watching niggas bite other motherfuckers. And then nobody say nothing. I like, man, come on, niggas. Don't bite me and not say nothing, nigga. Niggas is biters. So we got to keep that 1,000 bucks. I don't give a fuck who get mad, get glad, scratch your motherfucking ass, nigga. Stop biting the Kutty, nigga. Yeah, stop biting Kutty. And while you're bullshitting, hey, man, we need to break down some real shit too, nigga. The scams that's going down. the scams that's going down. First and foremost, I want to know from the people. Let me get my shit up here. I want to know from the people right here, right now, because I want to know, representing the Golden Cut DJ Cut Tag. You know what I'm saying? I want to know if there's anything we could do better, anything that we could do more of, do less of. You know what I'm saying? From you guys. You know what I'm talking about? First and foremost. Because this is all about you guys. We want to give you guys what y'all really want to see and hear from us. You know what I'm saying? Number one. Number two, you see our efforts. You know, when I first come in, here, man, there was a whole bunch of like raffles and shit like that. You know what I'm talking about? You know, and I guess that went well, I think. You know, I don't really know, all the way. But, that kind of eased off and shit like that. And then, like, niggas try to figure out other ways of trying to generate capital. You know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, you guys got to understand, man. This stuff ain't free. You know what I'm saying? This stuff is not free. The time, paying for the like little streaming platforms and the Zooms and shit like that. This stuff's it's not a lot of money, but it's not free. You know what I'm saying? I understand when cats do different things to try to generate funds. You know what I'm saying? It ain't, you know what I'm saying? To me, I get it. The only part of the game I don't fuck with is if you do something and it don't complete it or anything like that. That shit that shit'll make me mad in the motherfucker, man. Don't be playing. You know what I'm talking about, man? You know what I'm saying? So, I guess the basic question I'm asking y'all, you know what I'm saying? Because I came up with the Zooms, you know what I'm talking about? Doing the Zoom, like private movie night, Zoom, private fight nights and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Breaking down shit privately on Zoom. I bring that to the table or reinvigorated that idea and put it back in people's minds that might be a way we can give back, do some extra stuff, be able to be unabated by YouTube and their policies and have some fun and possibly make a little money to supplement some of the stuff that we have to output as far as cash. So my question is to my people, first and foremost, before I get at anybody else, I got to make sure that I'm within good standing with the people. And when I say I'm talking about in representative of...
It's the GOAT. Cut, you killing them.
On behalf of the GOAT UnKutt Tax Show, I want to make sure everything, even our money-making efforts, to supplement some of these bills, you know what I'm saying? I want to make sure with the people that we have not, I guess, you know what I'm saying, we lived up to everything. Everything's been honorable. You know what I'm talking about? I don't even want to you know what I'm saying? I just want to make sure y'all was guiding y'all money's worth. Y'all feel like everything's been great. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people's been having a good time with our private bills and shit like that. We get a lot of good responses and stuff like that, positive feedback. But I just, a lot of that positive feedback is on Zoom after we get done and stuff like that. I just want to make it public right now just to make sure that, you guys are enjoying yourselves whenever y'all come into these Zooms and you're getting your money's worth, man. You know what I'm saying? That's just what I want to make sure that is. I would say press 1, but I ain't nobody. So if you straight up, man. So I mean, just give me a yes or no, man. If y'all been getting y'all money's worth and y'all like what we've been doing, if there's anything that we could do better or do more of or less of, please also put that in the chat. That is definitely valuable to me. So I'm gonna give you a second. My mom said one. Hey, I'll tell you what, been having a great time doing those private builds. I'm not for sure. I hope he did. That would be great. That would be great. Shout out to you, Carbon Crown. That would be great. Get back on his main channel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Demeter. I appreciate that. Hey, I appreciate it. Hey, I try. Well, look, keep it moving. Hey, man. We're in danger as a community. We're pretty vulnerable as a community. Why do I say that? We're in danger because of the vulnerability that presents itself from within. Let me say that again. We are vulnerable from the we are vulnerable from within. We are in danger of destroying ourselves from the vulnerability that is presented from within. We are in danger because of the vulnerability that's presented from within. What do you mean, Kutty? Whatever do you mean, Kutty? The vulnerability within shows that there's that there's latitude to do unsavory things. About to start putting motherfuckers on blast. Really, to be honest with you, I'm really reluctant to put people on blast. But right is right, wrong is wrong. So I'm contemplating. Real time. No doubt. But niggas be needing to be put on blast. Since I've been here in this year and a half, I know, let me see, 1, 2, yeah, that's 1, 2, 3, 3 scams put on by 2.5 people. You know what I'm saying? Since I've been here, I witnessed 2.5 scans go down by 2.5 people. And didn't even realize it until I realized it. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck, man? I mean, I guess I'm naive. I'm like, yo, what is niggas doing, dog? I should have known when niggas was doing crazy stuff, you know what I'm saying? When I was saying crazy stuff. But I'm like, what's going on, man? It was weird. I'd have conversations with my guy. Yeah, man, he just be like, he'd be up in arms like, I don't know. Hey, man, all I'm going to say is this right here. Nah, it ain't all I'm going to say. All I'm going to say right now is this right here. Niggas shaking in their boots. Niggas is shaking in their motherfucking boots right now. Rightfully so. Rightfully so. Here we go, man. All I'm gonna say, we gotta watch him, man. We gotta watch him, man. Hey, don't be in this goddamn chat no more from this day on and be watching shit go down, questioning in your head and not saying nothing. Don't be in this chat room questioning your head and not asking publicly, and you call this your community. A community is communication within unity. Without that, if there ain't transparency all the way around, it's not a goddamn community. And that's just real. I'm about to speak on.
Ain't no stopping what I'm destined to be. They'd rather see me dead than catch me resting in peace. I can't even sleep without the tech in the sheets. Everywhere I go, I got a weapon in reach. My baby mama keep on calling, she be stressing the G. She wants some money for my baby that I never can see. And every new nigga she say better than me. But I just keep it G, that shit embedded in me. The rape crack in my leather, maybe under the seat. She don't wanna fight, but say she wanted to be free. She just wanna fuck, cause ain't no love in the streets. I did it for the love, how dumb could I be? I got caddy fiends, caviar dreams. Niggas want me dead, that's what the money brings. I don't play the wing, shooters on my team. Glocks and briefcases, chops. I'm watching these niggas, know they wanna see me dead. Riding with this Glock, bitch, I'm living on the edge. Hustling on the go, never sleeping in my bed. Money on my mind, all my prices on my head. Money on my mind, all my prices on my head. Riding with this chop, bitch, it's longer than my leg. My house is 4,000, no, I gotta make it stretch. You got it on your mind, get it off your chest. You got it on your mind, nigga, get it off your chest. Scratch it off your list,
I will.
living off your bitch.
I'm not.
Get it out your grind, nigga, this is not a test. Niggas take your life, you ain't got shit left. Take me to the king, tatted on my neck. I don't play no games, but you don't get no wreck. Heard you put in work, cuz you ain't get no check. I know too many niggas that'll die for respect. I just want the bread, but these suckers want me dead. I lost my nigga Dre, that shit be fucking with my head. You gotta watch these niggas that's close to you. Them niggas thinking about smoke. I'm watching these niggas, know they wanna see me dead. Riding with this Glock, bitch, I'm living on the edge. Hustling on the go, never sleeping in my bed. Money on my mind, all my prices on my head. Money on my mind, all my prices on my head. Riding with this chop, bitch, it's longer than my leg. My house is 4,000, no, I gotta make it stretch. You got it on your mind, get it off your chest.
Alright, I'm gonna get it off my chest like my nephew recommended. He said get it up off your chest, He said get it up off your chest, Hey, yo, I don't want to knock people's hustle, right? But I can't have you hustling the people. That's just real. Can't not. I don't want to knock people's hustle, right? But I can't have your hustle be the people. What that mean? What that mean is, shout out to Digital Asset Lucky, man. Got love for my guy. Got love for the digital black dollar, all that shit. But fuck that shit. Don't invest in none of that shit. Period. Half you niggas don't even know what the fuck that shit is. And then you don't know what it ain't. Leave that shit alone. That's me saying it for real. Fuck that cryptocurrency. Hold up. Y'all know that crypt is where the dead be. Crypt is where the dead be, right? That's where the crypt be, right? Leave that shit the fuck alone. Nah, that's just what it is. But get mad, get glad, scratch your ass. I don't give a fuck. Hey, if you can't see that shit, feel that shit, and toss that shit around, nigga, fuck that shit that represents some digital shit. Because it's all some bullshit. You just don't know it yet. Hold up. Zab is in the building. Zab, would you like me to email you, put this link in here so you can because I'm talking about cryptocurrency right now. You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling my people right now, leave that shit alone. That shit ain't what niggas be thinking that it is, especially what niggas think that it is. So I'm telling niggas on all levels, leave that shit alone. Leave that shit alone. That's just a recommendation. Wolf said Suge cut. No, I ain't trying to Suge not anything. No, I come in and I try to do a lot of work. I don't bully nothing. But if I see something, I'm gonna call it out. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? And I'm telling my people, hey man, fuck that cryptocurrency bullshit, man. Leave that shit alone, man, before later on you be talking about, man, I thought. And yeah, you thought wrong, motherfucker. So, hey, that's just what I'm saying. And I don't even give a fuck, nigga. Niggas, I'm sorry if your hustle's in that goddamn lane. But, nigga, I'm telling you, that shit ain't shit. And if you don't believe me now, you definitely will in the very near future. And like I said, I'm gonna also say this. I got my resident white crypto guy coming through this week, so he can give us the analysis and education on how to look at this shit the way they look at it. You know what I'm talking about? My man Pat. You know what I'm saying? He gonna come through and show us, you know what I'm saying, what it is, and then we're gonna review some popular cryptocurrency out in the world and within our community too. And we're gonna break it all down and see what it is opposed to everything else. And y'all can go from there. But I'm telling you right now, leave that shit the fuck alone. Okay. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. I will be reiterating back on the scamming because I feel like it's a scam, man. I don't give a fuck. That crypto shit is a goddamn scam. To me. Why? Because the people who is suggested to buy this shit don't know enough about it. They don't know enough about it. There's room for error. There's room for error. There's room for error. And that ain't on no Suge Knight. That's just on some Suge right. It's just Suge right. Here we go, man. Yeah. Some bombshell news came out about the 9/11 shit. So we about to jump off and see what kind of paper come out. You know what I'm saying? For them to change all these goddamn laws. Look at Lucky, he laughing. He like, yeah, hey man, that shit's some bullshit, Luck. I'm trying to tell you, dog. Till you down on your luck, dog. I'm telling you, Nick. Hey, that shit's some bullshit. I'm just an old nigga. I don't know no better. Oh, better yet. All I do is spin records. Hey, man. Anyway. I'm gonna go deeper though, man. I'm just teasing y'all, man. I'm gonna go deeper though, for real. I'm gonna wait till more people up in here if I can make sure. That nigga said, that nigga, he said my luck ain't ran out yet, Kutty. I ain't mad at you. But hey, now check this out though, Lucky. Yo, that shit is a scam. Huh? Why? Why am I saying that? When people don't know enough about it, there's too much room for them to make an error. Correct? We can agree with that. And a lot of people is playing on people's ignorance towards that shit. And we already know how that type works out. So here we go.
Talk about 9/11.
I'ma go
now, this
deeper,
is
though.
one of the stories that we know were
I'ma
we
go deeper,
living 20 years ago with the current rules of the internet. We may not be
I'm
able
gonna go
to talk
deeper.
about.
You know, hey, like I said, man, I call that shit a scam. People don't know enough about it, and it's intentional. You know what I'm saying? For them to be spending their money on it and don't know what it's doing, don't know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? I looked into some shit with the resident white guy, man. He was just like, I asked him just kind of look around, and the motherfucker, man, came back with some shit, and I was just like blown away, man. I'm telling you, nigga, scam, nigga, because why? It's motherfuckers that's asked to buy into shit that they don't not know enough about, and right there is latitude, leeway, and a playground for motherfuckers to scam, and that's what's going down. For real. Saudi.
We're going to talk about 9/11. Now, this is one of the stories that we know were we living 20 years ago with the current rules of the internet. We may not be able to talk about this story. As it is right now, we are going to talk about newly released documents, a new court filing about inside involvement with 9/11 hijackers. We are going to do this with the recently unredacted information. But again, it's interesting to note that, in this sort of authoritarian society that we're living in, we are going to talk about it under the rules we are still allowed to talk about, but we know that it would be different if this were a more recent story.
Oh, for sure. Now, one of the most heavily redacted documents in American history, it turns out, has to do with the 9/11 hijackers. Who knew? Who knew, right? If you wanted information about this, it was heavily redacted, almost entirely blacked out. You couldn't read it. Maybe even more so than the JFK documents that we get dumped on us on a regular basis by the Biden administration. Why did the US government want to keep you in the dark, keep this information from you about 9/11? Well, it seems odd, right? Especially if they were all about transparency. I mean, they had a full-on events about 9/11 transparency on the Capitol steps. But let's be as transparent and open as we possibly can. What happened on 9/11? We want to know about it. The families are demanding answers. We want to know. And Congress said, yes, absolutely. That's what we want. So if they had been truthful on that day, then why all the redactions in documents? Well, that heavily redacted document has just been unredacted. And thanks to a court proceeding at the Guantanamo Bay Military Court. Again, what you're about to hear is not our opinion. These are unredacted documents that were just revealed as part of a military court proceeding, to be clear. Right now, no U.S. media organizations, none that I can find, are covering this story. It's total media silence in the United States on this, but we're going to hear in a moment. But first, I want to give you some context about how we got here, a little history about what we were told happened on that fateful day in 2001. Let's turn to one of the worst websites in the world, arguably one of the worst websites in the world. That website is called Wikipedia, which is state-run propaganda. Here's what Wikipedia allows you to know about that day. Let's roll this. So this is right from their website. The September 11th attacks, commonly known as 9/11, were 4 coordinated suicide terrorist attacks carried out by the militant Islamic extremist network Al-Qaeda against the United States on September 11, 2001. That morning, 19 terrorists hijacked 4 commercial airliners scheduled to travel from the East Coast to California. The hijackers crashed the first 2 planes into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in New York City, which were 2 of the top 5 tallest buildings in the world at the time. Following the first 2 impacts, the 3rd and 4th flights were similarly coordinated to attack targets in the Washington metropolitan area. The 3rd plane succeeded in crashing into the Pentagon, the headquarters of the U.S. Department of Defense in Arlington County, Virginia, near the national capital of Washington, D.C. The 4th was intended to strike a federal government building in D.C. itself, but crashed in Stony Creek, Pennsylvania field following a passenger revolt. the attacks killed nearly 3,000 people and instigated the global war on terror. But here's my favorite part that's highlighted there on your screen. Within hours of the attacks, the Central Intelligence Agency determined that Al-Qaeda was responsible. Wow. These CIA guys are great, and they're fast, aren't they? They are super good. How did they figure it out so fast? Well, we must have some sort of intelligence apparatus. We must have the best intelligence apparatus in the world, or maybe was something else going on. Going over these documents.
Indestructible passports. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Explain that?
That were just found like just right then, like that same day, like, oh, here's a passport. Unscathed.
Yeah.
I don't know about this passport thing.
So if you go over these, excuse me, if you go over these documents, going over these documents, sparked a memory for me of an FBI agent admitting on camera to CBS News a few years ago that these 19 hijackers were not working by themselves. No, they were working with people on the inside. I found that video for you. This is an FBI agent. Watch.
Danny Gonzalez was an FBI agent who worked on Operation Encore. He showed us the neighborhood the hijackers lived in before they crashed American Airlines Flight 77 into the Pentagon. This is Gonzalez's first television interview about the case.
19 hijackers cannot commit 3,000 mass murders by themselves.
Based on what you found, do you believe there was a domestic support network for the hijackers?
Obviously.
No question.
But I can't comment on it, but you don't have to be an FBI agent with 26 years of experience to figure that out.
Oh, really, any idiot could have figured that out.
All right, so we're going to link these things for you now. So what this document now says is that the FBI had been trying to figure out what the connection was between the hijackers and the CIA, and they have been thwarted for years, for decades now. And we're going to see exactly what that connection was. Now, was it that the CIA actually knew what they were going to do, or was it that they were connected to Saudi Arabia and Saudi Arabia knew what they were going to do? We're going to lay this out. What we know, we're going to maybe figure out why, although why is a big question, right? But we're going to at least figure out what we know and what the intelligence community has been building in terms of brick walls. Now, this recent court filing that was unredacted suggests that the 9/11 hackers, that two of them at least, were working with the CIA. This comes from Donald Canestraro. He's a veteran of the DIA and an investigator for the Office of Military Commissions. The Office of Military Commissions is a court of law for military cases, such as war crimes. Here's where the document where Canestraro tells us what his job is and how he's been looking. He says during the July of 2016, he began this investigation into possible involvement of the Saudi Arabian government and the CIA in the events leading up to the 9/11 attacks. In support of this inquiry, he began to review a discovery provided by the government to the defense and open source materials about Omar al-Bayoumi, a suspected Saudi intelligence officer who had contact with the 9/11 hijackers. These are the two in question that we're going to refer to often, Nawaf al-Hazimi and Khalid al-Midhar. So he conducted these 9/11 interviews, and he noticed that there had been an FBI file on al-Bayoumi released by Judicial Watch, to Judicial Watch by the FBI, pursuant to a FOIA request using a 199 numerical designator followed by the letters SD. And he said, no, most of the time when you see these things, it indicates that the investigation was conducted by the San Diego field office and that there was already a file. So the military court had asked him to investigate and examine if the CIA was working with the Saudi government and if these people had relations. Now, why would they do that? Now, over our break, I was reading up on Scott Horton's book, Enough.
God damn. Do you hear what we talking? Do you hear what they talking about? Do you hear what they talking about? Keem, I see you, my guy. Who else I seen? I seen Miss Kelly's here. You know what I'm saying? Hey, shout out to everybody. For real. Bronze Black Power God is in the building. You know what I'm saying? But you hear what we talking about, man? Damn. The CIA, jeez Louise. God, they implicated in all kind of stuff. This is crazy.
Out one opinion. Now, this is just an opinion. Why would the CIA and the Saudi government want some kind of 9/11 event? Why would this benefit anybody? He says that Osama bin Laden had been explaining for years before the 9/11 attacks that he had been trying to lure Americans into personally fighting the wars Al-Qaeda members believed the U.S. was already waging against them. They blamed America for the actions of these various proxy forces in the region, primarily the dictatorship in Saudi Arabia and Egypt, as well as the Israeli occupation of Palestine. He says this is just one possible explanation of why, and we're going to get into the nitty-gritty of what we know. So this is conjecture. By providing the American government a crisis to exploit, bin Laden guaranteed that the U.S. would set about accomplishing the terrorist goal for them. Among these were the destabilization of U.S.-supported regimes in the region, religious and political radicalization of populations in Middle Eastern countries, and most importantly, the bankruptcy of the American Treasury, with the ultimate goal of forcing the U.S. from the region entirely. So you see this shared goal of increased conflict in the Middle East, that this was Osama bin Laden's goal, and this was also the U.S. goal, and that these two things could be exploited by Saudi intelligence and by the CIA. Now, this is, again, just one possible why, but now let's go to the what. Canestraro says that he spoke to several 9/11 investigators in the FBI who were thwarted from doing.
That's right, Kelly Green. We talking about so many peoples who perished. Man, I was alive. A lot of people wasn't. I mean, I granted it was 24 years ago. You know what I'm saying, or 23 years ago, or even 22 years ago, or 22 and a half years ago. We'll give it that. It's a spade's hand. You know what I'm saying? But you know, a lot of people wasn't alive doing that or remember doing that, but yo, I remember doing that as an adult, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, man, it was incredible. I mean, the people, man, may the universal God and the ancestors have received them well. May they continue to guide us all well. People jumping out. I'll never forget that. These people was not trying to show that. Yo, I mean, I understand people get to talking about, yo, man, it was this, there was that, you know what I'm saying? There was all kind of this involvement and stuff like this. I get all of that. But I just kind of stayed with my feet on the ground. And I remember the time where they were showing people, you know, just saying, hey, man, I just got to jump, you know, and people were jumping. And these people that are the news and cameramen on the scene looking up before anything collapsed, they had no idea that this was going to happen. So they were filming that stuff initially. There's footage of this stuff, you know, and this right here, it was embedded in me to where I'm like, yo, even if there was, Kelly Green is so correct. There was so many people that perished in all kind of ways that you couldn't even imagine. And it's like, yo, and for what? We still need to know what the for what is. And as it's boiling down, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Their jobs. Now, this is the FBI continuously trying to figure out who were these guys, what was their background, why did they do this, and who helped them. And he has source after source that he speaks to of people saying that they started to get a link about these two hijackers and were stopped. Here is just one investigator.
I mean, Tell them perfect pure. I'm telling you, I know there's a lot of people that remember that day. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to, as an adult, that was crazy. It was like, yo, am I watching what I'm watching? Like I said, man, I seen stuff on the news that the news did not want to share. They couldn't. They did not want to. The mother, I remember the man said, "Hey man, there's a lot of debris," and they was zooming in. And as he zoomed, he was like, "Oh no, that's a person." I remember him saying that like it's yesterday. I mean, like it just happened yesterday. So, yo, I mean, I understand, and you know what I'm saying, it's kind of like an event and stuff, and it's vague and stuff, man. But that ain't vague to me. That was impactful to me. A lot of people were shook. That's real, including our people, because we never seen nothing like that. This was crazy. You know, man, I tell you, man, it was some of the craziest shit I've ever seen before in my whole existence. And we're finding out why. And it's because of some bullshit. And people inside of our country had something to do with it. Man, come on, man. Y'all motherfuckers is playing. Y'all tripping, man. Where the fuck are we at, man? Hey, our people, real talk. Our people, hey, man, back against the wall. We got no friends, dog. They do this to their own, right? They do this to their own. We wasn't up in them goddamn towers. We wasn't up in them towers. They do this to their own.
Says, I interviewed another 9/11 commissioner. He numbers his sources, CS1, CS2, all the way down to in the 20s of these people continuing to say the same thing. This second CS2 said that he or she was responsible for the 9/11 Commission's investigation into the possible link between the Saudi government and the 9/11 attacks. And this person noted that the staff director of the 9/11 Commission, Philip Zelikow, limited the number of witnesses that the commission could interview, and recalled that the FBI had Omar al-Bayoumi under investigation prior to the 9/11 attacks.
Hey,
And they
good
said
morning,
that it was their belief
Dominique.
that Omar al-Bayoumi was receiving substantial sums of money from the
Cameron,
Saudi
watch
embassy in
Dub. I
Washington,
see y'all.
D.C. prior to the attacks. This source, CS2, recalled that this money was being funneled from the bank accounts at Riggs Bank, belonging to this person, the wife of the Saudi ambassador to the U.S. Now, al-Bayoumi was associated with the Saudi diplomat who worked at the consulate in Los Angeles. Why was he receiving money from the consulate? Well, he says because he was a Saudi intelligence officer who was linked to these two hijackers that we talked about,
And phone
Nawaf
calls.
al-Hazimi and Khalid al-Mihdhar. It's more than phone calls. It's also like, where did he live? What were his jobs? He had several no-show jobs where he was getting paid for jobs that he never did. And the intelligence community knew this.
Well, and yeah, but the phone calls with the hijackers. So, like, if you don't,
I see
you have no
Bap is
connection
in the
with them,
building.
why did this then turn up in Operation Encore?
Phone calls, as well as dinners in restaurants where they sort of came, went by and sort of looked like a movie, sort of shady reports where it's like, here's a paper and keep going, Jason Bourne style.
Yeah, and this all came out, not all of it. Pieces of this came out in Operation Encore, just like a scraping of it came out in Operation
This shit
Encore, which
crazy.
was a decades-long investigation
Yes.
by the FBI into any sort of homegrown affiliation or involvement in this attack. This is what, of course, the 9/11 victims' families were demanding for years, was an investigation. And they found, all the Saudis were also involved in this.
Yes. Now, this CS2 source, this is, again, just one of over 20, stated that because of finding this information, they were fired from this Philip Zelikow, who was the head of the 9/11 Commission. The Zelikow in this document that I'm showing you here says that, what they did was a minor security violation, but it was used as a scapegoat to fire them. And CS2 noted, look towards the bottom, that sometime before this termination, Zelikow had blocked the request to conduct interviews and obtain documents pertaining to this inquiry. And then Zelikow seized the index from this person at the time and did not let anyone else on the commission see it. And that CS2, this source, stated that the former deputy staff director of the 9/11 Commission may know where it is currently located. So they're hidden documents. Another source tells Canestraro that they had notified the CIA of the presence of these two hijackers in the US and stated that they were possibly terrorists, and they were told to stand down. And they were told this was not their jurisdiction. In fact, CS3, another source, says that they were told by the CIA not to cooperate in any congressional hearings about the 9/11 Commission. So here is that statement from CS3, stated that before he and his colleagues were interviewed by the 9/11 Commission, they were told by
Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up.
9/11.
Now we talking about the goddamn chat room and the YouTube and motherfucking Black Pan Africans and shit like this. Man, what the fuck? And we hold up, man. What about the cocaine that was put on the streets by these pussy motherfuckers? But then we hearing about, hey man, you don't have to. Man, what are we listening to? What did they unearth? What is this?
And then Zelikow seized the index from this person at the time and did not let anyone else on the commission see it. And that CS2, this source, stated that the former deputy staff director of the 9/11 Commission may know where it is currently located. So they're hidden documents. Another source tells Canestraro that they had notified the CIA of the presence of these two hijackers in the US and stated that they were possibly terrorists, and they were told to stand down. And they were told this was not their jurisdiction.
What? What?
And they were told this was not their jurisdiction. Down, Chris, and they possibly former deputies, and they were told to stand. Commission may know where it is currently located. So they're hidden documents. Another source tells Canestraro that they had notified the CIA.
Now don't front. Snowfall, BMF, Nito Brown, all that shit. They're getting paid 4 or 5 times over us. We're going to watch this stupid shit that exploited us. They exploited us and then they exploited us. It's crazy. Don't think for a minute that these motherfucking shows ain't got nothing to do with these motherfucking police, CI, whatever the fuck they is. Man, what are we hearing?
By the CIA of the presence of these two hijackers in the US and stated that they were possibly terrorists, and they were told to stand down. And they were told this was not their jurisdiction. In fact, CS3, another source, says that they were told by the CIA not to cooperate in any congressional hearings about the 9/11 Commission. So here is that.
Okay, so how can they tell anybody? Look, that's somebody saying, yo, don't participate in Congress. Somebody said that to somebody. What? Who? They should be locked up, I would think. Isn't that a jailable offense?
Hearings about the 9/11 to cooperate in any. This was not their jurisdiction. In fact, CS3, another source, says that they were told by the CIA not to cooperate in any congressional hearings about the 9/11 Commission. So here is that statement from CS3, stated that before he and his colleagues were interviewed by the 9/11 Commission, they were told by CIA officials that they were not to cooperate fully with congressional investigators. CS3, this source, stated that the justification the CIA used was that the investigators were just looking to hang someone for 9/11. I don't know what kind of justification that seems like. Like they just want answers. So don't give them answers. They just want to pin it on somebody. So let's not cooperate.
What the fuck are we talking about here? What the fuck are we talking about here? This is what's going on. Who are we even? I mean, we paying our taxes, but who are we paying our taxes to? And what the fuck is the money really going to? Man, come on, man. We got, hey, man. All I'm asking is 3 months out of the year next year. That's all I'm asking. 3 months out of the year next year before the elections. Can we just not do nothing? No work, no nothing. No nothing. No nothing. No nothing. All we do is get together and do for one another. Make sure we get to know each other and our communities. Put value around our communities. Make sure everybody's food, sheltered. Make sure everything's good, because it's gonna be a hard road, and that hard road is a chance for us to really, you know what I'm saying, bond. You know what I'm saying, jail. Let's take these 3 months. You know what I'm saying, and not do nothing and enjoy the world, our lives, and things of this nature. You know what I'm saying? Let's take these 3 months and not do anything, so they can really see our impact, so we can see our impact. We have yet to see our impact. We've been working nonstop. We got to stop. 3 months is all I ask. It's gonna be hard, but I think we can do it. I think we can rally around each other, and we can see our impact. And it'll make us stop taking ourselves for granted. At least that's what I'm hoping, because we take ourselves and our own economic power and the things that we do to make this thing work. We take it for granted. We think we are nothing in some cases. I don't know. I'm sorry. This shit is pissed. This shit is crazy.
Further, here's why CS3 thinks this happened. This is their opinion. It's made clear in the court documents, so let's not all take it to the bank. But CS3, the source, says that he or she believed that the CIA prevented the distribution of these documents because they did not want the FBI interfering with the CIA operation that was being run domestically in violation of U.S. law.
Hey, yo, I ain't even gonna front. I'm gonna be honest. Hey, man. And I'm not even a believer or none of that stuff, but hey, man, hearing all of this, I don't even believe in mass shooting or mass casualty events that they be having on the way. I don't believe in that stuff. I'm second guessing all of that stuff, because this is wickedness on another level, and that's wickedness on another level. It might be one and the same wickedness.
CS3 explained that these two terrorists were living in San Diego in 2000, and that Omar al-Bayoumi was working for the Saudi intelligence service when he spoke to these two hijackers in San Diego. According to CS3, al-Bayoumi, this connection that we think is Saudi intelligence, set up bank accounts, rented an apartment for the attackers in San Diego, and that this was done at the behest of the CIA through the Saudi intelligence service. According to this source, prior to the 9/11.
What? They rented an apartment for him. I didn't watch this, ladies and gentlemen, and maybe I should have watched this, or I wouldn't have been pausing it, because do y'all realize what the hell? I lived through this goddamn shit. I lived through these motherfuckers lying through this motherfucking shit. Lying through their goddamn teeth. I lived through that shit. And I'm floored, dog. This has got me. Wow. Dog, we stand no chance they could do this to their own.
Bayoumi was working for the Saudi intelligence service when he spoke to these two hijackers in San Diego. According to CS3, al-Bayoumi, this connection that we think is Saudi intelligence, set up bank accounts, rented an apartment for the attackers in San Diego, and that this was done at the behest of the CIA through the Saudi intelligence service. According to this source, prior to the 9/11 attacks, the CIA had been under pressure to recruit informants within Al-Qaeda. Responding to this pressure, this person and the colleagues at the CIA were attempting to recruit these two via a liaison relationship with the Saudi intelligence. So the CIA, what they're saying, was wanting to maybe not exploit a war, but instead recruit people inside of Al-Qaeda, and they sort of overlooked that these people were then going to go on and do a bigger terrorist attack. Either way, we're not being told the truth, right? Either they did know or they didn't know, but they were in fact in contact with these two people for whatever reason, and we're not being told the truth.
Yeah. And there's so many other deep, and this is just one court document that's been unredacted. So that's what we're giving you right here, right? But this, if you tie some of the pieces together from previous statements from both eyewitnesses and people who were on the investigative body of this, who were then sort of pushed out, it all lines up. But it does raise the question, right? We shouldn't be naive. Is this just some sort of a limited hangout, a piece of information to throw us off the track, right? Anytime stories like this come out, I'm always wondering the deeper story here. Like, we're going to get to the Ukraine leaks in just a moment, but what is the deeper thing that we're being led away from? Or is this the Holy Grail? Because there's a lot here that we still haven't touched on. We're not going to talk about it in this episode. I have a whole video that I've been working on, deep research on Flight 93, totally separate from this topic. There's all sorts of discussions, of course, about the buildings in Manhattan and all of that, and what happened at the Pentagon, and all sorts of things. So, again, is there something that we're supposed to be being led away from? Like, it's a good question to ask, right? Are we being led by, we give you this, but the main, see, when I pull back on that, and here's why. No one in the United States media is covering this.
Yeah.
No one. And normally, if they wanted us to be led away from something, the New York Times would have this as a front page story. The Washington Post would be covering it. It would be everywhere, right? But there's media silence in the United States on that. So they would be doing the bidding of the deep state.
Yes,
and I was gonna say, I think it's like parallels. It's like you have so many people, like you have so many of these things that have happened throughout history, and you have people that still are focused on JFK, still are focused on 9/11, still are focused on these things, and they're still doing the fight, and they're bringing out more information. We've already moved past it because we're way up here now. So I think we're just seeing, because I'm seeing a lot of these narratives start to fall apart.
Hey, man, every one of us, we're guilty by association, man. We're even worse than association. We're guilty because we finance evil. We finance evil. And we act like we ain't got no choice. Well, they do shit like this all around the world. Hey, man, check it out, man. If I don't know what we're supposed to do, but I do know one thing: we do have to stand on righteousness, and as long as we can do that, man, everything will be all right. The universal God and the ancestors will see us through. But we have to do something before. Because look at this. The world looks at the United States of America as the world's terrorists. And from a lot of this information that is being shared and via the Freedom of Information Act and all of this stuff, people unearthing different segments of the stuff and unearthing stuff. And man, come on, let's keep it $1,000 though, man. We got to keep it 1,000. We were just talking about it, man. The little young brother, man. This man has got like enormous amount of unearths over there. You know, he like a sniper and shit. You know what I'm talking about? Gunner and shit like that. Hey, man, he's a star on Vlad. He's a star on Vlad. Hey, he a hero here. He ain't that there. Man, the universe is still one place. The universe is still one place. This thing we living in still need balance. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry for going into my soliloquy. Let's let the white boy with the white glasses go on and say some more white lies. Here we go.
Part.
Yes.
Yeah, especially when it comes to the CIA involvement. Exactly.
Yeah.
But as I've been sort of continuing to study, wars in the Middle East, especially, and how the United States picks and chooses who they support in these wars, and usually it is a faction of Al Qaeda or some kind of offshoot. In fact, these wars in Iraq, like these terrorists could sort of just cross the border into Syria, join al-Nusra, and all of a sudden they're on the U.S. They just switch sides, right? Because the United States is just supporting whoever. It's really willy-nilly. But it does show a parallel between how the United States can use someone until they don't need them any longer, and how that reverberates and has dangerous consequences for everybody, not just Americans, but everybody. When you read about how the United States had a really cozy relationship with Saddam Hussein, and then all of a sudden that they needed him to be the bad guy and they made him the bad guy. Same thing can be said with Bashar al-Assad. And so if we don't follow these parallels and see what the United States has in store for Zelensky, it's a template, right? And it's scary. And so even if you think that you're supporting Ukraine, and you really like Zelensky, then you need to sort of follow this template, because it's scary what's going to happen when you run out of your use value.
We know how this story ends for Zelensky.
Yeah.
Wow. Hey, did you just hear that? Damn, I didn't even think of that. They say, hey, man, if you watch this motherfucking shit, man, you know how the story ends. God damn. God damn. This shit is crazy, dog. This shit's crazy. This shit is crazy. I see Lieberson is in the house. Cameron, shout out to Cameron, Lieberson. Pat Gabriel's in the house. Doc Boss is in the house. Dominique is in the house. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all being here. No doubt. Oh shit, I'm tripping. Sister Soul is in the house. Shout out to Sister Soul. My man said if you follow this template, we know exactly what's going to happen to the president of Ukraine. That's crazy, man. I did not even think of that. Golly, the United States is a motherfucker. Hey, man. Well, hey, yo. All right. So now check this out. All right. They just broke down Saddam, the other dude from Syria. Then they broke down what's possible for Zelensky. Now you see all of this, right? Boom, 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 boom. Hey man, you see this shit in this? That's a macrocosm of a microcosm that I can point out right now, like the record business. Artists get done like this all the time, get knocked down, and next thing you know, publishing and all that shit ain't even in their kids' name, shit like that. You know what I'm talking about? This is a play that goes down from top to bottom if you look at it. Man, I can see so many parallels. This is crazy. This is crazy, man. This is nuts, man. I'm blown away.
Now, I want to go back to the document because in this same vein of U.S. involvement and sort of exploiting the governments that it needs when it can't do so directly, there's this source that's CS7. CS7 is an unnamed investigative journalist for CNN who stated that Israel and Saudi Arabia have acted as proxies for the CIA since the 80s, the 70s and 80s. CS7 says that there was a group called the Safari Club that was used to block Soviet influence in the Middle East by exchanging intelligence between member nations and engaging in covert action. CS7 stated that the club included...
Hey, man, I'm telling you right now, the thing Chief been putting down for real, man,
It's the go.
has been, why ain't nobody talking about the Pan-African influence by these people, the Central Intelligence Agents? I'm telling you, I'm bringing something. I didn't know what this was going to say. And God damn it, look at this. It's crazy, man. Here we go. Bap, I see you, Bap. I see you, Bap. I see you, Bap. Ooh. We out here, we shooting. Make sure you call me and let me know what's supposed to be happening, man, with A1 and yourself and stuff like that. So we are coordinated correctly. You know, I know what to do.
Governments of Israel, Saudi Arabia, and other states in the Middle East and North Africa, and that they used this bank to do so. What they were basically doing was doing CIA operations in areas where the CIA could not operate. CS7 told me that Osama Bassan was an informant for the Saudi General Intelligence Directorate. And according to the CNN source CS7, investigation by the FBI immediately following the 9/11 attacks showed that this person was associated with these two hijackers we told you about, Al-Hazmi and Al-Mindar. And so this goes on and on, like I said, through source CS23, admitting that they had knowledge of suspects and links to the CIA and continuously were being told to stop looking where they're looking. Mostly it's the FBI looking into something and the CIA telling them to stop. Now, Senator Robert Graham is also a source, but he is a named source in this report. He says that when he interviewed him in 2016,
Ali
Senator
is in
Graham
the
said
house.
this about
Ali,
his
I
time
seen
as the
your email,
co-chair
my
of the
guy.
Senate Intelligence Committee. He said he's personally familiar with the workings of both the Senate and House joint inquiry into the events of 9/11, and he acknowledged that the investigation inquiry conducted by the 9/11
Let me
Commission
put out the
said
link.
that
Let me put out the
it
link.
was
Here,
apparent
let me put
neither
out
the
the link
joint
for y'all.
inquiry nor the 9/11 Commission had fully explored the involvement of the government of Saudi Arabia in the events leading up to the 9/11 attacks, as in they just left it on the floor. They left it on the cutting room floor. Now, this was, of course, congressional investigation. We've learned now that we don't expect much. Congress doesn't have much power except to go on TV and hold hearings that maybe impress you and drop, sort of whatever it is they want us to see. But it does continue to lead to the question, why? Why was the FBI thwarted when they were trying to follow this breadcrumb trail? Why was Congress stopped in its tracks? And what is the CIA not wanting us to see?
Yeah.
And so we're forced to draw our own conclusions, which is why I gave you sort of these alternate versions of why, but we still really don't know why because we're being told nothing.
Right. And why were they thwarted later? It seems like the narrative was unfolding and certain things were allowed to proliferate. They were allowed to go and detain people for hours in solitary confinement. Remember the 5 Israelis who were caught on camera with I love how they described it, with puzzling behavior after the attacks happened. Puzzling behavior, huh? How did you describe it? Neighbors described it as joy and dancing, but they described it as puzzling behavior. And they were put in solitary confinement by the FBI and they were questioned for hours upon hours. Like, why were they allowed to do that, right? There's all sorts of weird things that they're allowed to investigate. They're not thwarted at this stuff. If there's certainly involvement from these different governments, there was also questions and reports about Saudi aircraft, Saudi state aircraft being allowed to leave when the entire airspace was shut down. So many more questions, but I love any little nugget of information that pulls a thread that allows us to see a little bit more information here.
Well, it's extremely uncomfortable because it's comfortable to say like, oh, these 9/11, conspiracy theorists, they think this or that or the other. I want to hear what you have to say, Philip, but I just want to say this quickly. On the 20th anniversary of September
I don't want to
11th,
hear what Philip got to say for real. Shout out to Redacted, though. Shout out to Redacted, though. I don't want to hear Philip. I done heard enough. Sister Soul, yeah, she might have dropped out. She jumped right back in. Ali, how you doing, my guy? Juan Truth, I see you, guys. Y'all need it. Yeah, I see you, y'all. Grand Rising. Pat Gabriel, that's my nigga. Ron's Flat Power God. Lick shots. We lick up shots. Yo. Ali, how you living this morning, my brother? It's great to hear you.
Sipping on my coffee, trying to get it going, you know what I mean?
I can dig it. Yeah, your phone sound crazy as shit.
Hold on.
Yeah, but hey, yeah, you might have to leave and come back real quick so your phone sound right.
How about that?
Oh shit, you ain't even got to do nothing but that. You sound great, man. There's Sister Soul. Hey, Sister Soul is in the building.
What's still going on? Hold on. Now you too low.
You sound great. You sound great to us.
Check out
what you got to do, my brother. How you doing, Sister Soul, this morning? Hope all is
I'm gonna
well.
come back in, Cuddy.
Yes,
Okay,
everything is great, brother. How you doing? Peace, Libra.
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Everybody's in there. Oh, he said cut that bullshit, man. Noise. Shout out to Scott, man. Hey, man, I buy you. I see you. You know what I'm saying? The legend of Naga. I see y'all, man. Cameron, I see you, my brother. Hey, what you think about that? Oh, first and foremost, hey, I done warned the people. All that crypto shit ain't real shit. Leave that shit the fuck alone. But I'm gonna go deeper later. But what you think about what you heard, Sister Soul?
Yes, sir. What I think about that, yeah, brother. You know they always had these plots. Now, what was important was she said this. Why I hopped up here. Homegirl said the template, the template, which verifies that this is a process that they use, just like any other act or play. That's why I always be trying to say how, all this stuff is theatrics. Let's say that. Everything, most of the time when we see this stuff, when it's so-called covered on the news, even a lot of these ones that so-called expose it, they be part of it too. It's part of their theatrics. They got to put the play out there so you can see it. Kind of like how these the athletes do. They have a play set up and it's like, okay, y'all know how to run the field, we're gonna go this way. So they kind of do that with the politics and keeping all this stuff so that they can be able to reform it whatever way they want to put out a story or put out the play or put out, the main play based off of the theatric that they perform. So I just see that as more confirmation on what they be doing, showing us that and her just confirming that, hey, here's another stage play that was kind of like the other story. Hey, didn't y'all see that story that kind of played out the same way? It'd be the same type of thing. And the brothers in the chat was talking about the 9/11. When we think about it, 9/11 was the first exposure of everything. It kind of showed,
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Which a lot of people were woke, but not really too woke. But when a lot of people that were getting woke around that time, they started seeing the stuff like, wait a minute, this don't look right. I know when we seen the stuff happening, it still didn't even look right. The tower itself, I remember looking at it on the news when they were showing it. I'm looking like, that looks fugazi. You could tell it was fake. Just the way the plane went into the building, all that stuff. The way the building fell, like a demolition, and then the things that came out that exposed it. So yeah, we just got to be more woke and not let these people try to put this sorcery on us continuously when we know they be playing games. I don't want to say that. Go ahead.
Well, there's elements of that stuff that was questioned, but there was one element that stuck in my mind that I can't never get it out of my mind. Real talk, I can't get it out of my mind, which is this right here. When they were panning up thinking they was filming debris and it actually was people making a leap. That right there put realness to the whole thing. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, the whole thing happened, brother. Just to clarify, I don't mean it didn't happen or, the people weren't at risk and stuff. But keeping in mind, it happened, but a lot of people weren't aware. Some people were aware because it's funny how certain departments or certain people in the building didn't come to work that day. So they knew not to come to work that day. That's another thing that was proven. How
in
all
the film,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I would say, just to your point, and the film crew that was found across the river sit there to film an event as well. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. But hey, like you said, this is like a theater. And before I was like, yo, man, you know what I'm saying? Hey, this is theater on the world stage. You know what I'm saying? Hey, shout out to Big Dog. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody in the chat too. You know what I'm saying? But this is theater on the world stage, right? And if this is theater on the world stage for real, can we afford to be just sitting back eating our popcorn for real? Because this theater that we're talking about is theater that's on the world stage. But then we know this same theater and production be in our hood, affect us deeply. I don't know, just a thought. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy because these same players, man, they fucked up generations of our people. It's like, man, This is deep, man. This shit go deep. This shit go deep. Yeah, I seen something pop up, Pat. I seen something pop up. But yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? Hey, I just wanted to bring that right there. That's the beginning. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to show that stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I was telling earlier, you know what I'm saying? I'm about to have my resident white guy, Pat. You know, he gonna come on in here later on in the week, probably tomorrow or Thursday, and we're gonna do a cryptocurrency and all that type of digital finance education. You know, kind of figure out what's going on in the world, because to me, all that shit is some bullshit.
Damn.
It's some bullshit.
Scam. Don't you see all I'm going to jail?
Huh?
It's scam. Listen.
No. Hold on, Ali. Let me just say this. There's certain things that have to be done in that stuff, and if it's not done, niggas do go to the federal penitentiary. Go ahead, brother.
Oh, ain't no question. Because this is what they don't understand. They're dealing with currencies. You know what currencies dictate? Jurisdiction.
Hold up, Ali. Let me just jump in real quick, because we just had this conversation. Didn't you just say yesterday you in Alabama, when you get to fucking with currency, you're fucking with war? Go ahead, brother.
That's right. That's my point. So people don't understand that by dabbing in currency that's unregulated by all government sanctions, then what you're doing is you're going into somebody else's jurisdiction. That's like a Russian submarine pulling up, you know, in the Gulf of Mexico, right? Because you're doing trading and you're impacting the economy. So that's why you see the governing authorities, as I would say, in various countries coming down against it. Now, eventually, as you see the political culture that we have today, there's a lot of internal conflicts going on. Some of them aren't even defined as civil wars as of yet, right? Physically, we would say, right? They're mental civil wars, right? But we know the mental dictates human behavior, right? So that's why you see the great divide, so to speak, right? Going on everywhere, right? Within your family.
Hey, hold up, man. Hold up, bro. Hold up. I see my brother JT in the house. Hey, man, feel more Africa. My brother JT, the bigger figure, is in the house. Now, let me put the link out here just in case JT want to come in real quick. Because I know my brothers from the Pan-African community, you know, they be really wanting to get out to Africa, you know what I'm saying? And I know my brother JT got programs in Africa for these brothers to come on in there and even buy land and help out with some of the stuff he doing in Africa. So if y'all niggas in New York for real serious, my brother JT is in the building, and I'll put you right in contact with my brother, no doubt. You know what I'm saying? They be over there shaking and faking and stuff, but I know my brother JT will actually get him out there in Africa, man, help him get some land and stuff. So shout out to my brother JT. Go ahead, Ali.
You know, in the financial world arena, they would call it, things are what they call volatile right now.
Yes, it is.
Things aren't stable. This is why you see people trying to create currencies, right?
Right.
It's just like say you're a king, Kutty, and you got a jurisdiction that your army is protecting, right?
Right.
As soon as they become unstable, what happens?
Shit.
You get invaded.
Yeah. Hey, land that real quick, my elder. I don't mean no disrespect, man, but we got a special guest in here. I want to make sure we get him up in here real quick. Go ahead, my brother.
So, you know, that's as I was saying, that's pretty much what's going on now. You got a lot of people, they understand that the financial market is unstable globally, all right? So they're trying to create these currencies, right? And in the meantime,
JT, jump back in, my brother.
They're ahead of the game because the reason they create these digital currencies because they know that the global market is trying to go digital. Right?
Right.
So in one aspect, some people were ahead of the game as far as going digital. Right. But they don't realize how they're gonna lose doing that.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta leave and come right back in, JT. As soon as you come back in, it'll probably be fixed, my brother, if you can. I know your time is limited, man. I appreciate you for sure. Man. And y'all see that? That's JT, the bigger figure, my brother, man. Feel more Apple Rap Blitz. You know what I'm saying? That's an OG in the game. If you don't know the name, I'm telling you right now, that's JT, the motherfucking bigger figure, man. Put some respect on his name. You know what I'm saying? Feel more a trap.
What you think? What you think about the possibility of us taking on some more refugees shortly?
I know we taking on more refugees. I know
Sudan.
I know from the Sudan.
Right, correct.
Oh yeah, I mean, and then you know what's gonna happen. See, this is what's happening right now. As these people come in, they're getting grants. They're getting at least $250,000 in write-offs and credit off top. Soon as they get off the boat, they being filled with, hey, if you do certain things, you'll get this shit yanked from you, and you'll be designated niggas, and shit like that. But what happens is these people become the buffer line. They become the fire, the paramedics, even the doctors and shit like that we have to deal with. And they have these underlying, feelings towards us embedded. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we in a bad way. In one way, we can sit back and, kind of like let the theater on the world stage unfold. You know what I'm saying? But like I said before, the same people who's putting on the play, put on a play in our neighborhoods, man, that had disastrous effects. I don't know if we can afford to sit back and eat popcorn while they might do something now. Go ahead, sister. So I think you was trying to say something.
I say yes, brother. And it all be certain weird things. I hope this not off topic because it kind to me it goes along with it. Now they're having a thing right where they're saying that these genealogists state that it hinders them with their research into ancestry because of what happened with the COV, right? So because of the COV, the pandemic, the Department of Health says that it could take them years to dig up death or birth records that are sought by family tree searchers. Now, my question is, why? What does that have to do with people's ancestry or being able to pull up the records of their ancestry through the Department of State? Even when this so-called pandemic hit, everything supposedly shut down. It didn't get a computer virus. There was no virus in the system that we heard about as far as the corona. I know that a human virus and a computer virus are very similar, in context, but it's strange that this so-called death virus didn't affect the computers because it couldn't affect it the same way. It's not the same compound or system for viruses. So why is it that the State Department would be affected by this with the records and people's DNA and finding out, their ancestry and digging up death records and things of that nature? I think that's real strange. So it's like they'll do things too, and then on the side they'll do some other stuff, and later it's like, oh yeah, somebody will look into this. Well, why is this a problem? Oh yeah, the pandemic affected it. Not thinking or realizing, like, well, damn, how did the pandemic affect it? So I just want to put that out there. I think that's something important for people to understand. If you're digging up records and stuff, you need to be trying to really get on that now, because they're trying to find ways to say they can't find records, they missing, all this other nonsense. Just want to put that out there, brother. Seems like it's all part of the game to me.
That's right.
That's right. Good morning to you too.
Go ahead, brother. I was
Like,
actually speaking to you earlier. I thought you were Libra son because I heard DJ say Libra son in the house. I just assumed you was Libra son. I didn't see a name, but
nah,
greatest
he
to
was
you.
in the chat. Shout out to Libra. Shay Pink, I see you, girl. Good morning, girlie. Big Dog Philly OG in the building as usual. You know what I'm saying? Big Dog, hit me up and let me know what I need to do. You know what I'm saying? So I can do it correctly. But Ali, yeah, like I was saying, yo, as y'all can see, my brother JT, the bigger figure, may still be in there. He gonna get his audio together or whatnot, or he may not even have time. I know he's a very busy man, but I know all these brothers from the Pan-African community be wolfing all this shit about Africa, and I know some of them really want to go. So if y'all
is JT the guy that be doing the documentaries?
Yeah, trap flicks. You talking about all the movies and shit,
right?
Hood movies, yeah. He
okay.
From Fillmore, Sacramento, the Bay Area. He OG. You know, put on a lot of people like The Game, Master P, Rich the Factor, man. It goes on and on and on. All the people he put on, Young Thug, it don't make it. Man, it's crazy.
40 peoples.
Huh?
E40
Mac Dre and them, all of that, man. Shout out to motherfucking JT, man. That's a real OG, man. Shout out to JT. What'd you say, man? So
I said, yeah, shout out to the OG.
That's a whole motherfucking fact. You know what I'm saying? Hey, like I said, the shit he been doing for Africa been ridiculous over the last 5 years. He been going back and forth. You know what I'm saying? You know, collecting donations and all of that, putting water wells in and shit, and being tribes, and elder statement over there and stuff. So we got all these brothers over here, you know, coming over here telling us what we ain't and who we is, and they talking about who they is, but they ain't even got no connection to Africa. Well, hey, we could provide a connection to Africa, and we could see the fruits of what you do first and foremost. Maybe that is busy.
They need to be trading with Africa. That's what they need to be doing.
Yeah, they need to work with the brother, you know, since they're
work with the brother.
African, you know, then maybe they need to jump in with him, start volunteering while you're so worried about what's going on and what the minds of the American people are thinking about, right? Instead of thinking about the minds of us or trying to contort our minds to something, a belief that they have, they could focus on trying to work with the brother. Go over there, do something beneficial in the area that they promote. Try to help there, build up over there, do something over there, baby.
Yeah, they even can find out where they from because they claim they're from Africa.
Go get with your people.
A direct line via OG, you know what I'm saying? And JT treat them right, get them together, you know what I'm saying? Help them to where they could be feeling like, yo, man, I'm really doing something over there. But real talk, my brother JT is in there, and this is a real serious offer. I knew y'all was going to see where I was going with this. Man, salute to you, Sister Soul and Ali, you know what I'm saying? And everybody in chat understand where I'm going with this. But I do know they ain't going to take advantage of that because that's not what they're there for. They're here for us. They're not here to do anything. They're here to tear something down. So I'm going to put that on full display. I got a real OG. Nigga don't need your motherfucking money at all. Nigga rich than a motherfucker. Don't need your shit. You know what I'm saying? And a direct line gets you right to help in Africa if you are Pan-Africanist. Other than that, all you doing is being a Pan-African terrorist of the Aboriginal community, and we don't even need it. So the indigenous Aboriginals of America will help you do the right thing and put you in contact with people so you can do the right thing by what you even call yourselves.
That's right. Hey, Kut, you got your email, right?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I told you. Yeah, I seen you. Yep, I got it right there. And I'm gonna hit you right after this.
Okay.
Know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, that's what that is. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to my brother once again, JT, the bigger figure, you know what I'm saying? Trap flicks up, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to Boom Boom, little Boom Boom, you know what I'm saying? Little Boom Boom, and you know what I'm saying? Tisha Boo, you know what I'm saying? The Trap Flicks backbone, you know what I'm saying? JT's better half, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to the whole family, man. I love you guys, and that's a whole fact. You know what I'm saying? Now, here we go. What's up, Mama Chief? I see you out there. Shay Peak out there. I see y'all ladies, man. Hey, man, we ain't in the Aboriginal community, man. We ain't just people that, you know what I'm saying, that are, you know, against you. We'll show you that we are not against you. We're so for you that we'll provide for you. We're so for you. We'll provide for you on a level that you wished you could have did. Well, no more wishing. Kutty got it for you. My brother JT will escort your ass wherever on the continent of Africa you want to go. And he'll make sure that, you know what I'm saying, you get yourself some land and stuff like that, because he does that. That's what he does. And then that'll get y'all the fuck up out our motherfucking place with all this goddamn business. Go ahead. Y'all got it.
That's right, Cut. That's right.
Shout out to Empress Freedom Feathers. Good morning, sis. Hey.
Sister, what's on your mind this morning?
Yeah. I'm about to get ready to make a left turn. I made a right turn yesterday, and we went silly on some P. Diddy shit. I'm making a left turn, so we're going towards the law.
With, what was the guy name, the young boy name that came in yesterday talking crazy?
Oh man, there's so many people coming in here talking crazy, man. I don't
The one you let him talk crazy, then you was like, all right, time to go.
Oh yeah, you talking about rap? You know what I'm saying? I think rap done hooked up with Bree and shit, and they got a nice little love. He might be wanting to come in and defend her honor. I ain't mad at him, man. Shout out to rap, man. I made me want to sing that one song by Buckwheat. You remember that song by Buckwheat? Working for wealth and all the wrong faces. Hey man, doing the motherfucking most. We about to make a left turn, man. About to make a left turn, man. Being my brother, of course. Cofigure, man. Cofigure been going through it, man, and we about to have to get behind the brother Cofigure, man. I'm going down to Galveston County, man. I'm going to Houston, man. Next week, I'll be broadcasting live from Houston and shit, nigga. I'm gonna be out that motherfucker, man. Linking up with us.
You gonna check in with Top Cats when you down there?
Oh, you know what, man? I'm glad you said that. I may just do the hell the fuck yeah, man. Shout out to
man.
Top Cat. That's my nigga.
Yeah, check in with Top.
I'm showing up here for hit him up and let him know I'm in the place to motherfucking be. Yeah, and link up and because that's what it's about, man.
As a matter of fact, right? I don't want to get the dates wrong. I think sometime in June or either July, they supposed to be having a get together in Galveston.
Oh yeah? Oh sure.
Yeah. It might be before then. Because like I said, I'm not sure of the date, but I heard Top talking about it.
No shit.
So I wanted to go, but I'm going through something personal now with one of my sisters, man. She got cancer, so I'm kind of,
Hey man, hold up, man. May the universal God and the ancestors see her through, man. For real.
Yeah, that's tough, man. She going, she my boon coon too, you know what I'm talking about? So
see you through too, my brother, man. If you need anything, man, you about to have my direct line, man. You know what I'm saying? I'll move for y'all, man. I'll move for y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So my prayers and my hearts goes out, and hopefully the universal God and my ancestors is with your ancestors working hard.
You ever did any work with you ever met Angie Stone?
No, I've never met Angie Stone. I love Angie Stone. Shit. If I was in the studio with Angie Stone, it'd be ridiculous. Put it like that.
Are you familiar with Nisha? They call Nisha the Voice.
No, I don't. But I have a 50 song library, written, composed, and produced, ready for any artist that's ready to buy songs and shit like that. So I'm ready to get with these ladies.
Yeah, you might want to. Eventually, I'll introduce you to Nisha.
Yeah, I got a 50-song catalog, you know what I'm saying? And my brother Ghazi from Empire, man, was well, actually my cousin, my nephew T-Rail was trying to get ready to try to help me out and get it to Ghazi, and then I just kind of sat
She
back.
kind of like in that what Ant call his group, the Hamiltons or something, what they call themselves. Anthony Hamilton, he got his backup group. What do he call himself? The Hamiltons.
Yeah, the Hamiltons. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, something like that. Them, Fantasia, and Nisha, all them, you know, all of them live in North Carolina, so they be kind of doing stuff together. And she's got a show called Industry Talk that you would be a good candidate to be on there, Kutty.
All right, man. Shit, man. Just link it up.
Yeah, we need to. We you know, we'll wrap that up later on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. No doubt. I'm about to link up with you, man. On this email tip, give you my number and shit. But let me move this thing down real quick before we get on this right here. This next topic, man. Yesterday I made a right turn. Today we're gonna make a left turn, which is on the legal tip. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Hold up, man. I did see Miss Elizabeth in the building. Miss Elizabeth's in the building. Shout out to you. I haven't seen you in a long time. You know what I'm saying? Let's see where we at here. Yeah, let's check this out. Shout out to my brother, man, Cold Figure TV, man. You know what I'm talking about. Shout out to my brother, Cold Figure TV. We bring him up in real quick. Yeah.
Trap Flicks, you can't hear.
You can't hear?
You said Trap Flicks in the back, so you couldn't hear.
Yeah, that's my brother. Yeah, he good. He probably got something to do. He'll hop back on when he see. Shout out to JT once again. But check this shit out, man. It's great. Shout out to Cold Figure, man.
Even the mayor was not off limits. Let's put up the jurisdiction here on racist text messages exposed. Even the mayor was not off limits. Let's put up the jurisdiction here. Going to be quite interesting.
Yeah.
So dozens of police officers, this is in Antioch. It's
dozens.
It's the go.
Yeah, let me pause this, man. Hey, let me pause this, man. I see the GOAT is in the building. Check your mic, God.
Coincidentally, what were we talking about yesterday that ties into this, Kutty?
Shit, what up, GOAT? What up, GOAT? How you living, man?
Oh, well.
Yeah.
See Ali in there.
Have you heard anything?
Good morning,
Peace to the guy. Huh?
Peace.
Have you heard anything that I've been saying this morning about it?
I've been in and out, man, but I caught a little bit. Yeah, just getting my stuff together. This grand rising. Yeah. Shout out to Cold Figure, man. I always got some great news you can use. Hey, shout out Filmo Africa. JT, the bigger figure.
That's right.
The legend. Yeah.
Hey, I don't think they understand how big that is.
I don't think so either. I don't think so either. You know what I mean? Especially when we talk about not only just hip hop, man, the contributions brothers done for the game. You know, a lot of these people that y'all seen, you know, just like even Master P. he went to the Bay to get the game, the music game. You know what I mean?
From JT, no doubt.
Yeah. So it's a lot that go on, man. And could you imagine that? You know, like the real get the, you know what I'm saying? Like it's been like now that we know, now that we get like you know like 30 years from now or 20 years or 10 years from now, they're gonna have Freedom of Information Act on the CIA connection to the hip hop, the rap. y'all know I got to do it. Y'all know I got to do it. Y'all know I'm getting there. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a hip hop head. I love it. It's my first love. I was doing music before I even thought about girls. Like, you understand what I'm saying? So, and I understand the power of music. Right. And how we transfer information through these vibrations. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, even just shout out to the Trey Ali's, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say shout out to the Trey Ali, let's say shout out to Trey Ali, one of the first ones to kick that door in, to make that transition.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Real talk. Shout out to Threads, 3000, shout out to Job Briggs. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause y'all gotta understand this is, you know, making that transition to consciousness. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Drake Cobbs, Rap God, man. Just, you know, just you're raising a level, raising a vibrational pitch. You know what I'm saying? So that's what's going on, man. So it's not making another genre of music or none of that. It's just, you know, because I tell y'all this all the time. All American music is Aboriginal music. You know what I'm saying? It comes from America. You know what I mean? So it's really
shout out to my man Guru from Game
So yeah, peace everybody, man.
Hey, yo, now, Chief,
Paradise,
I don't want to gloss over something that I really want to. I really think it's profound, and I think it's awesome for real. Think about this from this perspective for 1 second.
All right,
if we're able to help some of them Pan-African brothers who find time to come over here and harass us, help them link up with the brother JT, which is somebody who is respectable, to help them actually make gains in Africa, to actually make a true Pan-African connection before someone of the likes of a Sonetta or anybody else like that. And I think that would be a supreme feather in our motherfucking kids' app.
Well, I say this though. Shout out to JT once again. You got to have a track record of doing something at home first. Have a foundation home.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? My bad.
JT like, man,
niggas be all over everywhere else trying to do something else. But I got to say this though, right? I've talked to a lot of these guys, right? And we've already offered to send them back to Africa. They don't want to go to Africa. They say that they're here in America. They've been here for hundreds of years. We never came here. We've been here, and this information is getting out more and more and more, because y'all got to understand, the more they push back on this, the more they're exposing it to people, because people are curious. Why are they talking about these Aborigines every day? Abos every day? Why did my grandma, this is your ancestors are screaming, wake up and fucking fight. You know what I'm saying? That's what they saying, yo. So y'all got to get it together, man. Real talk. And you do have a responsibility. If you put a mic in front of your fucking face, whether you're a rapper, a podcast, or whatever the fuck, you have a responsibility to your people, to our people, to your ancestors. If you're not honoring that first, then I don't know what we're doing around here. Real talk. You know what I'm saying? Because we could be Aborigines to this land, know we from here, but still networking the Caribbean islands, still networking on the continent of Africa, still networking Asia, India, Europe, because we're Americans. Now, don't confuse that with the U.S. corporation that has been taken over by foreign occupiers. Let's talk about it. Hey, but you said something earlier. I did catch when you said that this was connected. That the clip you was running earlier, they were talking about literally how the CIA. It's all connected, you guys. It's all connected. I swear to God. It's all connected.
Bring that up. Go ahead and elaborate.
Hey, man, we know we're gonna get back on that. I call it. I mean, it goes to the Baby Boulay series. Like, we just took it a step further. Like, you know, not just going after the gatekeepers. You know what I'm saying? The John Hope Franklins and them. You know what I'm saying? And all those characters. You know, these guys were actively working against our people, yo. They're still actively working against our people. Now, here's the thing. We pull a coattail to it, and they're still doing it. Hey, guess what? What are we saying? Like, you know what I mean?
Hold up, Chief. What do you mean when you say we pulled a coattail? What do you mean we pulled a coattail?
But if you show somebody the evidence that what they're pushing was started, funded, and still been funded by COINTELPRO operatives that's connected to front organizations that are connected to the CIA. It is still happening in the Pan-African, Pan-Boo-Boo community today. Has nothing to do with people going and networking and doing that. Nah, you could do that right here in America. But just know that when you're doing that, you're dealing with the State Department, you're dealing with the Department of Defense, doing all these other things. So you are directly dealing with the people that have been actively working not only against us here, but actively working against the people on the continent of Africa. Okay. Now, shout out to the people, shout out to the continent of Africa, shout out to the people over there, man, because a lot of times we don't get the right representation.
That's right.
We don't. And they don't get the right representation of us. So salute to the brother JT, the bigger figure, for going over there being a representative of real ones, man. Real ones, yo. That's what it's about. Salute. They was running your boy Jabari up out of there. What do they call him? Sissy boy?
Oh, yeah.
Not what I said. Not what I said. That's what he said. That's what he said. They said they had a name for him in their language. And he said, he translated for us. He said, they was calling me Sissy boy. What? Hey, because they know you up there. They know you wired for sound, fucker.
Oh, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, go, nigga. Fuck what y'all talk about, nigga.
Hey, man.
It's up forever, niggas. We are not stopping. Y'all gonna stop disrespecting us. Y'all gonna stop working for these folks against our people. That's what y'all gonna do. Y'all gonna move around. Haru, we not allowing this no more, brother. Niggas ride for everything else but the real shit. That's interesting. Nigga stepped on my shoe. He took my girl. Let's go kill everybody. What? What about the motherfuckers disrespecting the water, the land, your ancestors, your baby, your women in these fucking hospitals? We demand better. Fuck, the black woman has the highest mortality rate. Yeah, what, you mean they're killing more of our women and babies in the fucking hospital?
Before they even come out.
Stop. What are you saying? What are y'all saying? If you a man, you don't understand what I'm saying right now, nigga, fuck you, nigga. Get off this fucking air right now. Go somewhere else. Go catch a job or something, bro. Get the fuck out of here. This is warriors only, nigga. I told y'all to unsubscribe over here, man. If you ain't about that, nigga, get on. Go over there. It's a lot of fake motherfuckers out here for y'all to be listening to every day. Real talk.
Hey, Chief, you know,
real shit, bro.
You know, yes, sir. A great mother can raise a great man. You know, a lot of people don't think that. And unfortunately in our society, when they removed a lot of the fathers, and then a lot of the fathers followed suit by making that decision to remove themselves. That's when we lost the warrior spirit, so to speak.
Wait. So you just said that, right? That a woman, hold on, I'm just trying to get somewhere with you, right? You said that a woman can raise a great man, right? Where I'm from, you ain't a warrior, you ain't great in warrior and non-warrior don't go together. Sorry, everybody's a goddamn. Every man is a fucking warrior. I don't give a fuck if you're whatever you're doing. You're supposed to be a warrior.
That's my point. Yeah. That's my point. But see,
no. I'm talking about. Hey, Cut. Hold on, I got a video for you. Cut. Did you play the video yesterday? I sent you.
Yeah, no, I didn't do it. You want me to play it?
Did you get it though? Yeah, because I think this definitely segues into what the elder's talking about right now. As far as we know that when they say they took the man out the house, whatever, that's not a high percentage. But let's just say it's too high of a percentage.
My point is this though, Chief, because the men wasn't around, right, to raise the men. See, it used to be made up because uncle was there, granddaddy was there, big bro was there. The male figure was still there. You feel what I'm saying? In society, period. So when they demasculated entire society, you started having generation of men where the older men was like, man, what's wrong with the young boys? I mean, it's several behaviors that we attributed to them, something going, as we say, left, right? Before it went left, right? So, when I think about, warriors, That's why it's so hard for us to get people to really fight.
Are we watching Dr. Phil, brother?
Yes, sir.
All right, got you. Let me get it together.
Hey, keep going, Elder. You cooking?
Yeah, I apologize.
Yeah, you know, it's a mental block that they have. And then the nature of a man comes out, right? But it comes out, as we would say, out of fury, right? This is what creates all this violence of human against human. That's like saying in a circuit, right? You have energy that's directed, right? If the energy's not directed, you may create a fire or a spark. So this is what humans do with their energy when it's not directed properly. So the spirit, so as we would say, is actually there, but it's hidden and it's not directed. The key is being able to redirect the spirit of the youth, because the youth are going to be the future, so that they become warriors in spirit again. When you're a warrior in spirit, it doesn't mean just war. It means in everyday behavior. Because when you're a warrior in spirit, your intention is to win, which is a better life. That means you want the best fruits. You want the best soul. You want the best for your family. You want the best relationships.
Mm-hmm.
That's warrior spirit. Warrior spirit is not going to accept no low standards.
All right. Hey, man, shout out to Jose is in the building.
Shout out to Haru. Hey, Haru, I want you to stay where you at now. I want you to stay where you at. Because this needs to be talked about. We definitely need to gloss over this. Because I do, as a historian, not only of more.
You phasing in and out, nigga.
In and out, Chief.
Hey, nah, you muted yourself or something. That's what you did. You muted yourself. What up, Jose? How you living, God?
You can hear me?
I can hear you good, brother.
Yeah, I was in the chat.
You good, Jose?
I was saying a few things, and I don't know, people call me out, but I was just, I'll be listening every day and whatnot.
Okay.
But I was just asking questions like, what's our Constitution? Like, what's the American Negro Constitution that you could speak out like,
Okay, hold up. I got you right now. Would you like me to get on it right now?
I mean, after I finish saying this, so I would definitely like to hear it so I can recite it one day, maybe, and maybe my children and my grandchildren. But I was just saying, like, how do we distinguish ourselves? Like, everybody's distinguishable, but American Negroes, like, we hidden for some reason. We walking around, but you don't see us and our culture. We hidden, and I'm just like, yo, what's our colors? Like, what do we wear to distinguish ourselves? Like, Africans wear dashikis. You can distinguish a Mexican and Asian from their dress. And I'm just like, how do we stay on code? How do we basically distinguish ourselves versus? All right, I got you. I'm be real quick. I'm right behind you. But yeah, I ain't gonna be here long. I was just saying stuff in the chat.
Hey, man, Jose, man. Hey, look, I hope you can jump back on, man. When you jump back on, I want to address that because what you are going in on is fire, man. And hey, man, it's fire. So I know you probably got something to do, man. We're gonna be on.
Sit back and listen. I'm about to sit back and listen.
Hey, now we
out in the chat like they go off the Jose name. All right,
we gonna continue on this. We gonna shout out to Jose. I see Jose up in the building. Hey, look, Jose, what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump off on your subject when you get back, so we can continue on this
I'm about to
subject.
make some moves. I'm gonna sit back and listen.
No doubt, my guy. I appreciate you. That was Jose on the check-in. My brother Chief, was you about to say something, brother?
I was just telling that Hattie wearing is American culture.
Oh,
baseball,
he's
hockey, basketball. Yeah, shout out to Jose, man. Hey, Jose, man, American is the copper. It's the Aborigines of copper-colored people. So it's the Negroes is already in the definition of America. The land of the Negroes, bro. This is just all that it means. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people mad, but we are the original people on this planet, and America's a part of the planet. And this is the ancient world. This is the old world. We gave civilization to the world.
You know what the word American spells? It's Inca princess. That's what America says. Inca princess. Amir means prince.
Well,
and then you got
I say this. I say this, that any of these descriptive terms are still describing the original people of this land. Right? So when we talking about America, they say, "Oh, you guys don't have any culture." Okay, well, did you watch LeBron and them last night? Yeah, that's American culture. Are you watching TV? Oh, that's American culture. You have a car? That's Aborigine culture. You have electricity? We created everything that the world is using. Refrigerator, elevator, stop sign. So when people say we don't have culture, just go to the inventions. Go to everything. Clothing, shoes. That's our culture. Barbecue. I just think this is crazy. Music. The birthplace of music is where? Mississippi. Not the birthplace of blues, the birthplace of music is America. The birthplace of mathematics, science is America.
Listen, on that particular note, Chief. Now you know, I lived in DC for 40 years, and the homies up there, they don't even know that go-go music came from Mississippi.
That's right.
Or even house music.
You know,
I mean, hey, that's real.
Hey, again, music.
Chuck them brought that sound up with them.
All right, we got Alabama, the elder is in the building. We got Mama Chief is in the building as well.
Hey, well, now we can get the party started now. Elders in the building. Shout out to the guys.
Well, good morning, gentlemen. At the risk of sounding triggered, since Mama Chief is here, I don't necessarily need to defend her as I choose. I'm going to bow to her first and then go in. Mama Chief, you got the floor.
Wow. How y'all doing?
Good morning, Mama Chief.
Coming back up in here. Y'all, I said I was going to just be ghost, but I can't help it.
I know, because you love us.
I love y'all so much. And it's like magnetic. You know what I'm saying? It draws me in. I saw Sister Soul jump up.
Yeah.
You know
she had to drop down. She might have something to do, but hey, I'm glad you guys are here.
Well, I'm glad to be here. It's good to be alive. It's very good to see the sun, the trees here, and everything still in place where it was when I went to sleep last night. Y'all, come on. It is a good time to be alive.
It sure is.
Waking up to Kutty just opening up old wounds, just letting us see stuff. Because some people ain't never even known about that tower. Some people don't know what happened over there at 911. So, Kutty, I appreciate waking up to that because I remember where I was as well. But what I wanted to do, I jumped on particularly for Jose. What's up, my brother? And Mama T was messing with you in the chat because I'm suspect with names when folks jump in on us and asking questions like they don't know. You understand me? So the questions that you ask my brother, like I wanted Chief to see it and go in, but he didn't see it. And and it's like you did the proper thing.
No, ma'am, I didn't see it.
But I'm talking about Jose. I appreciate you, Jose, jumping up there, showing us because I got some Mexicans in my family, not so much as Mexicans of what they call Mexicans, but the fact that they are the Mingo tribe from over there in that part of the land. I got my people, so it's no racistness to nobody. as even the Africans. Shout out to JT. Help us help him.
Hold on, wait. Hey, so Mama Chief, I gotta say something though. I didn't see that. I would have definitely spoke on it. So, but I gotta. This, I think the ancestors say give it to y'all, right? Jose is American.
Yeah.
Latin comes from America. The Spaniards didn't bring Spanish to America. We took Spain to Spain. I know it hurt. But think about it. This is the source of their conquest. That's why they make all these Viking movies and all these other things to put these images in your head that they were ruling the world 1,000, 2,000 years ago. Even this Cleopatra conversation is stupid, y'all. I'm gonna keep bringing this up to somebody. I'm gonna keep bringing this up. But Jose comes from America, right? Aborigines. This is our language. So we can't. How I want to say it. We can't give them every time that we see somebody with a Spanish or even any Latin name in the chat room, I don't assume it's a mestizo. Right? Now, once again, y'all know how I feel. We want all ours, Mama Chief.
That's right.
I don't think that you, as a great grandmother, you don't look at any of your great grandchildren or grandchildren, if they're mixed, any different than the ones that are full blooded. Am I correct?
Yeah. Kind of sort of. I'll tell you because I'll tell you the truth. I ain't gonna hide. I ain't hiding behind that shit. I told my boys, my grandsons, when they was little boys, 6 and 4. I said, listen, don't bring me no mixed babies. Okay, don't bring me no mixed grandbabies. I told them that growing up from that age. Now my oldest one, he remember what I told him to this day, and his 2 children look like me. But my baby one, he went and got him a little Mexican girl. And when I met her, he said, "Grandma, you think she white, don't you?" I said, she is. He told Grandma she Mexican. No, baby, I'm looking at her. No, she ain't Mexican. Her mama is white. Her dad is Mexican. She what her mama is. You know, but my baby, I don't look at him no different. He's my baby. You understand what I'm saying? But he's still his mama's child. And that's one thing my great-grandmama taught us a long time ago, that the children are always in the mama's family, basically. And that's what happened to him, because she took him. When she got mad with him, she take him that way. You see what I'm saying? So she'll never know his culture. She'll always know hers. So that's the difference with children with me. So I land right there.
Damn it. Well, I gotta say this. Y'all know if there's a eugenic, right, program going on, there should be, like, if there's a flash, there should be an anti-flash, reverse flash, right? There's eugenic, there should be something actively working against eugenics. Period. Right? Now that pale skin chose to darken, instead of going, I call it the Blake Griffin effect, going in the opposite direction. She chose to go in right now. Of course, she already has that mentality. Now that wasn't given to her because she's living in a eugenic world, y'all. You understand what I'm saying? So she has a reverse eugenic by meeting your grandson, right? So if your great grandson now applies his seed, right, into fertile Aboriginal ground. Absolutely. Are y'all following me? I'm going. There has to be a reverse eugenic concept going on. We have to understand that, y'all. I know it's hard to swallow, but we can't regulate people who they're sleeping with, who they're interacting with. A lot of times we're so self-righteous, but we'll put our children in that situation. I want them to live in a nice neighborhood. I want them to go to the better schools and blah 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 blah. And then guess what? He's going to prom with LeBron and him. Son.
Okay, and not wearing a pink skirt and an actual purse, but I have to say this. So whether I sound as a joke or in jest, this is what I mean about I saw you and him walking in the pain of our existence. But go ahead, Mama Chief. I'm intrigued to see a little bit further that you'll reveal the feminine point of view on procreation?
I mean, that's just it. I mean, in a nutshell, I ain't gonna go too far because there's another elder on here, and he had another perspective on that the other day. And I mean, like I said, when I was raised, in the time that I was raised, we knew our cousins. We knew all our first, seconds, and third cousins because we all stayed in the same community. When we moved, when they bombed us or messed up our community and made us live like we was in third world countries in Georgia, we were moved wherever we were moved to. Our cousins was moving in the same community. This is how it went throughout my life growing up in the communities that I grew up in. And we knew our cousins, you know. We knew we weren't looking in love or no sexual way with our cousins. Now, I'm not saying it didn't happen in some homes, because some homes had 13 children, 15 children, and them little boys was turning out their own brothers and stuff like that was going on in some families. So, not saying that nobody wasn't having sex, but we wasn't looking at our first, second, and third cousins to marry or to put seed in to procreate. We knew that was. They told us it would bring in retarded children. My elders taught us that no, you don't sleep with your cousins. You know.
Yeah, for real. That was, man.
I'll land right there.
Yeah, man.
But see, this is what I mean about the pain. Okay. So not to sound triggered or not, but anytime you going back and forth with an elder woman in our community, I'm wondering how you were reared. Now, Jose, I really cannot concern myself culturally with whether you're a Mexican or Central or South American. But thank you, Chief, for making that enlightening statement, which is not said enough on where the origins of these languages, the Latin, and the manner in which Noah Webster compiled about over 24 Aboriginal tribal languages and created what we understand to be American English. And why is it not the English spoken in Britain? You feel me? But that's not being said enough, and it doesn't get said repetitively enough because we got new ignorant people coming in, I would argue, almost daily to a conversation that's already confused. You feel me? So I wanted to take, if you remember any of the particular questions, Mama Chief, we can do a little ping pong here now, but Chief, you answered some of that about what's the flag, and I can circle back to what we tried to do yesterday, Kutty, about understanding this was not a flag, it's a military banner, banner.
That's right.
You know, what is culture is us. Why is that hard to understand? On a simple response, if it comes from us, it is culture, right? Or do we need to define what is culture? Would you want to do that, Cut? You want to go etymologically, or what? Because you and him are music men. You and Chief, you are music men. What are music men from our cultural ancient origins? Was it uttering the word first or humming a tune?
Humming a tune.
Okay. So then what is music?
Music is internal. It's rhythm. It's frequency. It's sound. Some we created innately.
And ultimately communication.
Exactly.
Now, do you know the mythology we were taught with the slave narrative, that it took the cracker, this redneck white trash, 150 years to understand and comprehend that we spoke by drum? They would tell us that we're African drums, right? I'm sure you and Chief are music men. What would you say is that historically, whether factual, inaccurate, or not?
Well, it was definitely accurate once they realized that it was a means of military communication, definitely. But before, when they was just thinking it was just nigga shit in a sense.
Look at the slaves; they happy, they dancing and singing. We heard that mythological narrative too, right?
No doubt, no doubt.
Okay, then let's go with another example. What's smoke signal? And I'm not calling you out, Smoke. You know I love you, brother. I need wild nigga Indians turned loose.
That's right.
But what is smoke signal?
Elder, can I?
Yes, Mama Chief. Go ahead.
Right there when y'all said something about when niggas was jumping and dancing around. I just wanted to bring a thought to a people's mind because they don't know about some stuff. Back in the 60s, because my elder asked me this. He said, what was niggas dancing and jumping around for? And I just want you to go in because you might know more about that, because that was during the time when selling to the Negro and all of this, buy this, and because they know who the seller.
Oh, you talking about the video, the YouTube video that popped up about how to sell to the Negro?
Yes, that one. But that.
Okay, well, I thought you were talking about. Hey, okay, let me stop it. I don't want to sound like I'm diminishing something.
When they had the Negroes, like we had them arrive, and they had them all up.
Right, but remember, we're dealing with delusion and image making. Okay, vaudeville and burlesque. I don't want to necessarily date myself and get people bored listening in the audience. What was the soft shoe? Do you remember that, Mama Chief?
The ballerina.
No. The tap dancing and putting sawdust on the ground. They call it the soft shoe.
Oh, okay. I didn't know.
So you weren't hip to that?
No.
You remember? How about the Nicholas brothers?
Yes, I know the Nicholas brothers.
Okay, how about you, Kutt?
Not familiar.
You don't familiar them slamming brothers from what, the 20s, the 30s and stuff? I bet Chief does. Chief Holiday.
No, I'm not familiar with them at all.
All right. You know who they gave credit to?
Who?
Fred Astaire.
Oh, really?
You feel me, Mama Chief? See now, you see how you Kutty? You know who the goddamn Fred Astaire is?
Alibaba.
Yeah.
Do they have an old album, the Nicholas Brothers, and they standing up in suit and like the old shark skin suits?
Brother, come on with it. Who is that? Who is that? Is that the elder that went crazy on the cousin shit?
Yeah.
Okay, but no, here, just stay focused with me for a moment here, because this is purposeful for the grandbabies and probably the great grandbabies who are clueless. Hold on, Mama T. Let me drop a couple of more names here to bring this back into focus. I brought the Nicholas brothers, Cab Calloway. Now, Kutt, I'm gonna slap you. I'm gonna put the whip on you if you're gonna tell me you don't know Cab Calloway.
Mm-hmm.
Kutt? Did he drop on us?
No, he there. He needs to pull him up. Pull him up.
Yeah, because we talking to music men. These are our contemporary young guns, right? These are our music men of the 21st century, right? And if you're going to tell me you don't know who Cab Calloway, Count Basie, the Cotton Club, then yeah, you need to be drop kicked in your ass. You feel what I'm saying, Ali?
Yeah, that's real history right there.
So, Mama Chief, I don't know if I answered your question or not. I'm saying about what they did with soft shoe. Ali, besides I'm dating myself. Tell me about Hambone, Ali.
Hambone.
Yes, you're laughing. See, come on, Ali.
Oh, you going back now?
I'm trying to answer Mama Chief's question. She said, why was the niggas dancing and joking and jiving and juke joints? Where'd all this shit come from, Mama Chief?
Oh, man.
See, I remember the Hambone. They used to clap their hands on their knees and they be playing the harmonicas.
And the two spoons. Now, come on now. Two spoons. We going blast from the past now and shit.
That's where music came from in our culture.
Mm-hmm.
The mouth organ, not just the harmonica. Remember, there was a difference between the mouth organ and the harmonica. That twang, twang, tang, 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 you know. And I'm going in now. Y'all talking about music. What lie did they tell us about the banjo? Come on, Chief. Come on back out of hiding, Chief Holiday.
Back up a little bit. When you was talking about them throwing the stuff on the floor.
Yeah, it was sawdust, typically from the mills, you know, with the timber that we
sawdust down. I saw that happen before. That people used to act now, then coming back, fast forward to what you're saying now about the dancing.
But remember what they called it, Ali? They called it the soft shoe because of the sound that would come from putting the sawdust down would soften.
They would actually start making like music though, but with their feet.
Yeah, but they had mics on their feet, and they would make that.
That's what was called the soft shoe, Mama Chief. Then you wanted some noise. They call it what? Tap dancing.
Tap dancing, yeah.
And what's that young brother that took it from Gregory Hines? I can't think of his name right now. You know the one I'm talking about because he wore dreadlocks.
He was a bad boy too.
So the point I'm making is Nicholas Brothers, Gregory Hines, and the young brother that's I'm sure he's training some tap dancers today as we speak.
Yeah, probably so.
So you got ham bone, soft shoe, and the nigga Sambo message they used to tell us. What did they tell us about Sambo running around a tree and turning it into fucking butter? You see? This type of Ali, you know what I'm saying, man. This nigga shit that they put out.
You remember the producer, Jazzy
Jeff with Fresh Prince?
No, not that Jazzy. Jazzy, the one from Soul to Soul.
Oh, De La Soul?
No, Soul to Soul.
I'm saying so, Jazzy.
You remember Soul to Soul?
I remember Soul to Soul, but I can't think of right now for the moment.
Late 80s, early 90s.
Mm-hmm.
He would have Karen Wheeler guest singing also.
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank for a moment, but yeah, Soul to Soul, De La Soul,
anyway,
Sounds of Blackness.
That guy used to incorporate that sound into some of his music.
The soft shoe type of sound effect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he used to incorporate it.
Now, remember the mouth organ I mentioned. I was going to transition quickly to Earth, Wind, and Fire telling us the kalimba was an African instrument. Remember that?
Right.
But that similar type sound. I don't know if you remember the mouth organ I'm talking about. It made that twang, twang. It'd make a twang type of noise. And they would play the harmonica. I'm sorry, go ahead, Mama Chief.
What was that Roger Zapp used to use?
Oh, the voice analyzer?
The analyzer. Yeah, he was the first.
That's my cousin.
You know, he was
blood cousin.
He was the first one to come out with that sound. And you think about the last, we ain't even got to go.
Yeah, remember Computer Love, Ali? Computer Love.
The last 10 years, from T-Pain.
You talking about T-Pain and you know.
Everybody used it. Drake, I mean, you can go on and on.
Lil Jon.
And that,
but see, the problem is, the only reason I brought those things up was for the audience, for those in the chat. Yeah, Zap too. Roger Troutman.
Roger Troutman is Zap.
The reason of bringing those things up is for the young generation who are born in the 21st century. They're 23 and under as we're speaking right now. They are out of time when they're out of context. This is the purpose of history, not his story, your story, our story. That has to become a priority, Jose. So not whether you were trolling or not, what intrigued me about the questions you were asking, it either implied one of two things. Whether you were dissing your people that you're saying your name confuses the audience that you are a product of, as opposed to, why don't you do what me, Ali, and Mama Chief just did? You feel what I'm saying, Ali?
Correct.
See, if you speak into existence what it is that makes up you, that's the point. We have too many people from around the planet trying to exterminate us. This is what I need the trolls, the pan-boo-boos, whoever it is that feels the desperate need to attach themselves to the existing narrative, matrix, indoctrination. You need to check yourself. And I don't mean about check yourself before you wreck yourself. I mean, look in the mirror, fool. What's looking back at you?
You know,
what are you carrying within you? Go ahead, Ali.
They used to say a long time ago in Alabama that a lot of people like to ask questions about life, right? So the elders would always tell them, Well, you sitting up in here asking me about the question. You got to go live the answer.
Okay, so back to the tenor and the tone. And I think, not to say that you were triggered, Mama Chief, but what insulted you about the way the questions were asked, or you thought it was a mestizo? So I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Okay.
Because I was ready to defend you before you popped up on the panel.
Kind of like bold, because the fact that we have so much contention, and I'm ready to cut a nigga's head off. Okay, so it's just like, don't come with it. You know,
the engine
don't
coming
come
out,
with
the
it.
engine
I'm
coming
checking
out.
you at the door. You know, and I ain't spook. I ain't the spook. I'm the one that's really looking at you. So when you come correct, come over here with support. Come over here and letting us know you learning, and you ain't being a dissension. He was disagreeable to me in his question. You know, and I felt that energy, like, you questioning us. Why?
Well,
You know?
that's where I was going to go next about.
And then you say
Does it
us.
sound, does it?
You kept
Yeah,
saying
well,
us.
okay. Well, us United Slaves. I'm not saying you're saying that, but get where I'm pointing out here. Are you being condemnatory? Are you holding something or someone or some people in contempt? I'm not asking for you to answer me. I'm asking you to answer to yourself.
You asking me a question?
No. I'm talking to Jose or the trolls or people in the chat who are expressing these idiotic things that they don't even know why it is they're spouting the crap they're spouting. And if you're not analyzing it's from the K through 12 that you were conditioned to think, you have the problem, not this community. And so this is what the only thing that irritates me, Mama Chief, is that people coming over here, in what purpose are you questioning this community? Now, this is particular to people like Not a Coincidence or Lex Vortex. This is what I mean by disingenuous. If you claim you care for a people that you know are oppressed while you pushing an oppressor's narrative of you were a slave and you will be a slave, to make that make sense to me, Ali.
Makes no sense to me.
How is that beneficial? Mama Chief, as the mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, what's that going to set as a precedence and an atmosphere for the children you're birthing and bringing forth?
Discord, because you're confused. And if you're confused, you should sit back and relax and learn, you know, and then when you put something in, you put something in. And when you say us and talk about us being on code, how can I be on code with you and you don't even know what code is? See,
and you're attaching something poisonous to the community. This is no different than bringing a skunk to the party.
And
now I got to put the skunk out, then I got to deal with the stench. This is what I'm upset about when I see this backbiting, this howling, this arguing, talking over each other, you know, the testosterone, chest thumping. And I know you listen to it, Mama Chief. And I know it probably breaks your heart on many occasions. But that's the skunk at the party. You feel me? So after the raucous behavior and the loud talking and speaking over each other, what did we hear in that chaos and confusion? Nothing. What message got brought out? What enlightenment, what learning took place when you're listening to a cacophony of conflicting voices? That's called noise. In communications, that's the actual descriptive term, is noise. There are only two things in communication. There's the message, and then there is noise. Some call it white noise. Like, remember when TV, and I'm dating myself again. Remember TV went off. When did TV go off? At midnight. And what came up on the screen?
Noise.
Okay. And then what came on at 6 a.m. or whenever they turned the signal back on? That military standard Star Spangled Banner.
Yeah.
You feel me? This generation don't know shit being turned off. You feel me, Ali? Because it's broadcasting 24/7, 365.
I could even remember when it used to be that way. And then the first, as soon as the TV would pop on, guess what? The first thing would be on.
Breaking news or an alert, or depending on your local state.
The commercial.
A commercial of something, right?
The commercial with the Indian crying at the sunset.
Oh, the single drop tear.
Oh,
yeah, that would be the first commercial.
Okay, now that was 100% Sicilian nigga. You know the history of him, right?
Right.
But Alabama and Ali, I just want to know one thing. The questions that was asked in the chat by Jose were some legitimate questions. Okay. Now, for somebody who really don't know and you're learning, okay. But when, like I said, I saw it was continuing. But
well, let me qualify one thing, and this is the part of the problem of people don't understand etiquette. All caps typing in any forum is shouting. But go ahead, Mama.
Shout, but I want mine to be. I do a
well,
lot.
I'm not saying you don't intend to do it when you do it, but I think people don't know that when people are automatically leaving caps lock on, it's like you're screaming at a person. But go ahead.
I'm making sure my shit gets seen. I'm telling y'all now what it is with me. I ain't screaming, but I'm being loud. Yeah, okay, I'm being loud as hell, okay? Because I want you to see what I said for real. I might even put a lot of emojis around. But my point, at this point, I'm saying the questions, like, what's your flag? Whatever you want your damn flag to be.
Now, I wanted to address that, Mama T. That was the reason really why I came up. Okay. Yesterday, you may not have heard my.
Quick, though. We gotta fix things the way we want them to be, y'all.
Exactly. But yesterday, I don't know if you heard my bringing to their attention about the gold fringe. Okay. And what the gold fringe around the American flag means and why it's flown over you, your children in schools, and all courts.
Yeah.
Local, state, or federal. Okay. That's a military standard. It's not a flag. I know we use that word, but since we're not taught what flag communication means, okay, the word is called semaphore. Flags were used in military communications, particularly in the naval sense and context, okay? So flags were flown to identify your origin, friend or foe. Remember the skull and bones type things for pirates and consideration, okay? So when you're even talking about flags as an existence, you're talking about overseas. You feel me? Now, when you got back on land, that's where we heard of the thing called coats of arms. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with that, Mama Chi.
Yes, and in my records, my ancestors had what they call totems and stuff like that.
Okay. So then we have a thing we've been taught as Native American culture. You have the totem pole, and then something we have been taught as European culture. You have clans, and then you have the coloring. Like, for example, you know how kilts work in Scotland, right? So maybe here we would call it quilts instead of kilts, like blankets, quilts, comforters, etc. But what would be the color, the motif, and the design that would come from your family, your clan, your tribe? You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Now, when we analyze this thing that's called the United States flag of America, which it's not a flag, but just for the sake of what we're discussing here, the 50 stripes represent the 50 nation states, right? The 13 red and white stripes, 7 in blood, 6 in purity. I don't agree with it. I'm just talking about how to use the words to define it. They're telling you the red represents blood, the white represents purity, and the blue, some might think it's the sky, but it's actually the sea. As far as the background, you see what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Fact.
So that's where the red, white, and blue stuff we don't break down and teach ourselves and teach our children. Then every day, K through 12, what are they singing Pledge of Allegiance to?
The Republic.
No, they say it's for the republic which it stands, but they pledge allegiance to the flag.
Oh yeah, the flag.
Not to the people,
Yeah. Oh
not
yeah.
to their clan, not to their family, not to themselves.
I did hear that you was talking about the bomb rushing and all.
Okay, so now that's the Star Spangled Banner national anthem, which was a battle cry, not a national hymn. You feel me? Now, if we're on the battlefield and we're constantly singing the battle anthem, even as babies, do you feel what I'm saying, Mama Chi?
Super Bowl.
So what are we allying ourselves to? Because that's what allegiance means. What are we pledging allegiance to? And this is why I'm really trying to respond to Jose, whether he's contentious or trolling or not. I actually understand what is a flag, because we don't have one. We have a standard. There's a difference between a banner, a standard, and a flag. You see what I'm saying, Mama Chi?
Yo, bless up, I.
Naughty in the house.
Absolutely. What's up,
Naughty?
Yo, I see it's an old folks party, so I come cut the rug one time for you.
Come on, cut the rug. Don't be a body boy. Since I mentioned that, no disrespect, you got to throw some shade on Don Lemon. Come on, body boy.
How you doing?
I'm good, sister. I'm good. Bati boy is a bati, like a bati, like a person's bati. It's a man that loves to rub up on body. Yeah, like a chichi. Yeah. Or an ant, you know. But let me do we know about the Cahokia? What we know about the Cahokia? Anyone?
I know something about Cahokia.
Well, you can spit some wisdom, but Jose claimed when he was starting and triggering Mama Chi that he represents Alabama, Tennessee, and Mississippian culture. That was one of the next questions I was going to address. So you got it, Naughty.
Well,
Cahokia, the original Cahokia right outside of St. Louis. The original, one of the original establishments of America, and it established in 10 AD. It flew the American flag. It's the first site of America that flew the American flag.
Yo, shout out to Ross, man. I'm sorry, family. I was in a conference call with Chief and a couple other people, you know what I'm saying? Hey, man, and not only that, I had a call from my guy, you know what I'm saying? The resident crypto white guy. He researched that shit for us and tell us what shit he is. Yeah, he'll be in tomorrow. So shout out to the resident white guy that we got him to behave.
Great.
Dope. I got Mama Chief up in here. I got Alabama. I got Ali up in here. Elders up in here. I got Ross up in here. Elders up in here. When Chief get in here, I'm gonna unveil my new segment. You know, of course, I'm gonna go ahead and you know what I'm saying? Hey man, I do shit motherfuckers follow behind. You'll see they with all these whips and chains. Oh man, I'm over here being facetious, rap. But you'll see, man. Hey, I'm a producer, man. I'm not gonna stop coming up with ideas and things of like this nature. So when people bite my shit, I don't give a fuck because I'm always innovative. So hey, man, it's just for y'all to be able to recognize it. Cause I'll be looking at people around like, man, y'all don't see this. Okay, well, I don't see it neither. Let's move on. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
questions.
I'm sorry.
You missed a couple of good questions from Alabama.
Did I? Directed towards me? Oh, I'm sorry.
You the music man, but you ran in the middle of us discussing music.
Yeah, you and Chief missed that.
Yeah, I got into a conference. We had to get into a little conference call. But go ahead, my brother. You got my undivided attention right now.
No, you done stepped on Nadi's wisdom. Go ahead, Nadi.
Oh, well, I apologize. My bad, Naughty. Damn, I'm sorry.
We got to chastise you, young blood. But go ahead, Nadi.
Hey man, hey man,
Hey,
man,
not me.
stand with
Not
back.
me.
Hey, old
Not me,
nigga,
Kut,
hey,
not
get
me.
up off of me, old nigga. I'm behind this whip, and I'm gonna hit the old nigga back. Get up off of me, old nigga. I ain't playing with you, nigga. Alabama like, nigga, cause you a retarded ass old nigga. Oh yeah. Go ahead, Ross. Oh, Mama Chief, I'm sorry. I'm goofy in the motherfucker, man.
No, not me. I ain't gonna check. Not me. I love you. Thank you.
Get that belt away from that boy.
That nigga snatch the belt. Nigga, give me that motherfucker back, old nigga. Shit, nigga.
Your pants falling off, boy.
I'm sorry, Ross. Please, I'm sorry for my ignorance. Please continue where you was at, and I'm with you guys.
Oh no, go on.
Yeah, he threw you off, Nadi, from Cahokia.
Nah, he told me, you know, not to stay on point. I can't stay on point, but I'm good.
Man, I appreciate you. I see Smoke out there. Smoke, let me put this out here just in case Smoke trying to get in. Look, they go, oh yeah, man. What? Hey, yeah, what he say? It's Lemon sacrificed his sister for nothing. Whoa, god damn. Oh.
Well, see, that's when he introduced it. I teased him about bringing on about Naughty Bati Boy. But if you want to circle back to Don Lemon Naughty or stay on your Cahokia roll, you got it, bro.
What the Bati boy do now? What he do? Talking about when he get fired? What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Well, that's part of it, but they tying him together with Tucker Carlson, so they're showing both extremes, the extreme left and the extreme right, getting dropped and kicked to the curb within the same 24-hour period. But you can roll with it, not how you want to roll with it.
Oh yeah, I don't study them boys for real. But I was on the Cahokia vibe, and I was trying to.
When they reporting a lot of the stuff to you, it's a lot of misspelled stuff, right? And a lot of misconceptions that they come back with theories, and then they'll come back 200 or 100 years later, and after they done found out the correct information, and then be like, they won't even apologize for all the incorrect information that they gave out. It's some stuff I'm going to discuss. I'm going to write it. I'm not even going to discuss it because I'd rather for people to read it. Language-wise, like tribal names and stuff like that. For example.
Yeah.
People. Now, even in my family, I've heard this. And I understand how it happened. They say, you hear people say they Choctaw, right? Chickasaw, all right? And they really don't know it's a misspelling and what it really means. So I'm gonna write some stuff down. You see, you can't be Chi nothing without being a teacher. That's what Chi means. That's what they're instructors. And when you're a child, you're administrator. That's in language. Our language. So they don't know Choctaw, which the way they spell it now is a misspelling of a previous misspelling, which was Chata. Right? And Chata came from Chata Allah, which was a school in Alabama. Right? So I'm gonna write some stuff up where I'll show people based on geographical area, real tribal names, just because you were close to a water mass, that don't mean that your tribal name changed. And that's how a lot of people started naming these groups as they made them up. They live down there by the Okogie River. Oh, they Muskogee. Nah, man, they wasn't Muskogee.
But remember, Ali, most of the time, in particular, we are always looking at something hundreds of years, maybe not thousands of years, removed from us. Transportation was over waterways, and that's where you get interaction and you get trade. But I didn't want to break Nadi's wisdom about St. Louis and the mound. And could you comment on the Great Arch, maybe, Nadi? You got it, bro.
Well, you know, if the brethren, you know, our people like to we can't accomplish anything because we do too much of too many things at one time. We got to learn to stay focused and stay in one sequence until we solve that problem and then move on to a next, or solve that issue, or solve that question that's in front of us and then move to a next. We're doing too much multitasking because we're trying to keep up with the world, and it's carrying us away. We got to stop it. We're not reaching anywhere. We're not.
Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate it, sis.
But yeah, Kahoki. What was I? What century I was on?
Well, I'm not sure what part of the Mississippi River, but I wanted you to, if you could mention why the arch has replaced the big mound that was destroyed. I don't know where you were going with it, but you said St. Louis.
Well, that whole area, even St. Louis itself being called St. Louis, is behind the Lewis and Clark expedition, and it was an important that area is a very important area in the world, and they're not really. It's basically the center. It is the center, and we're not really understanding it from when they built those mounds and the way they built those mounds. The mounds are actually built off, I think it's maybe 4 degrees, maybe 5 degrees off of true north, the way the mounds are built. And how they built is in exact essence of how the sun travels. It goes a lot deeper than what I can just give you right now, you know what I'm saying? But my point is, what I was trying to get to is year 10,000 or 1,000 or 10th century, whatever we want. I keep trying to relate the people back to our earlier history than.
But I thought you said it was 10 AD. So we talking 10 AD or the year 1000?
10 AD. 10th century. And wouldn't that be the 10th, 11th century?
No, I thought you meant the year 10 AD. But if you're talking about the year 1000,
1,000.
Yeah, let me goose you with this, bro. Remember they told us that lie about the age of exploration and the first explorer, Leif Erikson, in the year 1000? You got it, Nadi.
Yeah, I know about all them dates and how the dates are truly off. And yeah, it's wicked out here. We could have actually been in process with these people for like over 2,000 years already. And we really don't know what's going on because they don't fuck the time up on them. But back to the Cahokia. This is one of the first civilizations for all of the South, the Alabama, the Mississippi. This is pretty much where you're going to get your identities of certain individual states and certain individual tribes, because this was an area to bring on all people. You had a point where it was over 25,000 people there at 1050. 25,000 people.
You know why? You know what Cahokia mean?
Hey, fam.
That's the source water. That's the source water point.
Hey, fam. So look, like all that has to get
Hey,
fam.
hold on.
Hold on, man. You can't come in stepping on Naughty. Oh, go ahead, Cut. Get back on your job, Negro. You keep hiding.
Hey, Alabama. Sit back, old nigga. I got this, nigga. I'm fucking this guy, nigga. You hold the tail, baby. Real rap. You got love for the Kutty, right? And
yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
They created whales.
Hold on, Ali. Let me finish this. Rap.
Hold on, that's not real rap talking.
No, I know that was Ali. What I'm saying is to you, rap. Please have a little bit of more respect for my panel and my panelists. Please don't cut the wisdom of these elders. Please. Okay, mute up and then until talk to you, brother. Yeah, I'll bring you in. I promise. Go ahead, Ali. Go ahead, elders. Y'all go ahead and continue building, please. Thank you, rap. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So in Cahokia, the word Cahokia means the source water point, right? So it was the source water point also for what they call Missouri, right? That's where the word Missouri comes from, right? Because they used to train so-called what y'all call Yama, which is like Navy, the seamen. They used to train the Yama on the river. And they created the first whale there. That's what they call when they say Hope whale, it's not Hope whale. It's supposed to have been Hopi whale, right? So the Hopi were what we call the elders of all the tribes who were supposed to keep everything pure. That's why their name is Hopi. When you understand our language, created waters. That's what Hopi mean, right? So, you know, our entire existence was based off water. This where we incorporated the Trinity into our culture, right? In observance of the power of hydrogen, which we call the Most High. See, the Old Testament that they call the Old Testament, right? In the biological bond and life book of water that they call the Holy Bible, right? Came from our culture, and they mistranslated it purposely by incorporating a host of languages, knowing that it would do just what it states within the book itself, create chaos and confusion.
Ali, I really do appreciate that insight, but I wanted Nadi to kind of flesh out where he was going, if you don't, mind, my good brother. So Nadi, as far as the Mississippian culture and what Cahokia meant, or you were pitching that, we jumped off of Leif Erikson in the year 1000.
Hey, hold on, we do know, bro. This whole Mississippian culture gotta get checked. Cause I was watching some shit with the old Mac, and we gotta get to the bottom of this. Cause Louisiana definitely got a say when it comes to the starts of civilization. Everybody know that.
Now, Rap, again, I was asking Nadi to try to finish where he was going, if you will.
Right.
Thank you, Nadi.
Yeah, because all of these people that you know from these areas, Louisiana, Alabama, Florida, all of these people went to Cahokia, went to St. Louis to learn.
Same family.
That's right. And listen, from that point, they branched off into different tribes amongst the land in a commerce style and fashion, in a warrior or order or army type style, navy type style and fashion. By 1492, we was already established as Indian territories in every individual state in commerce, bro. Trading, making money, do whatever point of trade. The story that we're being fed now is on a premise that was done on a takeover, and from that takeover is what you know. but it was prior history before that, and that's what a lot of us is failing to investigate and failing to go and see, and this is where you're gonna learn your identity, your true identity from. This is where you're gonna know who you are and what you created and how to access it and work it to your positive attraction. But I'm finna hold a shower. I'm listening to you guys. I'm still on. Go ahead.
One final thing, Nadi, before you leave. I don't say these things to acknowledge UNESCO or the United Nations, but in the affairs of international discussion, they proclaim the Mississippian culture to be one of the most ancient, at least dated at 15,000 years. Would you concur, Nadi?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is where you're gonna see them talking about your Phoenicians coming from, and your all of that is off these people, man. This is what all your history of the first civilization of basically anything, even your people that they're identifying as Nubians. It's derived from this area. It comes from this. So the name.
When we have people trying, whether they're being contentious, contrary, or outright trolls, when Master White Zaddy has said something, they then come with what form of White Zaddy that they call themselves rebutting.
And may I ask a question in the still air right now?
Go ahead, Mama Chief, but let me ask Natty again if he understood what I was asking. You get what I'm saying, Natty?
Yeah, I told you that.
Can you add any clarification on the Kusa Nation? Did they exist or not?
When you say Kusa, who are you talking about, Kusa?
The Kusa Nation. In this area where I'm at, it's said that the Kusa Nation had a big nation, and
where are you geographically located, Mama Chief?
Georgia. I'm in Georgia.
Oh, in Georgia. Okay.
So I just want to know.
But Nadi, if you wanted to respond to that, I was just saying we're only talking about the Mississippi Delta and the Mississippi River, but go ahead, Nadi. Did he jump in the shower? You still with us, Nadi?
I'm here. Georgia didn't really establish. It did establish in its format of Indian nation, but it really, when you say Georgia, you're really up under a colonial transformation. Now, if you want to talk about that area, besides it being Georgia, it would have been Alabama. Yes. The true name is Alabama, right? Yep. And
yes.
Calusa out of Florida, basically that's what we're running in the South. You're part of them tribe there, and it get divided or separated in the and reformatted or renamed or taken on another name in a different time era.
Now, are we differentiating ourselves or are we dividing ourselves? We do need to have identity. I don't know if that's what you're asking, Mama Chief, but you're saying the Calusas, right? Is what you're saying?
No, it was Kusa.
I thought you said Kusa.
I was just asking because it was a lot of nations prior to any, and all of us still have big places in Listen. So that's all I was asking.
You know where Kusa come from?
No.
Right.
C-A-L.
We was talking about war. When you understand how war works, right? I'm talking about a national, I'm talking about a global war where they replace one empire with another. Right? Then I'm gonna give you an example of what I'm saying. We're gonna talk about today. We're not even gonna go back in time, right? If we got invaded right now, right? Then by hostile, I'm talking about where we was actually losing, taking over, right? Then that means anybody, I don't care where you from, you're not flying out of here. You're not getting on no boat leaving up out of here. You understand what I'm saying? So you're stuck there in that area. So you can later on you can get misidentified.
Hey man, hey, I'm gonna take this time real quick to say shout out my brother Juice. Hey Juice, man, hit me up, man, on the email, man.
So my point is prior to
hold on, Ali, please. Juice, hit me up on the email, man, so I can hit you with my phone number so I can rap with you. Not only that, hey, Rain, man, you got my email, man. Hit me up on the email so I can start bumping your music, man. I seen you hit the panel, man. How you doing, Rain? Shout out to Rain, man. Your mic working, Rain? Okay. Well, let's see. Hold on one second, Ali. Let me bring my brother Rap back up here. Hey, Rap, where you at? You here?
I'm right here. I'm right here, fam.
Rap. Look, check this out.
Bro.
You can't manipulate our relationship so you can disrespect people. I'm not going to allow that. You understand?
Hey, I'm not manipulating nothing, bro. I'm holding you to a standard.
Hold on. I'm speaking from my perspective. So,
hey, man, that favoritism shit don't work around here, bro.
What do you mean favoritism, man? Hey, man. I was
all that, bro. Like that. Hey, look, bro.
I'm not gonna have you arguing with the elders.
I'm not arguing with nobody. These niggas talking in absolutes, bro. These are regular Negroes. These niggas ain't special.
Well, they're actually talking in absolutes as far as they know themselves.
Well, look, bro. To say Cahokia was the end all be all, that's bullshit, bro. Like, you got a lot of starts of civilization in America, bro. That's cap.
Rap, get your ass out of here, you retarded ass nigga. Get the fuck out of here, Rap. This nigga Rap is crazy in the motherfucker, nigga. See, I understand some young niggas, man, got a problem with elders, man. You know what I'm saying?
He just need to have lunch with an elder one time.
Just get out. Hey, come on with that. I ain't trying to hear all that shit. These brand new ass baby ass niggas come up in there talking like, you know what I'm saying? I watched something on TV and it says, so man, get the fuck out of here with that.
And pronounce it to be the be all and the end all, and ironically arguing against whether we're claiming from an older generation whether it be all or end all. That's not what we're doing. What we're trying to do is impart information that predates you, the person. And all young generations don't consider history pertinent before their birth. That's the problem. And when we don't impart information, you know the quote, Kutty, those who fail to know their history, your history, are doomed to repeat it. But I wanted to circle back to the Constitution when we can. But go ahead, Ali, or Cut, whichever one.
Yeah, sister, I'm finished answering your question about the Kusa. So prior to us losing power, which was the fall of our empire, which was the Kutopian Empire, right? It was common for us to trade and travel amongst those countries that were a part of our empire, right? So this is how the so-called original foreigners got to America. They were friendly tribes that were foreigners that we were trading with. Some of them were intermarrying. The Kusa tribe in particular, right? Once again, they're showing you that they're part of the Kutopian nation because it was common for us to either be named after a trinity, or if you what they call a visiting tribe, you would name yourself after your cat, because we were Kutopians, and certain people were lions, certain were Bengals, certain were, jaguars, etc., etc. So they were Kusa. So Kusa mean that they are also what we call East Asian, right? So Southeast Asian to be particular, right? So where's the Kusa found? You find the Kusa, you find your family. It's real simple. You're in Madagascar. So your roots come from Madagascar, because you're Kusa.
Shout out to
now.
Big.
Now in this pause, Kutty, I don't know if Nadi had completed or he might have jumped in the shower. He said he was going, but go ahead, Cut. You got some advertisements pushing.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying. I'm about to get into this real quick. Hey, man. Hey, yo, y'all already know. Where's that link at? I ain't even got the link. Let me grab the link real quick for everybody.
Pan-Africanism is dead, goddammit.
A paid initiative by the young arrowhead Chief Brown Wolf. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Brown Wolf. Let me copy this real quick. Shout out to Brown Wolf, man. This is the paid initiative. You know what I'm saying? You got t-shirts in available. Let me put that in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Not only that, I like to send a special shout out to the brother Tomahawk Tony and Mama Chief, you know what I'm saying, for all of their efforts with the Stop the Genocide. You know what I'm saying?
Shout out to the panel. Hit the like, hit the subscribe.
That's right. You heard that.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Other than that, man, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate everybody being here. Rap, I got love for you, man. Hey, man, your form of war or whatever you talking about is war, man. Hey, man, it's not my war, man. Hey, I have a power button, and I tried to convince you, brother, don't be so invested on this internet to where it moves you in a way that you don't want to be looked at or moved. You know what I'm saying? And I still hold to that, brother. And I still got love for you, my God. Shout out to Rap.
Hey, Kutty.
Kutty. For that energy right
You killing them.
It's too early for that energy.
Cut, you killing them.
Hey.
Hey, Cut, you know what?
What's that?
Jose the Trigger Nigga is back.
Jose's back. Hey, man, shout out to Jose.
Shout out to Alabama for even not showing a ripple when they drop one drop of water.
Here my nigga Rain is, Rain. You can hear me now.
He said he had some echo issues with his phone. I don't know.
Yeah, hey, unmute your mic real quick, Rain, to see if that's working real quick.
Give us a mic check.
There you go.
Mic check.
There you go. There you go. Rain is in the building.
Right on, fam. Appreciate y'all, man. I'm just soaking in the info, bro.
No doubt, man. That's Rain Alexander. If you don't know, with
What's
the
up, Rain?
stuff, Rain be putting it up, putting it down. Rain, man. Hey, you done gave Chief some music, ain't you?
Shout to Rain, man. Peace of God. Las Vegas is in the building, y'all.
What's up, man?
Rain, I'm trying to bump some Rain too, man. You know what I'm saying?
Rain in Vegas.
I'm trying to bump some. I've been trying to bump some Rain for a long time. You know what I'm saying? So
I got a DJ out there in Vegas.
You know what I'm saying? So let me know what's going on with it, man.
What's his name?
What's my man Jerry? His name's Jerry Davis. I'm trying to think of DJ name. I'll send it to you, Chief.
Okay.
He on my IG.
Chief, since you're back, I'm gonna hit the ball to you about the Constitution. We were still dealing with Jose the Trigger Nigga.
Nah, y'all leave Jose alone, man.
See, Mama Chief done dropped down, but it was only one final question about, what's our Constitution? He was hitting us about culture, what's our flag, and et cetera, et cetera. But the Constitution, he said, what is our Constitution? Let me just say it this way. I've said it repeatedly, that we created the Constitution to constrain these foreign invaders attempting to conduct business on our homeland. But whether you call it the Great Law of Peace or what would you say would be considered our Constitution?
I mean, y'all niggas act like they ain't got driver's license and all this, and niggas be all in the fantasy world like we can go pick up Hiawatha's documentation and use that. No, man, we got the United States Constitution, UNDRIP, ADRIP. We use the system that was started by us, created by us, that was just taken over. It's simple. Be the best Americans you could be, y'all. Stop allowing these people to disfranchise you. You have been disfranchised and you're on automatic pilot. I hear this all the time from veterans to be like, shout out to Tayshaun, the Confederate Don. Even while they was in the military, after they got out the military and still getting military benefits, right? Government benefits, right? That enriches them and their family, right? GI bills and so on and so forth, right? Check it.
Right.
They don't still feel patriotism to this country. That's based off of the management, the mismanagement. It's like, yo, like say for instance, you grew up loving Burger King, right? Right, as a kid, and you can get a job working for Burger King.
Now you hate them.
You feel me? The people at Burger King are treating you like shit. Do you not love Burger King anymore? Of course, you still love the burgers, but the people that you're working there for now, right? Now that you work for them, make you disfranchise you away from Burger King. This is what we're talking about. We were here first. This is our shit. This is our land. And so the American Constitution is for us as Americans. So Freedom Document has nothing to do with slavery. And I know people love it's called amendments. It's called translations and retranslations and all these other things. So the brother had an American flag on the side of that hat. That's American culture. That baseball hat you wearing is American culture. Everybody that's wearing that culture around the planet, that comes from hip hop, which is the most influential culture on the planet.
Right.
Along with sports and entertainment, all this other stuff, which comes from who? Us. Now, right. I know y'all want to go grow some corn. I know y'all want to do all this extra other shit. That's fine.
We innovators.
Yeah. But when it comes to culture, we are the culture. We're the world that the world follows.
See,
us.
Chief, I need that reiterated, and I might be teasing Jose by calling him a trigger nigga. But that was the jump off point with these questions this morning. When you're asking it whether your intention or your tone is to sound condemnatory, to maybe showing disdain that niggas ain't shit. And I'm not saying you intended to do any of that, young blood. I'm saying this is where it can come across when you don't see everything that is, and the be all, the end all is the nigga in America. American!
So he's trying to look at from tunnel vision perspective.
Keep them running.
Right. And we are very innovative people. So we got a number of styles, a number of flavors.
I mean, what we talk about?
I'm talking about what the youngin was talking about. He was talking about how to, what's our culture, what's our flavor. You know what I mean? And tying in with what you saying is like through hip hop, right? We got many flavors, right? So but like I was saying earlier, you can't question life. You got to live it. So I was speaking to Jose in particular because what I'm trying to say is you can't question us. All you got to do is look around, and that's your answer. You can't look at one thing. We are a collection of all.
Hey, mommy. You're the baby.
Okay, that's the beauty of regeneration. Kutty, you're killing them. Who's that beautiful princess?
Oh, look at that baby.
My granddaughter.
Hold on, man. Let me take this banner down. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah.
So, Chief, he wanted to reiterate, or someone else in the chat is saying, who is the people in We the People in the Constitution? I'm going to take this and then you get the baton. First, we declared the document. So we authored it, and our ancestors created the confines as to who was going to conduct themselves on our shit. But you got it, Chief.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you got to keep it simple. Like if you're gonna open up a business, or you're gonna buy some land, you're not gonna do it by just. Some of y'all might squat, yeah, but you're gonna have to go through some type of documentation in a language. You're not gonna be Halito on the paper. Stop the bullshit, y'all. Please. I'm not that guy. I'm been a renegade nigga from all the bullshit, and y'all know this. This is a bully nation. We don't fuck around with nothing that y'all got going on. I don't even care at all. We're here to fuck that shit over. So your mindsets and everything, the slave mentality, all that stuff is programming. Somebody gave it to us. That's not our ancestors. And for people to continue to keep disrespecting our ancestors like that, y'all don't think that's a problem? We ain't the same. We not the same, y'all. Hey, that's just a real conversation, y'all. We're not the same people. If you allow people to it's like a nigga just come up and disrespect your wife and kids in front of you. And you don't even say nothing. Like, you don't even say nothing. Like, literally don't say nothing. Your wife and kids don't respect you no more. And we're at that level. So I heard something earlier. It was talking about like the man out the house. We were talking about that earlier, Alabama. Ali. I don't believe that. It's a what I want to say,
yeah, that's because
you know what I mean, like a propaganda that all these other things.
And you got strong, like surroundings, like uncles.
But when they start putting out this concept of high value men,
yo, that was my grandma.
Because I know people that ain't have no father coming up, and they still became great people.
Yeah, that was my grandbaby.
They had a great uncle. They had a great granddad. You know what I mean? That was my point.
See, so when people are being either disingenuous or nefarious, it's only those two things. Not that you can't have the questions, because Jose is saying he's going to circle back, I guess, when he stops to explain why he raised the questions. It's not the questions being raised, good young brother. We all here on a journey of understanding. If you ain't learning every day, you're called dead, or you are dying. You're either progressing or you're moving backward. Even if you think you're standing still, the world is passing you by. So it's not here about you asking the question, because the seeking of knowledge should be what drives you every day you draw breath. It's the tone. It's the intentions. It's being contentious or contrary for contrary's sake. But that doesn't cause anything but chaos and confusion. So if that's what your intention is, I'm not saying you the servant of Satan, Lucifer, or the devil, but we do know who the author of confusion is. So if you're one of their agents or co-conspirators, that's on you to determine. But if your intentions are pure, and only you know that, then actually receive the information and do as the scripture says, study to show thyself approved. You ain't proving nothing to me. Study to show thyself approved. And I yield.
And to build on what Alabama just said, thyself. And I've been watching your back chats and I listened to your comment, right? So based on what he's saying, thyself, you want to be seen, you want to be identified, you want to be known that you are important. That is thyself. Because I see you keep talking about the importance of Louisiana. Louisiana geographically is family. So if you want to identify something that the family did of importance in Louisiana, then that's what you should be bringing to us. Not being in contention, as Alabama said. And I yield.
Wait, Harry Belafonte pass y'all?
What? I was going to ask that next, Chief. Somebody said RIP in the chat. If that elder left us after 9 decades, what do we uphold from his message of sharing? Most people didn't know. Sharing that Martin Luther King lamented integrating his people into a burning house. That, to me, became the legacy of Harry Belafonte.
I know all
older
about
years.
him. He's a great guy, man. A man of high standards is the best way to say. If he left here, that's the best thing I could say. He was a man of high standards.
May the universal God and the ancestors have received him well, and may they continue to guide us all well.
Hey, man. Yeah, I remember, man. Just the views and opinions expressed over here may or may not necessarily be the views and opinions of myself. Cut tag. So I
if
know.
both of you brothers could bring up not just the banana boat, but why he had integrity in what he did, and they compared him to Sidney Poitier. Now, some people might have lifted him up more on holding strong black manhood and refusing to play coons, buffoons, and other sellout niggas like Steven the Coon and Django. And no disrespect, Samuel L. Jackson. I'm saying, you feel what I'm saying, Chief? Cut that.
Yeah.
Maybe you can bring up the Banana Boat or some other song from our elder and blessing, and I yield.
Yo,
That's
can
what's
you
up. Hey, peace. Who's that?
Jose? It's Ray.
Oh yeah, hey man, hey, that's
Rain.
Jose. Jose is back, man. I think he wanted to. You got time?
Now you know I'm gonna bestow the nickname Trigger Nigga. Now you gonna have to take it if you don't. You don't have to take it if you don't want to.
Hey, I'm gonna take it.
Alabama.
He said he gonna wear it well.
But
Alabama.
I was asking the questions like, what's our flag? I mean, it's literally because if y'all tell me what our flag is, I'm gonna have that bitch. Now, man,
You
y'all tell me
already
what our
flying the
colors
flag
is.
upside your head right now, sir.
Yeah, no doubt. But
Say less. That answers your question, bro.
they got Britain flags, they got American flags.
Hey, bro, you are an American. That's the flag is on your head. Pay attention. You have a driver's license?
Yeah.
What state you from? Ohio? Well, we the ancient people of Ohio, brother. So you're American.
We are Ohio players, nigga. You from Mound City.
I don't know what more to say, bro. What you need to know?
Like you know, I would just like I was asking a question like, you know, if we decided that we all gonna wear a coat of arms or whatever, right? That'll show we in unity. You know, like how do we show the act that we are in unity?
Hey, shout out to Chief. Shout out to Rest in Paradise to Chief Z, right? Y'all remember him for the Washington Rudy Skins, Red Skins, Brown Skins, right? That changed to the Commanders.
You said, are we aware of what? Who?
Chief Z. Remember he used to fly, he used to wave the American flag.
Yeah. I remember Z. He passed away.
Hey, bro, tap into the flag that's on your crown. You already doing it instinctively, brother. This is what it is. Now we don't have to pledge allegiance and stuff like that or whatever, because these are different conversations now that the corporations came in and did certain things. You know what I'm talking about? So we gotta understand that, brother.
Shout out to my man from Ohio, which means the opening.
Hell yeah. Shit, that motherfucker look like a heart on the map. They call it the heart of it all. Ohio's slogan is the heart of it all.
No, it's called the opening. You know why it's called the opening? Look at the river.
The Ohio River?
Yeah, the Ohio River becomes what?
Mississippi, I'm a guess.
Right. So look at when you look at the map, look at the beginning of the river. They come together as one. That's why they call it the opening. Now look at the word Ohio. Oxygen represent the water. You got water on both sides with the Most High in the middle. That's language.
And start playing Ohio players more, man. And don't be slave.
And I'm rocking that Young Dolph crazy right now. I can't stop rocking Dolph, man. So I don't know. But
don't forget the Lakeside. Don't forget the OJs. You know what you got there, man. Come on, man. Come on now.
I use them too. But I was just saying that because like I was talking with my girl really, and I was like, they made us do the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, right? When
Singing the verse. Singing the verse.
Hold on. I just jump in and I don't mean to interrupt you, but the guy said Ohio. If you go down in Columbus, Ohio area, that's actually where your Fountain of Youth is supposed to be located.
Hey, everybody mute for a minute. Let's get the baby some time. Let's get the young princess some time, Kutty.
Oh hell no. Accident. Hey, she over here jumping on my chest. She love to jump on my chest. Y'all good? Go ahead, Bill.
Nah, but I was asking them questions because it was like identifying. Like I just feel like I get what you're saying. Like, I'm wearing my crown and everything. You know what I mean? I feel that spiritually. You know what I mean? But I'm just like, to put it on display though. You know, like just the unity part. Like, if we all, I don't know how to put us under an umbrella, but I'm like, if we say this our flag and everybody that is a American Aboriginal got this flag, and you know who you can fuck with and who you can't fuck with, like, it's hard to
Okay,
distinguish
let me put it to you this
niggas
way.
between bad niggas. Like,
Jose, let me put it to you this way. Okay, let's not go in Crips and Bloods with this colors thing. Okay, I'm not saying you are, but just hear me out for a
I
second.
am,
Okay,
though, 'cause that shit was real.
all right, but hear me out though for a second, bro. I said this why I guess when you dropped off, you didn't hear me saying it with Mama Chief earlier. You know about the format and design of it, right? You understand the 50 stars represents the nation states, or what we call the states, like Alabama, like Alaska, like Ohio. Okay? That's the stars, right? The blue background, some think maybe is the sky, and I believe for us, if we want to keep it on the land, refer to that. But the translation of the blue sea is what this military standard was used by the invaders. You feel me? That's trying to keep things under admiralty and maritime law. The 13 stripes, 7 red, 6 white. That blood is your blood that was shed. You feel me? But they want to try to convince you the white means purity or white supremacy. Are you feeling me now about the conflict and contrast that goes on with this imagery? They also imply that the stars are white. You know how white can be used as a color and as an image. Now imagine if I'm not saying we're going to defame or deface it, but imagine if we changed everything that was white and put the color black in there. Stay with the other colors, blue and red, but imagine what it would be if we left the stripes red and made the stars and those white stripes black. You see what I'm saying? Now, some people have done that. Some in the hip hop community have actually turned the flag black, quote unquote. I don't agree with black as a notion. I'm sure you understand that because we're here in the Aboriginal community and we understand black is dead in consciousness and in law.
I'm brown as hell.
But if you have a standard or coat of arms or what your clan or family puts together as a design, that's what you rocking, and all of us are rocking under, as Chief told you, our flag as a nation that would unify us when we embrace it in truth. You feel what I'm saying, Jose? So some people have referred to as, you know what coats of arms are? I heard you mention.
That's like
You
the
know
family
what?
crest.
Yes, family crest. You took that from me. So, but then if it comes from you, your big mama, your grandparents, and you design it, that makes it yours, right?
Right, and that's what I'm really on, like making shit.
Now let me finish this one thing. So I'll land my plane on this. Only you can map that out with your family tree, your family history. That literally is the DNA. That's the genetics that make up you. You feel me, brother?
Mm-hmm.
So do that, not to dismiss what you're asking and inquiring about. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking through you to the audience, to the chat, and ultimately the short bus riding fools. Okay? Stop beefing with others. Look within, find your story, which is your family tree, your genealogy, map it, design it, create a coat of arms, family crest, whatever you want to call it. But we're all under the stars and stripes. You feel me, Jose?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I yield.
And that's why, I mean, even in the chat, I keep putting up, the Confederacy of American Negroes, or Confederacy, because I had Googled it, and it was like an alliance of tribes. And I was like, I get that, like, we are our own individuals, but then we come together as a fist. Like, we come together as this one unit, even though we doing our individual tribe thing. Like, whether that's on Sunday at 5 o'clock, we meet. Like, I was just trying to get into our ritual, or when I'm saying culture, like our behavior, like how we behave, like our code. Like, it be tripping me out because it's America, and for me, what hurt the most is like you can't go to another country and just be like, hey, I'm gonna put a church here. I'm gonna worship whatever God I want to worship over here. They liable to kill you. But if you come here, it's like the land of the free. Like you can worship anything. You can worship anything you want. It could be transgender. It could be whatever you want to do, you can do. And I feel like that's disrespect. Like that's the mockery on us that they doing. But they like, you ain't supposed to be allowed to do anything anywhere. And that's like the vibe that's coming off with the U.S. as a
Young
whole.
brother.
Like, you can come up here and disrespect everything, the land, the spirits, the people. You can just disrespect it.
What did
If that's what
Alabama
your
say?
religion do.
What did Alabama say about 10 minutes ago? And then I reiterated it. Thyself. Thyself. So there's a thing called culture, right? That we call main culture, correct? And then there are things we call subcultures, right? So if one is focusing on thyself, which means that would be a subculture, right?
Go
then
for it.
Perfect that. You understand me? Perfect that. By perfecting that, you are making the main culture better. Because the reality is the main culture is a collection of all the subcultures. You understand that? So just perfect your life, perfect your family, perfect your associates, perfect your situations. Don't be
And not
afraid
only
of the
that,
word
Ali,
perfection.
remember the way that people are able to behave and function here is because of the character of our ancestors and our current behavior. Because we don't have lynch mobs. We're not out killing and marauding and mayhem. So remember, these people have been allowed to come here and be because we accepted the refugees in.
Correct.
And I yield.
See, when we were young, one of the most important conversations that anyone close to my age ever had in their life was with one of their elders. Before, maybe the first time you went out in public. More than likely, you get ready to go to school or kindergarten. Somewhere where the general surroundings is not the immediate family. Right?
Right on,
So
right on. Listening.
so you had to have a conversation. What was the main focus on it? Thyself. How did the elder define thyself? You know what the elders call thyself? They call it my name. Because my name represents how we do things. Not the next house, not around the corner, not people who got the same skin tone in another town. My name. So grandpa say, boy, come here. Now I want you to have a good time, you hear me? And don't mess them pants up. You go to school in them pants. Don't be out there playing in them pants. Change clothes if you want to play. But more importantly, let me tell you something, boy. Don't you have nobody calling me talking about you acting some kind of way. You understand me? Don't you disrespect my name. That ties into that class that Alabama was talking about. A high standard. That's how you identify us. A high standard.
No, I got you, Ali. Sorry, I didn't want to step on your wisdom, but because you're here and Mama Chief has dropped down. So, Jose, why do you think she was triggered, and what was your intention? And I want to discuss that with you for a brief moment. Why you're here?
Was your question, why am I here, or why do I think she was triggered?
Yeah, whichever way you want to approach it, because again, I want to truly, I'm not chastising you. I know Cut likes to
I
joke
feel like
and
I
kick
got
it
a
with me with the
purpose.
whipping stuff.
I got a purpose because this information is key for me. So the questions I'm asking, is this it's an identity question. I feel like we have an identity crisis with Black Americans. Like I know y'all saying we gotta. It's like y'all basically saying you see it, you see our culture, you see what it is, but it's like, all right, do I? Because everybody taking it like it's basically like it's everybody's. Our
Okay,
culture.
hold on, Jose. I was waiting for you to say that. So you do see there is theft going on.
Yes.
Okay.
Like, it's driving me crazy. Like, bro, this art, like, this.
So if you know that you're being stolen, the thieves.
I want to say we wrote the concept, like we
Right.
made the Constitution, right? We made the idea, the concept of it, but they
Right.
put the words in it that changed it from ours.
No, hold on. I want to, in the moment, not necessarily correct you, but just enlighten you. Okay. None of these foreigners did jack. You use one example. You understand culture that you see it, whether it's hip hop or whatever. Currently, you see it being appropriated. You hear the term culture vulture and other types of nice new contemporary phrases, right? But that represents thievery. That represents thievery, right?
We're trendsetters, so you can have it.
Yeah, that's another nice flowery way of referring to somebody stole your shit. Okay. Now they like to use the other term. There's a colloquial cliche phrase: imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. It's still stealing. If you don't acknowledge you taking somebody else's shit, right? If you do it in writing, it's called plagiarism. Nice, flowery, big word, but you stole somebody else's ideas and didn't attribute it to them. That's theft, right? You feel what I'm getting at here, Jose? So we see thieving behavior. That's their culture, in answering what Ali was pointing out. You feel me? So if you have thieves among you, how do you expect them to culturally behave? Stealing people's shit. You feel me?
Right on.
So do not attribute anything to thieves. That's the only point I'm making here, Jose. I told you, and I'll reiterate, and even the thieves acknowledged in 1988 that the Organic Constitution and the Articles of Confederation were based on the Iroquois Confederacy, which is our Aboriginal ancestors, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why would you then turn around and say they wrote any shit? You feel what I'm getting at, Jose?
I said we did, but to me, like the trick, like even with the Bible, let's say, not to get off subject, I still want to stay on subject, but we're saying that they leaving out stuff or they switching stuff around to benefit
That's reverse theft. That's reverse theft.
I'm into why don't we just rewrite? Why don't we in this time, let's say we need a constitution, why don't we on this panel write one?
Well, actually, we don't, Jose. I hear what you're saying, but now you're not listening to what Chief. But you're not listening to what Chief advised you. It's already our shit. Okay, we don't have to construct something. We don't have to redesign. We don't have to rewrite. We have to own what is ours. And part of it, I'm gonna circle back to you're agreeing there is an identity. Because if you don't know, I bang simply one message: identity crisis is a thing. Now, can we be in agreement on that?
Hell yeah, I love the fact that I know that they stole my last name. I ain't get that shit from them. Like, I love all this shit. I love it.
I feel you on it. Do you prefer Jose or Ray? Because I don't want to call you out your name. You already said people triggered you by thinking you're Mexican. Okay, but
I'm gonna give you my name one time. It's Dorado Vassar.
Okay, so do you prefer Ray? Because I want to call you how you want to be called. Okay, so Ray.
Call me Ray.
I got you. So Ray. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because I want us to stay on point here, not just for you, but for people who are listening, because this will be heard and maybe replayed so that we be on the one accord. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
Identity is being stolen. We agree.
Yes. Identity.
Whose
fraud.
identity is it? The people that keep being called a nigga in America. And I'm saying this for hood rats, by the way. So you agree with that too?
Yes.
Now, those niggas in America are being misidentified and having their name changed. And we know this when we bring it up because we can speak on it person to person in private. And we all are one accord on that point, right?
Right on.
And we don't have to keep repeating the number of names. You know the bullshit going on now with BIPOC, FBA, ADOS, fill in the blank. But who is that targeting? Only one people. Can we agree on that?
Right.
So if we've agreed on those points, and I'm not saying you're doing that, Ray. What the fuck are we arguing about? Are we arguing on which name we want to choose, which is not ours, no matter which one it is? Are we arguing over which group we're going to attach ourselves to? Crips, Bloods, Democrat, Republican, Jew, Islam, Christianity? You feel what I'm saying, Ray?
Mm-hmm.
And does that not cause division and confusion?
It does. And that's
So then that means we continue to fall under divide and conquer. You do understand that as a military tactic and a strategy.
Yes.
The final point, and again, this is just for those in the audience that may be listening or in the chat that are still on the slow bus. Okay. You are aware of eugenics and the Negro Project, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean to you? What's your understanding of the eugenics agenda?
To me, it's just one agenda to me, and that's to mislead in particular people. I know it's about
Kill.
That is it. In one word. Kill the nigga. Exterminate the American Indian. However you want to,
paper-wise, psychologically.
I don't care how you want to receive it, Ray. I'm saying we need to be simple in discussing with the people around us who are clueless. You feel what I'm saying now, Jose? That's the reason why I'm sorry, Ray, because I want to keep it straight. But you understand what I'm saying, Ray?
Yeah.
So when you're talking with others in your family, your immediate family, your loved ones, your friends, your associates, your relations, you see why we got the problem we have?
Yeah.
So let's try to stay focused and be effective, not willy-nilly all over the place. And then we're doing what is for entertainment purposes only. But for me, Ray, this ain't some funny shit. Literally, not to be melodramatic or hyperbolic, this is life and death. Why? Because we're at war. The only problem is the Aboriginal, the nigga in America, is the only one who hasn't declared it. You feel me, Ray?
Yeah, absolutely. But once again, not to reiterate or be redundant, but that's why I'm like, what is our code? I'm just like, if we supposed to be wearing black and yellow, that's the American Negro. Every nigga in America from Philly to Cali should be wearing black and yellow, or whatever. Like to say we like, what's the unity action? I hear about the division. We hear all the division tactics, and like Chief said.
Hold on, guys. I'm gonna respond. I'm gonna land my plane on this response. I get what you keep asking, Ray. I don't know why you hung up on it, but I'm gonna say it this way in the manner in which Chief said. That flag on your baseball cap is ours. We all operate under it. All that other stuff that you're talking about is individual separate behavior. But what would bring us together is to understand that is ours, inclusive and exclusive. Because here's what I'm going to finally say to you, brother. There is only one American. Only one. And that is even defined by the foreigners. And inside the definition, they told you, I stole it and put it on my children born here, calling them native born. So there is only one American flag, and the American who keeps calling himself nigga and all other things needs to get their shit together and stop getting it twisted. And I yield.
I want to make it a sports analogy for him. Shout out to Ray. Ray, Ohio, so Big Ten, right? What's your Big Ten team?
Know what it is, my nerve Buckeyes. What are you talking about?
Okay. Right, so it's 10 other teams in the Big Ten, though. Maybe they added a couple more in the Big Ten, correct? And everybody got different colors, right?
Right.
But they still under the Big Ten umbrella.
Right. They're a conference or a confederate.
Right. Now, the Big Ten is a part of that's not a part of the SEC, right? But it's still under the NCAA umbrella, correct?
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? It's just the same concept, bro. We had all of us had our different teams and different colors that they took from us. They took our colors, they took our teams and made these colors. These colors are identifiers of your house, of your people, you know what I'm saying, of the culture and stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, so we were very competitive people. Keep in mind, we've been playing ball for thousands of years, brother. We've been balling for thousands of years. That's why we the best.
Hey,
we invented it.
I know, Chief, and that's what I'm saying. What I'm alluding to is like we are the guys. Like we could just create, not just hear me out. Like we can make a new team that's like, all right, we the new team. Y'all stole
Bro,
that
but
flag.
you got to create some new colors though. You don't have to. I got you. You can't create a new color, right?
Right on.
These are our colors. Our ancestors bled. What the brother told you first, that's our blood, red, white, and blue in the flag. That's our blood. Those are our colors. And we've shown this ancient things on the paintings on the walls that our ancestors did, bro.
Chief.
Hey, hold on one second.
It's about winning, y'all. It ain't about your feelings. Somebody disfranchised your mind.
Nah,
I think
hold up, Ali. One second, you get it right here. To the Elder Alabama's point, I pulled up the 1820 Webster's Dictionary definition for an American young man. Can you see that, Jose, my brother, or Ray, my brother?
Yeah. I can read it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. That just lets you know. And this was
I done read that definition 100,000. I know who we are, right? I'm just trying to say, y'all need to know who the fuck we is. You know, I'm just like,
what?
Like when we talk about the teams, when I play football, you put that jersey on, bro. You a whole nother. Like even when cops put on their uniform, when they put that bitch on, they a whole nother person. They take that off, he a civilian. He can get his head rocked. You feel me? You don't even know he a cop. But when
Right, but once again though, bro, we explaining what we're saying.
It come with respect and honor. Shit you would do normally, you ain't gonna do because he got the
bro. But you struggling with cognitive dissonance though, bro. We're saying that what you're feeling has been programmed.
I feel you. I'm
simple as that. Like whatever colors you want to put to represent yourself, bro, and do this thing you got to do. Well, you have the right to self-identify, but Alabama said tap into your bloodline. What your people said, bro.
I think what he's trying to say. I think what he's trying to say,
Kutty. Hold on, Kutty. I think what he's trying to say is what Chief just said. The last word. That's the key word. What he's trying to. He's speaking socially, right? Like He's out in public, right? How does he know that Chief, that's my dude? You know what I mean?
Visually.
He got the jacket on, or he got the like, what up? Like,
you feel what he's saying? That's what he's trying to say.
But what visually identifying your people, what would that do? Is that changing anything?
I think visually not. It's killing us. So I think something got to change. Like we got to do something because we're not identifying that that's not my enemy. That's my people. You feel me? Like it looked like we don't know who we are. But hey, I gotta make a move real quick. I'm gonna get right back with y'all.
No doubt. Shout out to Ray, man.
Well, in regards to what he's saying, right?
That was
if you look at nature,
right, you're right.
The most feared opponent and the most dangerous opponent of a male lion is another male lion. So it's very important for lions to identify by scent who is their bloodline, even after they kick them out of the tribe. So this is what he's trying to say. They use a scent, right? We don't use scent as humans, right? I used to tell youngins when I was mentoring some youngins that if we did a background check, a genealogy check, then maybe y'all wouldn't be fighting each other because you ain't know that's your brother. You ain't know that's your cousin. Right? So when he's talking about identifying, right? Now this is the problem with identifying. As I stated earlier, right? we have so many different talents that create cultures within cultures, right? You got different dress styles, right? You got different coloring schemes, right? Now, I'm gonna show you how, just by nature, without even knowing it, how this answers a part of your question, right? If we go in the neighborhoods anywhere in America, Cali, Chicago, Baltimore, DC, Miami, Louisiana, Houston, right? You know what's common in every hood? I don't care if they got some paper or they below the poverty line. I don't care if they like to tuck it in or like to let it drop. You know what's common? White t-shirts.
All right. Yo, check it out, man. We got Dominique on the panel, man. I ain't even acknowledge the God, man.
What's up, Dominique?
Cut.
Thank you very much for your patience, my brother.
Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me bananas.
Why y'all think, what is it about the white t-shirt?
Hey, hold on. Oh, well, you go ahead and land your plane, brother. Dominique, jump in right after excuse me. Go ahead.
I want some bill on that. What is it about the white t-shirt?
You're not meaning wife beater. You just mean the complete white
I'm
t-shirt.
talking about the white, the white t-shirt everybody rock.
Right. What say you, Ali? We're listening.
Yeah. See, white, we used to wear white. And I'm not even talking about long ago. We just stopped in the 70s, the early 70s. When, like grandma said, they ain't keeping it holy no more. It ain't about water no more. It done changed what God is all about.
You say back in the day we used to wear white?
Yeah.
Expound, please.
Watch this. Everybody on this panel, call your grandmama when you get off this panel, right? If she's still alive, right? Or maybe your mother if she's older, right? And if they went to church, right? You ask them what color they used to wear when they went to church. The whole church now, what everybody had on. Or better yet, go on YouTube, find some old churches, right? With footage, right? And look at it.
I never paid attention.
I don't know about that one, buddy.
Right? Watch this. See, we went to church then, right? From Thursday, right, to Sunday. Every day had a special day. Right? We used to have on the Sabbath Eve, right? People get baptized, right? In the white, especially the babies being the white loincloth, right? And then when it got watered down in the churches, that's when they start sprinkling them, right? See, when I'm talking about this when we was y'all say Creek Indians. The reason they say that is because all of us live by creeks. That ain't what we were. Right? So I'm talking about baptizing in the creek. See, the Indians used to swim in the creek like they swim in swimming pools today. Think nothing of it.
But Ali, and I appreciate the insight that you're doing. The tainting and the corruption of it, some of this Moorish nonsense, some of this white status application, whatever white supremacy is or is not, whiteness as purity, chaste. You know how the shit goes with definition. And anyone didn't see the movie Malcolm X and the epiphany he made in jail about the dictionary, There's nothing negative attached to white, but there's more than 125 definitions for black or blackness, all evil or negative, except when you're in the black, and that means making money. So when we're talking connotatively, not what it denotes, but what its intentions are through mind control, what in today's thinking do we have to do to break down the mental conditioning of people believing in whiteness, white zaddy, jeebus, like you say, Kutty? Because I'm not disagreeing with anything you said. And you see many of these movies, particularly in the slave narrative, when they took them down to the creek and they baptized them in the river to become baptized a Christian, they were wearing all white. And I yield.
Yeah, see, this is what so-called colonizers do.
Okay.
Just as you see them right now face disrespect in our family, right? By digging them up. Right in our faces. Right? They make you pay. So you just think about that, right? They make you pay for your own funeral or get insurance or however you're going to do it. Only because they're going to dig your ass up and call you history. All right. Now, they'll write a narrative. Right. But by the time they reveal the diggings, right, their narrative has done the damage. That's how they play the game.
Can I add something? This Superman. I don't agree with this unity shit. Everybody getting together and doing one thing and being represented by one thing. I think that we should be uniform in our action. We act a certain way, conduct ourselves a certain way, and move forward in life like that. It's coming together. We ain't gonna do shit but fight.
I think
Super, I agree on this. I agree in this fashion. And what he's crying, uniform of behavior, no one can ever be unified in thought. We are individuals. That's getting back almost to what Ray asked about the United States flag,
right,
etc. But to be of one accord, and I think this is, we're doing slightly semantics here. Should we be of one accord in stopping what's going on to the Aboriginal community, in particular the children and the grandchildren that are about to be set on this course of self-destruction? Can we be at least clear on that so that people are not arguing? That's why I did what I did with Ray. Let's speak on how we're on one accord, then work accordingly, and each one do something so everything gets done. But go ahead, Ali.
Yeah, that's what Ray was touching on. When you're gonna be on one accord, you talking about our behavior, right? So you talking about communication, right? So there needs to be some type of identification, is what he's talking about socially, abroad. You may know your immediate surroundings, right? But in traveling, and like it used to be a thing. I don't even know if y'all know this. Anybody else witnessed this in your family? There was a time when you didn't get no hotel, right? Because wherever you traveled, when you made the call that you was coming, a room was going to be made for you, right?
But isn't that where the Green Book evolved out of that? To keep us away from terroristic white domestic mobs and the Klan?
Well, when you start talking about the Klan, right? There's a whole lot of uncovered. I'm sure that you and Chief are aware of it, but there's a lot of.
Let me stay on subject, big man. Let me stay on subject right quick. Because I wanted to get in on what the brethren was saying. You want to be able to identify his people and his people identify.
But see, this is another problem with what we talking about now.
let me
See,
put in
when you
something right.
when we speak of E, right? When we say the word we or us, whoever says that is thinking in unity. I understand exactly what they mean, right? So we don't have to get technical there, right? So what are the unifying factors? You can't, it can't be a mere, oh, I'm American Indian. That alone will not unify people, right? Now the other brother, he spoke on behaviors, right? Brother, there are different standards of behavior all throughout society, and society is splintered. That's even within each and every one of our own families. As Alabama just stated, we are all individuals. So everybody in everybody's family don't act exactly the same. Nor do they dress the same, nor do they have the same thoughts. This is our reality today. We can learn from our past. All right? Sometime in life, there's a thing called reset. Like the natural reset that just happened, right? The natural cycle. So sometime in life, you have to reset. Maybe for some people, maybe they need to put back on the white. But when you put the white on, you got to know what putting the white on means. It ain't about colors. It's about righteousness, which means the correct answer. We're a nation of scientists, man. That's why we're very creative. When you're created by nature, parasites gonna be chasing your ass all day, every day. Leeching, blood sucking.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Because their nature is not to create. Their nature is to be a savage and suck somebody else's remains.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think we are acting in our nature? And if not, or if so?
No, because we got away from nature. Everything, our entire foundation was based on nature.
Well, then that
Our
should be
language,
identified.
our original language is based on nature.
If something
A ain't just an A. A is an atom. A is atomic. B isn't just a B. It's bonding. It's biological. You understand what I'm saying?
So that should be
to get back to nature.
Factor. That should be the identifying factor.
We have to get back to nature.
If a person is acting in their nature, that should identify them. They don't need to be uniform in nothing. You see what I'm saying? So if we acting in our nature, just like you said, when you leave house, you see somebody acting out of sorts, you'll say that person ain't got no home training.
But is that really the case, Super? Or are they an unnatural person acting in what is their natural behavior? Now, this is borderline getting good and evil discussion here. But even demon seed, because they refer to children in that, mothers and grandmothers still love the demon seed child. But what is their nature?
Right.
To be in contention, to be the author of chaos, to be in opposition.
If I'm correct, Alabama, didn't you teach one time?
No, you speaking to me?
Yeah, weren't you a teacher one time? An educator?
Yeah. During a period of what some might say a jack of all trades, a master of none.
Right.
But go
Okay.
ahead.
Anybody else on the panel that's been an educator?
Superman.
Okay, so you got me and you, Alabama, and now dealing with kids, man.
No, I taught school before Superman.
Okay, yeah, okay, so that's great. We got three of us up here, and then we got the sister who's a mother. So that's the first teacher, right? So we sitting here, we talking about behavior, right? Curving behavior, correcting behavior. I would love to have some young people on this panel. We got any young people in the chat? This is one of the most important things to correcting behavior is closing a gap in generation. We as adults are guilty of making decisions for a lot of young ones without implementing their lives in the decision.
But you just made a sound that you can't correct someone's behavior because they act on their own. And let me say what I want to say already before you get any deeper on that. I've been trying to wait for a minute here. When we have our children or even ourselves, we have this inclination in our mindset that no one can tell us anything, that we don't have to bow to anything, we don't have to fulfill any obligations to anything outside of ourselves. And that's the basic mindset of every man, woman, and child of this land. There's no sight and I looking to cook enough food in case someone come by my doorstep that needs to eat. There's none of that. And that's how we're not seeing each other as our people. We're not adapting back to the customs and the belief systems that we used to have. We're separating it and living in going to worship a God that's not known to us, but we want to be known to it. And until we come into that realization, we're gonna steady be asking these questions. We're gonna be right back here 5 years later asking the same question because we ain't even trying to do nothing different. We're steady doing the same thing, but talking about the complaining, but still say no one can come over here. We don't want to listen to no one. We don't want to do nothing to no one. We don't want to. I don't trust no one, and all of these things there. So we really have to look at ourselves in the mirror. We got to check ourselves first, and then try to correct the rest of the world. Correct what's inside, because we are the problem to everything else, and everything else is a problem to we.
And isn't that the definition of insanity, Nadi? Doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results.
Yeah.
Now, what was now we are at different time frames, because again, this may not be taught in current K-12 curriculum. But what was your understanding of model behavior, Nadi?
Being a child speaking when he's being spoken to. When you're out in public, you're moving as royalty. Like the brother said, my name carry a lot of weight in the community as far as helping people, and don't tarnish my name. My children know the order of how we carry ourselves and the fashion we move. And it's not no singular fashion. It's a fashion that we got to communicate with everything. Everything is in sync. That's how that was.
And people like to use big words like etiquette and customs.
Right.
But until the behavior is modeled, that is setting an example, right, Nadi?
Right.
Now, how do we address these demon seeds, or Smoke lovingly calls wild nigger Indians?
Look in the mirror every day.
I got you, but film me again, 'cause I'm stating in the classroom setting that Ali was proposing. Those forces that are disruptive have to be removed, because you cannot tolerate discord and chaos, because the confusion is not conducive to educating or representing the model behavior, right?
Correct.
That's what we got going on here. And this Discord actually is being reveled and rewarded, calling it gangster rap and whatever other shit. What's going on, bro? I mean, I'm confused. I'll land my plane on that.
Alabama, can I add something to it?
Come on.
Those disruptive children, they need to be guided. They can be used, and they are.
Speak up just a little bit. Speak up just a little bit.
They are needed, and we can't discard them. We gotta guide them until where they're needed at. Those are the warriors. Those are the fighters. So we need those for the army. It's not the education of the kid is not up to the kid. It's up to the educator. And just like when I was in school, I was disruptive because I was bored. The shit was too easy for me. And it took one of my teachers to say, hey, you bored. He gave me an algebra book in 7th grade. So it's not that it's up to the child. It's up to the parent and the teacher to guide the whatever attribute the kid has. If they're, docile or whatever, or if they disruptive or whatever.
Now, Super, I didn't, and I thank you for that example because I did not hopefully come across as saying they would be discarded.
Man, that's deep. That's deep, ain't it?
No, hold on, Ali, because I want to stay on point with him and what he was saying. That was not my intentions if it came across that way. Okay. As a matter of fact, I could share a simple example as you just did. I had a similar experience. My Spanish teacher at that time put me and my cohort on independent study, where we went to the library and then operated in some semblance of liberty or freedom. But I'm trying to explain to you about how it must be dealt with so that it doesn't disenfranchise, as Chief is trying to teach on what is disenfranchisement currently, that it doesn't disenfranchise the larger group at the expense of one or two. You feel what I'm saying, Super?
I got you. I understand. I'm just saying we can't discard nobody if we recognize, just like when you was a kid, one of the cousins was wild. He just energetic. You got to get that out of him, but put him in a positive situation. Give him a bike to fix, or teach him how to work on the motor, or
now that goes to having something available, and you know what's happened in the public school system. Wood shop has been taken out, mechanic auto shop has been taken out, trades have been put into supposed trade schools as opposed to being options available. But you got it, brother. Run with your wisdom.
We get out of the environment again. I had all those pleasures coming up. I had the pleasure of a lot of things that was at my hand, right? But I chose at a certain point to be rude and unruly.
Man, hold on for a minute. This is incredible. This is an incredible learning moment.
No.
I don't know. Only touch. Listen to what I'm saying. This is very important.
Hold on, big bro. I'm trying to humble myself, but I ain't trying to out-talk everyone,
No, I'm not cutting wisdom. What you're saying is so important, man, because from an educator's perspective, right? They do a lot of analysis of kids, right, who become disrupted, right? So I'm saying what you and Super relaying to us right now is a great learning moment. That's all I'm saying. Now carry on.
Ali, please let him finish. Go ahead, Nadi.
My disruption came in from my environment, from me trying to adapt to something that wasn't me. I was trying to identify with that, whether it be the gang culture, the street culture. That wasn't what I was being taught in the home. That wasn't the example that was actually given to me. But by me being in public and want to be part of the knowing or part of the accepted, I accepted traditions that wasn't even my own to reshape my whole aspect of life into an anger situation. And it took time and age and many sights of the sun for me to go back to my original inheritance of teaching, because I didn't have that constant awareness of the inheritance. I didn't have that constant awareness of the tradition embedded in me and embedded around me and my condition as I was coming up.
Because it wasn't the construct that we were operating in that we had complete control over. Let me ask you this, Nadi, because this is something, and I grew up in Miami, so we got a different thing going on. But what really disturbs me about how people are dismissive, whether it's whatever Jamaican, Barbadian, and which island was our elder Harry Belafonte from? Was he Barbadian or Trinidadian or what?
I think he's from Barbados.
Yeah,
okay. What do you feel is the differentiation of the indoctrination versus the mainland and what was British colonial rule in the island structure? What say you, my good brother?
See, I live in both worlds. I lived in both worlds. I grew up and went school, grade school, and high school in both areas. So I seen the difference in both structures. And it is a major disconnect between the two, but it's a similarity. It's not so different as in the historical colonial education base, right? But the continuance after that is what matters. And then if you see it coming from a aspect of an islander, right? It's more or less keep the culture, keep what you was being taught in home. And a more of American aspect, a stateside aspect is the loudest rule. It's not about identity, it's more about class. What class you in, or what that's what others identify you, not who you identify or how you identify yourself, is what others identify you as. So that's what a big culture.
Would that be like name brand clothes as opposed to wearing uniforms? I think we get some, and how Catholicism versus the Queen's English kind of thing goes on in proprietary schools on the island. But you got to.
Yeah. I don't know how far where you want to go with it, but I'm in agreement on what you're saying. Yeah, it's the same way, but in a different aspect. In the same, it's hard to explain.
Hey, Dred, the reason why I stopped you and I said that this part was so very important is because it's dealing with our overall problem, which is disruptions in the community.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I wanted to hear some more from you two also, Super. I wanted to hear from a childhood perspective, right? Mentally, right? What's going on to create the disruption? And also, when you're creating the disruption, what is your intent? You understand what I'm saying?
Me being a disruptor.
You talking to me?
I'm talking to both of them. You know,
the intent was attention.
Okay.
Only time kids disrupt something is when they want attention, lap time. So once you
and what was lost from the home? What was lost from the household? Not necessarily you personally or Nadi personally, but in general, what's usually the triggering of that behavior?
Being a disruptor.
Lap time. You didn't get enough lap time in childhood development.
Me being a disruptive child, right? I can speak from the horse's mouth. Mm-hmm. It wasn't truly an intention thing. It was where I learned the true thing of respect, and I didn't feel like I was being respected as a person. Despite my
mindset. So let me ask you this. Go deeper with it.
You know how like organizations have a culture, right? So I'm speaking to you in particular, Nadi. When you went to school, did you feel culturally pressured?
Yeah, definitely. Because
So and that's what created the initial disruption.
Yeah,
Ali, let me drop this in here because this is just for a breaking pause here and a little enlightenment, maybe a little light humor. Any or all of you brothers familiar with the Mighty Quinn movie? I love the hell of it, not just with Denzel. But could you tell me if you saw the movie, what's the difference between the character Malby and the Mighty Quinn? If you remember that, Nadi, if you ever saw that movie, The Mighty Quinn, because it's an island twist to it too. And I love me some Cheryl Lee Ralph.
I didn't catch The Mighty Quinn.
And as the detective or the policeman.
Yeah, that's what Denzel played as the Mighty Quinn. But Malby, we would consider the rebel, the renegade, the outlaw. I mean, what say you, bro?
Mobby was a real gunman. Mobby was Mobby. Everybody wanted to be like Mobby.
Yeah, so you remember the movie I'm talking about, right?
Was Mobby a white guy?
No, it was Robert Townsend, the Hollywood Shuffle fame. But if you haven't seen that movie, Ali.
Okay, now I know the Mighty Quinn.
Yeah. And remember, his wife was Cheryl Lee Ralph. And why did she sing the Mighty Quinn song? Do you remember what I'm talking about, Nadi?
I don't remember the song like that.
It was to kind of check Denzel in being the patty roller, the constable, the law enforcement man, and remind him to get back into his culture, his people. You feel me? But it's almost like comparing Bugs Bunny to Elmer Fudd, in a cartoon thing. But in this incident with this movie, and I love that movie. Whenever it comes on, I just watch it, and I ain't gonna say it again because I love my queen, Cheryl Lee Ralph. But anyhow, had a big crush on her. Anyhow, Malby, Malby and Mighty Quinn were not blood brothers, but they were brothers of kin growing up, Ali. And Malby went the wayward path, the everyman, like Nadi called him, the gunman and whatnot. And Mighty Quinn ended up being the constable, the lawman of the island. And the conflicting story was between some shit that went down with the white folk and a CIA motherfucker came. But I'm not go down the rabbit hole because it's an amazing movie if y'all never seen it. But you remember the money shit and the $10,000 note, Nadi?
Yeah, I remember.
I actually have the movie and never watched it.
What?
Yeah, I got a lot of movies that my cousin used to sell, movies. I got 1,000 movies that I've never watched.
The Mighty Quinn, Ali, actually talks the narrative that I'm trying to chop it up with Nadi about the mainland controlling the island under the British colonial rule and that CIA black ops shit. It's a lot of tricks to the story, man, but I think you enjoy the hell out of it. Plus, the culture, the music, and I listen to Denzel read a motherfucking phone book. But go ahead, Nadi.
No, but I was just speaking on the disruptive part that I experienced myself. You know what I'm saying? As I wanted to do, what I was into. And I don't know what other people, some people mindset might not be as equal up in them brain, and certain cells might not be functioning to cause certain behavior activity, right?
But Nadi, were you saying that you were trying to be the boss of yourself as opposed to being oppressed by the cultural situation in the classroom? Or were you following the crowd type shit?
It conformed me into following the crowd. It was a pressure. It was a pressure to follow the crowd because the crowd at the same time was in a disrespectful of my self identity. They didn't respect my identity that I had on my own. So by being in a pressurizing system like that, it made me lash out against everything. All kind of any type of control of order that was trying to show me how to be under a rule of conformity. You understand?
Right.
So that's what really made me in anger. It wasn't because his father wasn't there. It wasn't. I had fun coming up
Dre,
in.
let's go a little That's further the in key. detail That's into the this. key.
Let's
You Let's have go a your little further in father detail. around. What I mean is, you personally, right? How did this explain to the youth that may be listening? How this disrupted behavior? How did it harm you? And if you can, explain emotionally and mentally, what did you have to go through to recognize this and do something to correct it?
It harmed me where it actually didn't allow me to be in the position I was destined to be in. It took my eyesight off of what was my true calling. Um, which it took a long time for me to learn that, but it took a lot of knots upside of my head and a lot of solitary for me to come into a loving conformity of what I need to be and what I was created to be. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
In so small of a word. But it took a while. It took a while. I was in my 30s before I actually started to seek a remedy.
Not that's called learning by trial and error, because the father was taken out of the home. You don't have any,
I can't say that. I can't say that because my mother, she was my true queen, right? And
yeah, but a woman
hold
can't
on,
teach a
hold on,
boy
hold
how
on,
to be
hold
a
on,
man.
hold on. My mother involved with the men she involved herself with, far as my stepfather and them thing there, it was meant to teach me trade and teach me things to be able to survive and go out to do manly activity. They showed me what it was to be a man. They didn't that and my mother made sure there was a placement in my life if my father wasn't there. She made sure she got a man to be able to teach me what it was to do with my hands and used as a trade for myself sustainability. But mentally, no one can actually place that but your environment. Is what I'm trying to show you, bro. Your environment is what shape your sight of mind states.
Right. So you have to go deeper in your personal environment. It's just like when I was growing up, I moved with my dad when I was 16. I was angry and I was homicidal and suicidal. But he explained me to me because he was me. And it gave me a grounding. No other man can teach me that because that's my progenitor. You understand?
All
What I'm
right,
saying?
bro. Real quick, man. Salute, man. Yeah, power to the motherfucking people. Man. Salute to the channel, the
What's
panel,
up, Smoke?
and to the
Power
channel.
to the motherfucking smoke signal.
What's up with you, bro, man? I'm interested in making these conversations a little bit more progressive, but I think first of all we need to address a serious matter. We have Sister Soul on the panel. I think she's been trying to get in, man. Let her express herself. Then we can get back into the bag, bro, because I got some shit to say too. But yeah, carry on. So
You got the floor, Queen Mother. How you, Sister Soul Main Radio?
Welcome, sister.
Grand Risings, brothers and sisters on the panel. Peace to the chat. Great bliss to everyone. Well, earlier I got tied up in some business, so I just jumped back up because we was having just a few minutes.
And I'm back too because I kept hearing my name, Alabama.
Mama Chief, Empress, did you hear us? Hopefully correct Ray, the Jose trigger nigga.
That's why I came back up, because I didn't want it to be so much that he triggered me. I wanted to express the fact that anybody that I see that seems to have a contentious way about themselves is asking questions like we should know, and it seems like you're trying to throw a monkey wrench in there, you know. So that and I do want to apologize if I called him out, but I wasn't the only one in the chat that was going after it. But I just wanted to be clear that
I think Ray will apologize also. Won't you, Ray?
I'm just saying I have no contentions with Jose. Welcome. But like I said, I come in cutting off heads with people that look like they are drawing dissension, because that's not what we need. We need to be trying to figure out, what do we do now?
Mama Chi.
Time. Yeah.
Mama Chi.
I land.
Come on without. Come on within.
Hey,
you
Ray,
ain't seen nothing like the mighty Quinn. Got it. You got it, sister.
No,
Ray, you want to apologize? That'd be a beautiful thing. She just apologized, Ray.
He stepped away.
No, he dropped. He's not on the panel.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Mama Chief, big up yourself now. Yeah, come
on. Big up to you, Naughty. Always. You always. You know
yes,
that.
Set order.
Hey, Mama G. Mama G. I'm gonna say this on behalf of Ray. Even though he dropped and didn't apologize, based on from the way he came in and the way he left, I think he apologizes. So the next time y'all have interaction, I think you might get an apology.
Honestly, I accept that without him even saying anything, because I do understand what he was doing. Now with him coming, he made himself perfectly clear what he was doing.
He just made it very clear to us. He got some attention issues.
Well, actually, I'm gonna be honest. What I got from him, the biggest thing is the brother plays sports, and he like, man, I just need to see who on my team. Sometimes who got the same colors.
Right.
I need the colors of war if we're gonna do something. I need the colors of organization at the times of, when he's looking at it for his specific self.
And can I say something to that, Cut? I get that, and that's why I'm here too, because we got to establish everything we need, y'all. We did it before. We did it for them. We got to do it for ourselves. So at this junction, this is where we come in and okay, what's our solution? We know we got big problems. We got big enemies. We got everybody against us, but they love us the most because they following us, trying to see what we up to. But we got to come with what we supposed to be doing. First of all, we all say we gods. And I don't know where y'all get y'all God from. But at the same time, when we God, that means we got power. And then it says, well, if my people, which are called upon my name, will humble themselves and seek my face, what? I'll heal the land, I'll heal the water, I'll heal the air. But that's the only way that I see us getting out of this shit, is that we better call on our gods. Because right now, these people done killed the water, the air, everything we do, y'all, they got us. They give us what we eat. And I don't trust nothing they got, y'all. So we got to create everything we need. And that's the only reason why I'm here, for a solution, not to create a problem. I land right there.
Yeah, I appreciate the fire, Mama Chief, and I also share that particular sentiment. Yeah, but I ain't gonna get all into my bag right now. You niggas carry on. See if we can break up some of this weird ass energy. I relinquish the flow.
Smoke, are you saying self-reflection and self-analysis is weird energy? I mean, we can be contentious. We know we expect a wild nigga Indian to come in and do what you gonna do.
Don't you bite that bone if it don't apply to you, bro. Don't you bite that damn bone if it don't apply to you, bro.
No, I'm asking for clarity for the people that are listening. What is this weird energy you're referencing, good brother?
Bro, you just gotta know weird energy when you feel it, bro. You've been
that's like the definition of pornography.
You've been
I
highly
know it when I
engaged.
see it.
You've been highly engaged. You've been highly engaged in the conversation, so you might feel a certain attachment to it. But yeah, you know, you just gotta recognize it when you see it or when you
What,
feel it, bro.
what conversation you talking about?
The
I'm not
conversation
quite
y'all,
sure. Not
the
that's why I
conversation
was asking him
y'all,
for clarity. What is it that he
right?
felt was weird energy?
The conversation y'all been engaged in. You know, y'all been y'all been all over the damn place.
Yeah. Oh, sister.
Well, we were in the wake of this. Go ahead, Kutty. Go ahead.
No, I didn't know Sister Soul left. Go ahead, my brother, please.
No, we were in the wake of the trigger nigger. That's why I paid homage and respect, acknowledging Mama Chief being back up here.
Oh well,
So-
yeah, okay. My bad. I missed that part. I didn't know y'all had I didn't know y'all had a confrontation up here. My bad. That's also y'all saying the energy weird because y'all had
I
some,
wouldn't say it was
y'all
a
had some ops. Y'all had ops up here.
We just had like I guess you could
ops. No, the brother was just brought up some interesting questions that got Mama Chief rolling, and I came up to defend her originally. But he came back and did some clarification. Go ahead, Kutty. You were saying?
I just was gonna sum it up. It was where's your flag moment? Something like that. You know, where's your flag moment? Where's our flag moment? Smoke, if that makes sense. Where's the flag at, Nick?
See what flag?
I think that'll make it easier for us to be infiltrated because
For
we
real.
easily recognize. So if somebody else put on a uniform, how we gonna know who is on our team?
No, I think the team members can be easily identified, especially once you learn how to detect behavior patterns.
You know,
Right, that's what I was saying. We should recognize each other by our behavior.
That's
Fuck
exactly.
what we got on.
Hey, you know what? And I'm gonna be honest with you. Real talk. We get to talk about the code because this is kind of like what we're talking about, code and how we know movement, how we know who's what. You think about the wildebeest or any herd animal, when they get to turn it, they turn in sequence. It ain't like motherfuckers done said we turning on the left side of the herd to the people far on the right side or even in the back. But
if you don't turn, Cut, you get stampeded.
You get stampede, but they all know that that's the turn. It's like, yo, it's all in our movements that's going to symbolize who and what's going on.
You know why they know the turn? Because they all know where they're going. They know the destination. See, we got different destinations. Until we can agree on one destination.
You can't simplify that, nigga. I'm not gonna let you simplify
No,
that.
that goes back to what I was saying, though.
Oh no.
The final destination.
I'm not gonna let you simplify that. Hold up, gentlemen, please. I'm not gonna let you simplify that with that type of response because there's a destination, of course, in life. But when these herd animals are on the move, they are not thinking about a destination. They are thinking about dangers and things of that nature that poses itself at real time. And when that happens on the right hand side, the people in the middle of the herd or even the left hand side of the herd don't know that, but they're automatically moving in sync. You know, it's not like they're communicating that. You know what I'm talking about? And it ain't just destination based.
Well, no, they are communicating at an instinctive level is what you're talking about now, Cut.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
But what we're talking about is the so-called intelligent being. I don't know. We've convinced ourselves we're at the top of the food chain, the animal kingdom, etc. Is we're being purposeful. Are we though? Are we being purposeful in our action? That's this argument. Now, you know, this uncode stuff came from one elder, Neely Fuller Jr., right? Now, whether y'all have read the book or not, or you agree that white supremacy is a thing or not. But this uncode thing that's coming out of the FBA mouth, Tariq Nasheed, Professor Black Truth, or with these other folks that consider themselves bliggity black, coal black, bluer than black, you know? What kind of code is that if you are indoctrinated in some dead shit? You feel me, Cut?
Oh yeah,
You could be on a core, you could be on code, but that shit is still destructive.
That's true.
So where are we applying what is purposeful? And I'm not just saying this because we're over here in the Aboriginal community. And you know I gassed you up and I goosed you, but God damn it, I miss being able to holler America. Because we need to have the message clear on how we roll. You feel what I'm saying, Cut?
You know, Alabama, what you speaking on now? I say the 70s and the 80s up into the early part of the 90s. Detroit, Atlanta, Washington, D.C. That's what was going on, basically. A lot of power building based on behavior. And then, you know, that's another discussion, what happened. But that's how we used to move. When Cuz moved up to stay with you, he moved up with you because he wanted a job, because he wanted to go to school, not because he wanted to hang out. You know, when Alabama came in my city, I'm family. He's staying at the house. He ain't gonna get no hotel. He may offer the, you know, just out of gratitude. He may.
But Ali, let me tell you something that as a traveler, whether you are or not, when we go to whatever city is, you find the tracks and cross them. Why? Because who do you need to know who's on what side of the tracks? You feel me? But go ahead, bro. You go with your wisdom.
Right. So, you know, we used to understand, you know, economics, saving money, spending money, what they're spending on. Perfectionists. Over the years, I've heard the dissension in the ranks. You hear people say stuff like, in situations, in conversations, stuff like, he think he perfect. She thinks she better than us. And mentally over time, if that's your surroundings, you start lowering your standards. I need to get my standards where they at because I don't want them to think I'm better than them. Man, I was an A student.
But isn't that misunderstanding a class discussion when it isn't really about class? And I don't mean class in the sense of,
I know what you're
you know,
saying.
how much money you got, but whether or not we considered a person was being classy. Remember back in the day, you was a classy, especially for women when we were applying it for women.
Listen, even I'm talking about internally with your families, right? There's always, I mean, even in nature, right? At the so-called kill, right? Somebody always want more than the other one. I just need one more bite than my sister.
Now that's being greedy and selfish. You know the difference.
Right. So I'm saying, I'm trying to separate the animalistic nature that's natural in us, that's competition, versus what you're saying now. You understand what I'm saying?
Can I ask a question, please?
By all means, Sister Soul.
This is Mama Chief.
I mean, I'm sorry about that. I just let Sister Soul. I'm sorry, Mama Chief.
It's okay. I don't mind being. But I just wanted to know how many people. I heard y'all say y'all was educators. That meant that you taught a lot of the bullshit that was taught, because you had to. You know, I understand that. But
well, I didn't.
All righty then.
That's why they got rid of my ass.
Okay, I got you on that.
This is the elders hour. I'll tell you what. Shout out to the elders. We got Sister Soul and Sister Betty with the rest of the elders. Mama Chief.
All right, Sister Becky. How you doing, sweetie? Sister Soul, everybody on the panel.
What up?
Hey, what's up? But
Don't
my
be calling me no damn elder. I'm 34. I got my hair done.
I'm an elder.
And all the women are looking fine and classy was the last thing that Ali and I was talking about.
That's what we was talking about. We was trying to get more of them up here.
But my question is, how many of us? I mean, I know the culture that we all had, and I don't care what state, what city we was in. You know, on certain days, on Friday, everybody just about I know we're eating fish. You know, on Sunday we was eating a Sunday dinner cooked by Big Mama and Grandmama. Everybody in the house was cooking. Everybody.
That's right, cuz. That's right, cuz.
You know, everybody was at the house eating. I don't care. We knew Sunday dinner we going over Big Mama house. You know.
That's right, cuz. That's right, cuz.
And everybody laying around eating watermelon, spitting seeds. You know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But see, Mama Chief, I don't know what part you came in and heard. Nadi was saying that as far as we were talking about being disruptive and why, because the structure we were dropped in as calling K through 12 was not what we control. When remember that the narrative and the myth of the little red brick house, the little red brick schoolhouse on the so-called plantation. But when we were amongst ourselves and controlled the process of bringing the next generation forward, that has transitioned into what we call public schools. You feel what I'm saying, Mama Chief?
We had a little long house.
You still with us, Mama Chief?
I'm here. I'm here.
So is that where we're going with your question that you're asking? What is the structure and what is the curriculum, and do we control it?
No, not the structure or the curriculum. Because what we got was from home. Okay, what I got from school in the 8th grade when they started segregating us in the 1970. That's when I first encountered pale skin trying to tell me I was from Africa and monkey shit. Okay,
talk to him now.
So the 70s on up is when I learned about being anything other than what I already. It wasn't no question in our house about who we was. It was our grandma and them said they was Indian, and that was it.
That's right.
We didn't question none of this stuff. You know, the men's on our brothers at that time when I'm coming up, they weren't worried about no job. They was on the street with their ham boning and they buckets, and they were playing music and singing Temptation songs. And I mean, this is what I grew up on. So my question is anybody on here, did we grow up like that, or did we grow up with some other kind of culture? Because that's the culture when people want to know what's our culture. That's all I know. I relinquish.
You grew up
Kutty, you still with us, or did he step away? And you missed the ham bone, the mouth organ, the harmonica when we was talking to your music man.
Hey, who missed?
That's what we were talking at that time. So if you heard Mama Chief there, she was expressing the cultural time frame of the ham bone, the soft shoe, the tap dancing. Do you know who the Nicholas brothers, the Cab Calloway, etc., the Cotton Club, etc., etc.? But go ahead,
Mama. We were speaking on that earlier to a degree. You just said about the 70s, right? The early 70s was that turnover period, right? Now, young people don't understand this today. And some of the older people don't understand this. You know, when you discussing history, you know, policies and organizations and the way people do things change, right? So what Masonry is today is not what Masonry originally was. Masonry is the first form of educational system. That's what Masonry is. Masonry was the educated versus the uneducated, which would give them what they call in accounting terms, a clear balance, white balance.
Rite of passage.
Right. So, and if you in the dark, you in the black. That's an old
But hold on, Ali. Hold on. What Mama Chief was identifying was what has been denigrated in this evolution from the 70s to the 21st century.
Right.
We were closer in touch with each other and being communal is what I heard her describing. We've now, and this is what's really disturbing to me. One word, integration, which is 6 decades deep now. What have we gotten back from turning our children 2 or 3 generations loose away from what Mama Chief described as communal existence? And I yield.
Keyword communal, which means community, coming together. We have dispersed. As my man Ross was saying about the pressures, right? Succumbing to the pressures of others, society. Going back to what the sister was saying. Also, sister, when we was young, right? Grandma stayed at the house with us, right? In a lot of cases, right? Our auntie stayed with us, right? Our cousin stayed with us, right?
Absolutely.
Grown people stayed home, right? They got married and the husband is staying there too, right? And they done had a kid and they staying there too, right? He on the cot, right? But then what happened? What's that pressure?
Family dynamics.
No, I'm saying they'll wait. Like as Dred was saying, you 18, you got to get your ass up out of here.
That's right. That's right.
You need to get away from me. You need your own damn house.
To the wolves.
Now watch.
That's what it sounds like.
That wasn't in our houses.
Throwing the baby to the
exactly.
wolves, brother. When you throwing them to wolves, right? You're putting them out there in a way to be in danger. So they pump us up to try to enforce that. So they're 18 and they're grown. Get them out your house. You don't need them to be there. They're incapable of allowing still age and to be growing with the parents.
That's
because
right.
They know if they're not under their construct, it's going to be easier for them to stray to the left, mess up, screw up, find ways to take care of themselves. But what they do, they encourage their particular genre of people to stay home. Don't run out. We get to that thing because it's like, I'm so tired of taking care of these kids and this and that. Because why? A lot of the mothers are doing it alone and by themselves, and they're not having
you know what's sad, sister?
The mom's not having that support, and she doesn't have that system to assist her in raising this child properly. She's overwhelmed. She's tired. It's like, hey, get him out. I remember I had a friend that was telling me my son, this was a couple of years ago before I moved to Texas. She came to my house. She hadn't visited me in a while. She said, oh, girl, your son's still with you. I was talking to her about the laws and stuff like that. She said, girl, you can't tell me nothing about this law. You still got your son living here. I looked at her like she was crazy. I said, what do you mean? I said, my son is here because he helped me. My son knows that he has certain responsibilities as a grown man. I want him to do this per se, but he feels that because he loves his mom and he want to make sure I'm good. So until he needs to do what he needs to do, he's a responsible grown man. But he helps his mom, and that's what he wants to do because I help him mentally. I still help him grow. His mom with certain areas of his life when it comes to.
I've always said over the years, so right, that I respected a guy that stayed with his mom. That's a very respectful thing to do.
My brother didn't have that opportunity.
And I'm talking particularly in the elder years. You know what I mean?
Everything.
May I respond to Sister?
What years are you talking?
She was breaking up.
I'm talking like sometimes I've seen this happen. Let's say, sister, you stay home with mom, right? And then let's say you fall in love, right?
You gotta give me a year, bro.
And you get married and have kids. So this is how they do it now. They started by making the homes with what they call it, the the mother-in-law suite.
No,
Ali, Ali.
Ali.
Yeah.
I'm
There's either a
speaking on the
delay, the women aren't able to hear. They're trying to talk to each other. So Ali, could you hold for a moment? Mama Chief, Sister Bethy, y'all got it.
Sister Bethy, I was speaking on the 70s, okay?
Yeah, I was trying to.
Okay.
When I came in, I was speaking on the 70s. And during the 70s, if I will, I'm going to paint a picture for y'all. That was during the time when wounds was being taken up out of our great American women. Okay? They were doing the Henrietta Lack on our women's big time during that time. And they was telling women that their wound was bad, that they had to take them out because they had fibroids, with the fibroids that came along because of some old stuff. And y'all know I'm on that stop that genocide shit. Now, when I say that the 70s was the biggest time that I can remember, because it was when I was introduced to pale skinned people. I'm sorry?
Birth control.
Yeah, Planned Parenthood, IUDs. They was doing the most to us. And this was the Eugenics Society, and this was in the 70s. But remind you, they started in 1920s. So at that point, they would give my mamas, they was giving my mama people, the people in my mama age. You know.
What did they call the arm implant that they was doing?
I forgot what they did.
That
but
came out later.
Yeah, that was way
Yeah, it
later.
came out like early 80s.
90s.
What was it?
90s.
What was it called?
I don't forgot, but the one that they was putting in the womb is the one that they were doing.
IUD.
Yeah, that IUD. See, and so these
Depot shot.
Yeah, the depot shot. You're right.
You know anybody personally that you had to deal with in
Ali,
impact?
please let the sisters work. They cooking with Pam. Get out the kitchen, brother. Go ahead,
I'm
Mama
sorry,
Chief.
I'm just lost at what question we're trying to answer.
I was asking a question. I
Oh.
asked a question actually, and it was based on the
I mean,
70s. And Lee just but I was just basing on the fact of what we have went through and how we got to where we are. You know, based on the fact that the eugenics and the things that implemented in us in schools, the church, the pastors, as Sister Soul said, these churches and all these things were set up to subdue us. So we got to find a way to rectify what has happened to us and get a plan that we will save ourselves. That's all. I land.
Okay, so I don't know what the main question was, but I'm hearing I guess what I was hearing from Ali is how we get from Big Mama being in control to what we are today. I guess that's at the end of the day what you asking.
Right.
Good question.
Okay, so I could say, okay, a lot of these
And we
things-
want it from we want it from like females are the first teachers of life.
Right. So
Right.
it depends. Every household is different. In the 70s, when I was little, we had restrictions. We were still getting our punishment. So we had much better discipline, even though there was a single household. I'm from the hood, but I still had a strict mama and a strict granny. Everybody didn't have that in the 70s because I knew kids that was smoking weed in 6th grade. But when you look at who their parents were alcoholics. So in the 70s, when I was a little girl, it was a lot of alcoholics across our communities, heavy. And then that generation brought these 1980 babies, women who had babies in the 70s and the 80s.
Well, we call them crack babies.
Well, the crack babies. The kids was attached from the parent. They stopped providing home values to the kids. Prostitution for crack was on the rise. A lot of the fathers was in jail from getting busted. Then came the late 80s and 90s where the gangs really came out real heavy from a lot of young men who had those mothers and fathers that promoted them selling drugs, and they thought it was cute, going to see daddy in the jail in the late 80s and then all through the fucking 90s. Bring your kid to the jail with the kid having on the dad's gold chain and the young women just not having no morals that was passed down from them. And that is a result from women in my era. Like girls I went to high school with, and we graduated in 84. Them mothers, I'm not saying all of them, so I don't want our sisters to get offensive. But in the 80s, when I graduated from high school, we was having babies. Their kids are grown now. But I'm sorry, I was tempted in that era, and a lot of sisters was fucked up over these drug dealer dudes after the Run DMC shit, the salt and pepper chicks that had a fucking kid by every other drug dealer from the block. And women started going to jail. Bitches don't know how to cook no more. Nobody, the 1980s, our era was fucked up. And I'm not gonna lie, the girls I graduated from high school with can't make a fucking pot of cornbread. And I ain't knocking sisters. I'm not knocking sisters. I'm knocking brothers too, because a lot of them motherfuckers was.
Since you said that, Sister Bethy.
Paying crackhead.
You ain't saying nothing wrong yet. Keep going.
Yeah. So, Sister Bethy, could I ask you this question, because I think it's very pivotal what you said. The massive alcoholism.
Alabama, real quick. I'm sorry. When it comes to the women, right?
Go ahead.
Now, most of the women, all the women I know, they know how to throw down. So I don't know what era or what particular area these people are in, but
I just said the 80s, baby. I don't know how you missed that. 84, I graduated. My era. A lot of women across the states
I was
started doing bids and going to jail. But I also said not all women.
Wait a minute,
please
let me get my point out.
No, because I knew you was coming. I knew you was coming. That's why I said,
you voice what you said. I want to make a reply.
Take what I said to
Kutty, can I
all
speak
women.
or not? What's going on here? Why can't
ladies,
I?
Ladies,
I was talking to
ladies.
Ali Bouma, and you cut your ass in. He was talking to me.
I cut my ass in, lady.
Yeah, you did. He was talking to me. He was talking to me.
Hey, yo.
But you know what? You
Hey.
Mike.
Hey. Hold on. What the hell did I walk in on? What happened? What happened?
She need to calm the fuck down. What's wrong with her?
What
I'll just talk
happened?
later. I'll mute. Y'all got it.
What happened?
Good.
Ladies.
I was trying to talk, Kutty, and the lady gets upset because I'm responding to something that she was saying on regards to women, and I have a right to do that. I can't voice my opinion. Her opinion.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. Y'all take a deep breath. You guys are definitely women.
The fuck? This is some weird shit. I don't know why people have this animosity and jealousy towards certain people. They got to be.
Hey, that's over. Hey, that's over with. Hey, sister, that's over with. Go ahead and talk.
Hold
You
up.
got the mic.
There you go, Bobby.
Hold up. I don't know why this
Hold on. Everybody be clear. Let these
I
ladies
got two
go
fucking
out.
eyes.
Hey, Smoke.
Okay?
Smoke, come on,
I got
Smoke.
both of my eyes. So there ain't nothing for me to be jealous of you.
Hey, Smoke, come on, Smoke.
Hey,
You're ugly.
yo.
You're ugly.
Put him in the back. Put him in the back, dog. Come on, Smoke.
Bethy.
Always
Hold on,
remember
ladies.
that. You're ugly.
We can do
You got
better
one
than
eye
this.
and you're ugly.
Put him in the back. Come on, Smoke.
I
didn't call her no
He
name.
said put him in the back.
I didn't call
Yeah,
her
put him in the
name.
back, dog.
I think said put him in the
Calm
back.
down, then just bring him back.
Hey, ladies.
Put him in the back. Put him in the back, Cut.
Ladies. I didn't want to do that. Golly, ladies, please take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
Damn, that was fun though, Cut. You should have let him stay with at least 2 more minutes. You should get 2 more minutes, bro.
I knew Smoke was going to gas some shit up with that. Okay.
Salute, Smoke. Salute, my
there
nigga
was
Alabama
was
DJ
Kutty.
Cut.
Kutty, can I
Smoke, I
just...
knew you were gonna say that.
Yes.
Not whether I take blame for triggering the circumstance. The question I was proposing. So you walked in on it. The question I was proposing, Sister Bethy commented on massive alcoholism in the 70s. And I was going to transition it this way with the question, because I said it earlier about the 60s and integration is the downfall of us as a people and a community. would the alcoholism reflect that we gave up our neighborhoods besides the fact that we were bombed, burned, lynched, and flooded from the 20s to the 60s? Would that cause you to get massively drunk, Kutty?
Yeah, it definitely would.
So then, by the time the 70s rolled around, where Bethy was in her commentary, Kutty, was graduating in the 80s, we transitioned from alcoholism to crack. And we even used the denigrating term of crack babies.
You skipped one.
I know there's something in transition, but I'm trying to bring Cut up to the. I got you, bro. That was nodding off. That was 60s, 70s as well. But do you get what I'm talking about, though, Kutty?
No doubt.
The transition of alcoholism, self-medication, then what is the crack transitioning to fentanyl in the new millennium? Do you see what I'm going with this, Kutty?
Yep, no doubt.
And we are completely now narcotized, zombified,
facts,
totally clueless, without direction. And can we get back to the communal discussion that Mama Chief started this line of discussion? And I yield.
That's right. That's right.
Can I finish what I was going to say, Kutty? Because I think I have my own opinion, and I don't give a damn what nobody else saying. I should be able to voice what I feel without.
Yeah, by all means. Come on, baby. By all means. Go ahead.
That. Thank you very much. Like I was saying, the women of our era, right, even in the 80s, all these things affected them. It wasn't just a certain thing coming in. They've been doing this stuff with us forever. If it's not one thing, it's something else. There's excuses made for certain things that have happened in our community, and it's all put on what's going on in the community. It's all ties back to the same thing. Government plans to go against us. All the alchemic things, all these, any of these things that give you the alcohol, the drugs, all these things, they inebriate you. Yeah, they are doing this, and it all comes from the same people in the same place. It doesn't matter what the particular thing is. The crack, yeah, that was a horrible thing, but it was just another vice, and it's always the same things all the time. I don't understand what y'all saying as far as the transition. I was trying to get an understanding because I was popping in and out. My internet was acting up. So I didn't hear everything that Mama Chief said. That's why I had to come in on my phone. I was trying to commend unto the women that have been strong in doing what they are doing, because I heard a lot of negative stuff. That's all I was saying. So I don't know the entire conversation. I was just trying to get in on it, if that was okay. But go ahead. I'll proceed from here. I just want to say what I had to say.
Okay.
So, Sister Soul.
Can I rebut and respond back? Do I have a right to do that?
No, because there's nothing to respond to rebut back.
I'm not talking to you. I'm
Wait,
talking about.
ladies.
Excuse me. I'm talking to you.
Let the game begin.
Take this bitch off.
I'm talking to you on your channel.
Ladies.
Excuse me. I'm talking to
Hey, look, let me talk. Everybody,
Let them work it out.
It's nothing to work out.
Sister Bethy, go ahead and talk, Sister Bethy.
Hold on 1 second. Everybody chill out. Sister Bethy, calm down. Everybody calm down, please. Sister Bethy, you have the floor to be able to say whatever you want to say as well.
Dumbass bitch.
Okay, see, I'm not gonna be nobody bitch about for so long.
Yeah,
I'm trying to ignore her.
Bitch.
All right, now put that ugly little,
please, let's
ugly
be
ass
respectful. Sister Bethy has the mic. Please let her respectfully.
Only in America.
All right.
Only in America.
You want to get my daughter on your ass?
Don't bring my shit up, bitch. Don't
Look,
talk about my disability.
Hey, Kutty.
Only in
All
America.
right, we go, ladies.
How does that, Kutty?
Please, ladies.
This bitch shouldn't start talking about my disability. I don't appreciate that.
Hold on, sisters. I need for y'all to calm down. This has gotten crazy.
Only in America, I tell you. Only in America.
I love you, ladies. I love y'all, ladies. I hope y'all just go ahead and just kind
you
of.
told me I could respond. I'm trying to respond, and I was talking to you.
Go ahead,
Sister Betty. Nobody else on the panel.
Please, let's refrain from that.
Bitch, don't use my one eye as a reference. Let's do that.
Okay.
Bitch, go get another eye, and I don't have to. But anyway, what I was saying.
All right, hold on. I need for y'all to have a little decorum.
What I was saying What I was
Let
saying
Sissy Betty
about
talk
the
and put the
women
other
in the
sister in
80s,
time out.
Bitch, you
in
government
my
fucking
era,
Hold down,
in
hold
my
down,
era,
hold down, Sister Soul.
Asian
Please
bitch.
mute
what
up.
I
Sister
was
Soul.
saying about my era when I graduated from high school in the 80s, okay? But I also said, please do not take it to offense. I'm not talking about all women of the
I
80s.
heard you.
Just what I observed in my community where I grew up in the North.
Okay.
So again, I'm going to say it again. When I'm speaking of the women in the 80s, I'm not referring to all of them.
Got you. Well, hey,
And I
man,
heard you say
I tell
that.
you what, hey, I tell you what, hey, shout out to y'all, man. Hopefully y'all can, you know what I'm saying, take a deep breath and get back, man, and refrain from the insults, because I know you guys love each other at the end of the day.
Hell fuck no, don't even imply
Oh,
that.
and I know one thing. Y'all got me using this shit right here.
Buddy, let me respond. Let me respond.
Oh, no, let me finish what I was saying. What I was saying is, y'all got me using these dogs. I need to go get me some.
The dogs in the shed. Let me respond around here.
Go ahead.
Bitch.
Go ahead.
Oh, Lord.
And
He said, "Oh Lord."
I'm just saying, Cuddy, come on, right is right, wrong is wrong. First off,
I mean,
we're talking about something that everybody on the panel is talking about, right? So as soon as I say something someone doesn't like, that doesn't give me the right to go in immediately and start talking about my disability. Talking about I got a one eye. Where the fuck that even came from, bitch? I knew that since 10 years old. What the fuck you doing to help my situation?
Okay, bitch.
You
I'm
shit about my
stop that. You're ugly and reveal to the Pope. Go no, you know what? You know what? The Pope said you African. So that's why you got one eye. Because you African. Tell the Pope he about to make another decree, bitch. All ugly bitches with one eye is African.
Oh,
the
Lord.
Pope about to make another decree, bitch. The Pope is about to make another decree. You're gonna be on the news.
Cat fight.
Black news. Pope coming out with another decree. You ugly. You ugly with one eye. Cam up. Yo, cam up. I bet you I look better than you any day.
Drop a bomb,
Cam
Cuddy.
up.
Drop a bomb.
Turn your camera on.
I go there,
Turn your camera on. Turn your camera on. Bitch, you hit.
Okay, I'll turn my camera.
Hey, I'm moving everybody.
My camera on, but I ain't put my lace front in yet. What's going on?
Oh, God damn it! Is that Bobby Knight with the shit?
American!
Bobby Knight with the comic review, comic relief. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate it.
Damn, I don't know how to come in that with that. Was that She-Hulk was turned loose? This got some rampage going on. Cut. You know what? Cut.
I'm sorry.
Whether I made clear what I was intending with my question was
Where were we, Alabama?
Mama
Where
Chief
were we?
originally, and all due respect to all of our elders and clan mothers, but Mama Chief was talking about 70s. Sister Bethy then brought up 80s.
80s.
I was saying if there was massive alcoholism amongst us as a people across the nation. Chicago is North Mississippi, okay?
Right.
Detroit
Speak
is
on
North
Alabama. I'm
Louisiana.
from Chicago. Speak on that.
So when we keep perceiving ourselves differently than who we are, does alcoholism reflect it, Kutty? When one self-medicates and gets drunk, and I don't know about y'all, but I had a stepfather who was a Blackfoot, full-blood Blackfoot bootlegger from Chattanooga, Tennessee. That was a nigga that was a nigga Indian that should not touch them damn firewood. You feel me? You feel me? Cut. So, when we are using alcoholism, in what fashion? Is it to ignore, avoid the oppression, or not address what has been either taken from us, or did we voluntarily give it up in desegregation transition to integration? That's what I'm asking with my question. So now, whether whoever on the panel wants to respond to that, we have some serious. Let me land my plane on this. We have some serious issues in 2023 that are, I would suggest, fallout from giving up entirely towns communal experience that Mama Chief was describing, Cut, when you walked in on the conversation. You follow me, Cutty?
Got you.
We gave it up, and we still give it up because people ain't doing what they need to do to assume their role and responsibility as being responsible, to being not a feeble-minded person, but a strong-minded person that knows how to handle themselves correctly and efficiently when it comes to dealing with these people. They have to know how to handle their paperwork. They have to know what they're doing. They have to be the bank themselves because they are the only true current. They are the head of the soul corp. And they are the person that authorize. They are the person in authority. So when you keep continuing to operate with these people, you're participating in this fraud. I'm going to say it again. You're participating in the fraud. When you go along with these people's scheme, everything that they're doing is fraudulent. So if you continue to go along with what they're doing, you're not opposing it. You're not going against it. You're not standing strong in the law yourself, being the law-abiding person that you are. You should stand as a man or a woman and standing in that law, having it protect you, having it cover you, having it walk in front of you, and being the person that rules over you.
What about people who don't respect laws?
That's them. That's them. If they don't respect
No, but what I'm saying is this though.
You have to stand in your own law because the
No,
law.
I agree with you there. Can I be with you? Okay. Yeah, everything you're saying, I'm agreeing with. I think what I'm saying is that if we're looking at this thing like some type of opposition or something that's going against us. I said this the other day about war and war like mind states, whether it's paperwork war, whether it's digital war, whatever. These folks have let y'all know when it come to law, when it come to playing by the rules, we don't give a fuck about none of that, nigga. If you get too far ahead, we just gonna kill you. So again, who willing to put their life on the line?
That's
Huh?
fear mongering, brother. To believe.
No, I'm not. Can I finish this? Sis, you've been talking for a while, sis. Can I finish what I'm saying, baby?
No, it don't matter how long I'm talking.
Can I finish what I'm saying? Okay, well then we just go both talk at the same time then.
I'm talking
You
to
know what I'm saying? I'm not fear mongering.
But you don't have the understanding of what I'm talking about, brother.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to neither, because I'm trying to talk about what I'm talking about right now. I ain't trying to understand what nobody who ain't trying to understand me talking about. That's fine.
Let the brother go ahead and finish talking.
I didn't turn up on you, sis. I didn't turn up on you. But see, this is the problem with these Xena Warrior Princess sisters. Because I've been through this with Sister Soul Man before. And she from Chicago. She know a nigga from the west side of the south side and slapped the shit out of her before. We ain't dealing with reality. Y'all gotta stop playing with these queens like
Babo, I got you, my brother. I got you, sister.
Yeah, they don't want to hear the real, Sister Soul. You talking about what somebody gonna do with paperwork?
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, can I get y'all to have a little bit?
I didn't cut you off, sis. You finished your whole diatribe.
Hold up,
I'm gonna mute up.
Y'all to talk to the Cutty. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Thank y'all very much, man. Hey, you know what? I appreciate y'all, man. Hey, man, y'all got take a deep breath, man. Hey, take a deep breath, Bob.
Man, I'm here with the shorties rolling up, man. That's the Xena Warrior Princess.
I don't understand how somebody could cut me off asking a question, I answer, and then they continue on like they
Man, hey, Sister Soul, you cut motherfuckers off all the time. Shut the fuck up. Like, y'all be talking to these queens so-called like they really on something, man. These type of bitches is the ones that'll get you knocked off by the white man. Because she talk too fucking much.
the fuck up, bitch, and I talk as much as I
Talk too much. You talk too much. That's why them niggas used to go upside your head in Chicago back in the day. You don't know when to shut the fuck up.
Stupid bitch.
Come on, man. This is
Look at her. Look at her. That nigga that you used to call bitch used to punch you in your mouth for that. You used to call that nigga bitch. That nigga used to slap you all around the house.
Hey, can I say this to the panel?
Yes, you can, please.
If anything, right?
We got to wrap this up.
Listen, if anything amongst your arguments,
shut up.
Can y'all please remember that you on somebody else's panel? Can you at least respect him?
No, Agent, you're not respecting nobody. Who the fuck is you to ask somebody to respect somebody? You always disrespectful. Who the fuck are you?
Look at that. Look at it. She don't even know who she talking to right now.
Lord have mercy.
Ali hasn't been disrespectful.
Listen.
Nigga ain't disrespecting you at all.
Go ahead and get it over.
I'm the one that always disrespects.
I just
you talk too fucking much.
I need everybody to start muting up. So we start to close out.
Because I'm a motherfucker now, damn.
Oh God. Calm down, sister. So
what's up with it, TT Betty? I'm sick of these stinking pussy hoes too, TT Betty.
Hey, you know what?
Feel the rap today.
Hey, here we go.
What I do? I'm trying to figure out what did I do.
Sister Soul.
You ain't did nothing, man. All I did was come throw water on the gremlin and watch the multiply.
You ain't
This what you do when you throw water on
just mute their ass up, mute everybody up.
That shit is crazy.
When you throw water on a gremlin, this how they react. Don't you know a gremlin spaz out when you throw water on it? Look at it.
Here we go. Hey, I appreciate y'all, man, coming through, man. I'm about to if y'all just hold tight, I'm about to leave y'all with this here joint. Hey, love, piece of cooking grease. I'll see y'all at 6 o'clock in the morning tomorrow.
Hit me
Damn,
up,
cuz you ended on a good fight, bro. How you gonna do me like that, bro?
All right, Smoke, go on and say what you gotta say real quick.
Yeah, I've been telling Smoke.
No, nigga. Nah, I was enjoying the fight, bro. It was one fight that I wasn't even involved in, nigga. I finally get to sit back and watch one. You gonna end the damn show?
I'm about to end the show, man, to go right over the BAP. Yo, BAP News, everybody. I'm about to redirect everybody to BAP News, man. Y'all continue the foolishness over there. I'm about to go.
All right. You owe us for this, Cut. You owe us for this.
All right, I owe you, Smoke. I owe you. I love y'all, man. Sister Betty.
Hey, to my nigga DJ Cut.
I love y'all. Bobby, I see you.
Hey, shout out to hey, I want to say one quick thing. Shout out to Alexis and Sir Drop. Meth is a real drug. I wish my sister Alexis a strong recovery. Sir Drop is dealing with sickle cell anemia right now. That nigga just lost 100 pounds through his eyeballs.
Hey,
he's a fucking loser, but fuck it.
Bye, niggas. Bye. I love y'all, niggas. I love y'all. I'm out. Y'all niggas is crazy. I'm bringing my song back, nigga. Hey, I love y'all, man. Hey, man, y'all take it easy, man. I'm redirecting everybody to BAP News. I'll see y'all in the morning. Peace.
Told me ain't no sense of doing this shit, I ain't gonna do it right. Got it for a stupid price. Better band shooting dice. Watching like it's movie night, cause niggas wasn't moving right. Nigga wanna lose his life, there's nothing else to do tonight. If you gon' buy it, bust it down. Nigga, that's my new advice. Peace, that's the key to life. Niggas start eating right. I'm talking about a veggie plate. Started with the beans and rice. Slicker than a sheet of ice. Crispy like a piece of ice. I'm sharper than a hunting knife. I must be doing something right. I bought myself another car. Guess I fell in love with life. I know she's a bitch cause she ain't shit if I don't fuck her right. Know I have my piece of the pie. I need another bite. Niggas probably wishing I die. I hope they come to life. Know I got a cold heart. Frozen one summer night. These niggas will go against their mamas for 100 life. Nah, he don't wanna fight. He ain't never threw it right. He'd rather just shoot you. He don't know if he gon' do it right. Melly used to stay the night. Now my nigga doing life. And all these little niggas ain't your friends. Mama, you